with the Swedish temporary ID?
Get a more
That means when you
permanent
go to the
ID.
Schengen area, yeah, you
Um,
can't, right?
don't need anything to travel within the Schengen zone once you've passed into the Schengen zone, which is essentially
Even
the
for
EU.
you?
Anybody, once you arrive in the Schengen zone can travel anywhere in the Schengen zone without any ID whatsoever. That's the whole point of it.
Facts.
It's like traveling in the U.S.
It's like,
once you go.
yes, it's like traveling in the U.S.
Ah,
Exactly.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Did they check my ID at the port?
They
At the
have a
airport?
free border. They have free borders. They have open borders in the Schengen.
Yeah, they used to.
Well,
They're starting.
yeah,
They're starting to check them now.
yeah, but
Yeah,
the thing is,
So
the thing
meaning to
is here,
say, sorry, go ahead, Johan.
yeah, the thing is that when you arrive at a Swedish airport or Danish airport, for example, you have your booking number. That's the only thing you need to get through the gate into the security check. Nobody checks your passport, your driver's license, anything. You only need to have that clear number, unless you look suspicious. And they are taking this quite firmly. There is no gender or, excuse me for using the race word for it. They don't pick people just because they have a different origin. They are very, very picky with that one. But if you act suspicious, they can ask you to validate your identity. But that's not occurring especially often. I have flown from Stockholm to Helsinki to Warsaw in Poland with only my booking numbers and nothing more. You want that?
All right.
Okay, question.
I used to travel without my passport between them, and then you're supposed to bring it with you just as a technicality, and because once in a while they might ask for it. But even
Okay.
yeah, you used to not even have to bother. You could leave your passport at home if you're a European traveling between.
Okay.
Yeah.
Singaporean do not need a visa to go to the Schengen area for, it says, up to 90 days. But
Right.
if assuming I touch down at Sweden, but I go to the other parts of EU, the other parts of EU, will they have my data in the system to know that I've been there for whether 90 days or more than 90 days?
It used to be not, but maybe now they're more integrated.
Okay. Okay. Got it. But anyhow, now I can just go UK and come back again, right? Because they're different.
Now, but now they used to not. They used to only bother when you checked out, when you left.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could stay in as long as you like. If you overstay, they won't find out until you're leaving, essentially. And then once you're leaving, then they'll say, "Oh, you overstayed. Okay, now you can't come.
Yeah,
you can't. Whatever immigrant. If you enter in via Sweden, you get 90 days." In the Schengen zone, and then let's say you overstay by a month, and then when you leave, that's when they'll notice. They're going to see when you came in. They'll notice you overstayed. Because you overstayed, then they'll ban you from entering again for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, whatever.
But now it's easy because within 90 days, you just go UK, stamp your passport, and then come back again. The 90 days will restart.
No, it doesn't work. You get 90 days within 180 days. So you'd have to go to the UK for 90 days and then come back.
You sure? Okay,
Yes.
I'll check.
But you have to remember, too, that the UK is separate from the Schengen area. As far as I remember, if from Paris,
it's separate.
They do customs for UK in Paris, and it's the same coming back as they do customs for France. Sorry, not Paris, for France in the UK. So the UK is not part of this system. If you travel, I believe, from Sweden to UK, you have to go through the whole process.
Sure.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right. It's not part of Schengen.
I think you can do it, Jeff. I think you could do it if you drive, because that's what a lot of people have been doing here in Netherlands. They've been doing a lot of driving because of the pandemic, because the planes and the trains are quite strict, whereas the cars, if you have your own personal car, you want to drive to Norway, because I know some Dutch have done it, and or drive to Germany or drive to Paris. They just drive. They just get in their cars and drive.
Sure.
And the borders are not checking it at the cars. They're only checking it at planes and trains.
I see. So, but to the UK, can we drive to the
Well, UK is different, Jeff, because of
that's what I mean.
They're screwed now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's what I'm talking about is between Europe and UK is completely different. But within the European Union, sure, you just drive. Yeah, sure. That's what I did when I was there. Nobody ever checked my passport.
Yeah, that hasn't changed much.
Yeah.
Okay, we ready to do some tech news.
Juicy tech news.
Let's do it. So this is good. This might be a marathon multi-hour session here because I've got now.
We're ready for it.
Are we ready for this? I have.
Grab your water.
I've got 24 hours of tweets to go through.
Just make sure you have a glass.
I've got a nice glass of water. I even have throat lozenges. I've got it all right here. So everyone take a deep breath. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Okay, let's do it. Here we go.
Are we gonna have breaks for bio breaks?
Yeah, we're gonna take a bio break around hour 3. It's mile 23, mile 21. We'll take a break. So the biggest headline at this very moment. Happy Saturday, everybody. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend. The biggest story at this very moment is from the New York Times, which says Facebook shelved its content transparency report, fearing public criticism as the most viewed link suggested a doctor died due to a COVID-19 vaccine. That was the most viewed link in all of Facebook in the past several months. And so now they don't want that to be known that the most viewed link was a post about suggesting that a doctor died from taking a COVID vaccine. And that's obviously very, very embarrassing for Facebook. And so the New York Times says they basically hid their quarterly content transparency report out of embarrassment for the most viewed article in all of Facebook over the past quarter.
That's bad. Tyler, can you bring Donna Mahogany?
Yes.
Mahogany.
Messi. Yes. Messi is not messing around in Mahogany.
Donna is here too.
Okay.
Shen is here too.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Welcome.
Cheryl's on the lookout for the VIPs. We got Diwa back.
Thank you. Welcome,
Diwa.
Yeah.
Anthony's there too.
David's hanging out there.
Back. Hi, Diwa.
Okay. So that's really quite damning. That the most, because Facebook was trying to combat the image that they were a far right platform because their most engaged content, that means content that people are liking and sharing and commenting on, is all far right leaning. It's videos by Don Bonagino and what's the very clever the dude with the yarmulke who does political, Ben Shapiro. Yeah, who I'll be totally honest. You regardless of your politics, you kind of gotta at least give Ben. He's clearly not stupid. I mean, he's clearly like a clever guy, and I can actually enjoy his content. I actually, even if you were far left leaning, I would recommend people listen to Ben Shapiro because he is very good at articulating the far right perspective in an intelligent way to represent that perspective. So I feel like he actually I have no problem with him being very popular on Facebook actually, but because he isn't trying to fearmonger like other voices are. Honestly, he's just really trying to be very analytical about it all. And so the point is, though, that to combat that image that Facebook's most engaged content is very far right leaning, they are putting out the content that is the most viewed content. And the most viewed content, isn't far right leaning, but then it turns out that the most viewed piece of content in all of Facebook turns out to suggest that a doctor died due to a COVID-19 vaccine, which, oh boy, that's precisely what Uncle Joe was trying to tell us. They're killing people. The company praised itself this week for being the most transparent platform on the internet. And when Facebook this week released its transparent report, and then they realized, shit, we should have looked at that really popular one of the real popular articles that was viewed is quite embarrassing. A lot of egg on the face there over at Facebook at the moment. So a lot of tweets about this one. the report Facebook put out about the most viewed content, it showed that the most viewed link was about a doctor dying of COVID-19 vaccine. Hard to take anything Facebook says in good faith. Facebook didn't release the transparency report in Q1 because it showed top link was an article with a headline suggesting that the coronavirus vaccine was at fault for the death of a Florida doctor. This story is what you call a burner. Facebook hid an earlier report with very damning data on how a post with COVID vaccine misinformation was viewed by tens of millions of people. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
That is a real story, right? The doctor did die because of vaccine, right?
I don't.
So they shouldn't cover it, right?
I don't know. The next article is
Tyler.
yes.
I have a question. Is that the same as like a few days ago? Like I tweeted an article where Facebook said that starting September that they're gonna have like a quarterly kind of reporting where they highlight like those mostly covered news. Is that the same as what you're saying, or is it a different one?
This one is what it is they have a tool that they put out even daily, the most engaged content, and not everybody has access to it. It's called crowd tangle, something like that, and it's meant for people who make content to see how they're doing versus other people who make content, like journalists. So journalists have access to the most engaged content, and the left-leaning journalists are obviously rather upset that the top 10 every day after 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 day is always the far right-leaning content. It's always the top 10 every single day after day after day after day after day. So you see the far left-leaning journalists being like, hey, Facebook, your platform is far right leaning because your most engaged content every day of the year for many years is always far right leaning every day. So own up to it. You're a far right leaning platform, and Facebook can't take that. They're not they can't. Not only are they not willing to, they refuse to acknowledge that because they have to maintain that they are a neutral platform because they get in very hot political water if they're too friendly with one side or the other, depending on who's in power. So they realized that their most viewed content is different than their most engaged content. Their most viewed content turns out to be cats on pianos and just silly, stupid videos and photos, just really pointless bullshit content, and they know that. So, because they control that, they control what's the most viewed. They also control what's the most engaged to a degree, but they really control what's most viewed. So they know that the most viewed is not political at all. That is totally pointless bullshit content. So they said, hey, no, we are not a far right platform. And here's the proof. Here's the most viewed content in all of Facebook. Have a look. And you'll see for yourself. Not only is it not left or right, it's not political at all, unless you think cats doing crazy dances is political. So they put that out, and then somebody looked back and just noticed, oh, wait a minute, this most viewed thing in all of Facebook happens to be about a claim that a doctor in Florida died from taking the COVID vaccine. So now it's a little bit of egg on the face of Facebook on that issue.
Hey, Tyler, on that particular issue, by the way, because I looked it up. So it happened in January, and in April, the medical examiner released a report saying the doctor died of natural causes, but they could not determine whether the vaccine played a role or not.
Thank you.
So it's never been determined.
I appreciate that. And that's why we love tech news around the world. And
thank you, Ken.
Yes, thanks, Ken.
And the latest question on Reddit is: does anybody know what's in the Regeneron the MABs? Oh God.
So
I also went back and looked at it. So it says Facebook releases a glimpse of its most popular post but they wouldn't start like every quarterly, so it is not news anymore. And on top of that, most Republicans complain that Facebook is against conservatives. That's
Right.
what I hear every day on the news. So
Yes.
this is crazy.
Well, they claim that because they claim they're being silenced. They know they are the most engaged content. They know that Ben Shapiro and Don Bonagino are the most engaged content. So they can't claim that it's, but what they do claim is the dear leader, Donald Trump was deplatformed from Facebook. So hence it must be because Facebook doesn't like Republicans. They're against our side. Like, no, it's not. They're not playing sides. They can't play sides. Their company will be, burnt to a crisp if they take sides. But they are deplatforming extreme views that violate their policies. It just happens to be that people on the right tend to violate those policies. So,
Right.
of course, when somebody gets deplatformed, people often try to figure out what is it about that person that got them deplatformed, and people on the far right are going to be like, they got deplatformed because they're on the far right, or one racial group or ethnic group or religious group will say, it's because they were of my religious group or my ethnic group or my racial group. No, it's because they said something really fucking stupid. That's why they got deplatformed. It had nothing to do with what racial group, ethnic group, religious group, or age or gender, or none of that. It has to do with the words that they typed in their fucking Facebook page. So, we have to stop. They feel like Facebook is against them because they notice that people are getting banned for, and the people who are getting banned seem to be disproportionately from their side. And so they think, Facebook's against us. No, they're not really against you. They're against extreme views. They're against people with extreme views. Certain particular extreme views. Yes, anti-COVID vaccination views, yes, and that might be far right, but that's not necessarily a far right issue. Being against vaccines at the heart of it, at the face of it, shouldn't have anything to do with if you're libertarian or Republican or Democrat or whatnot. That's more of a medical issue than a political issue if you're against vaccines. So it just happens to be more of a once you do add the political lens to that particular issue, it turns out that it is more, it has become a political issue. They've made it a political issue when it shouldn't be. In most of the world, it really is not. It's really quite a unique American thing where it's become overly political. So
yeah, unfortunately, yes. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, America's just really struggling with this
Tyler,
at the moment. Yeah.
I'm gonna DM you a political cartoon that's just tragically funny. I don't know if it's in good taste, so I'm gonna share it with you.
Those are the best kind, by the way. But go ahead. So
please send it to me as well, Chris.
Yeah, go ahead. Please send it to everybody.
Please send it to everybody.
But Tyler will tweet, right? Just tweet at ATW.
No, he specifically doesn't want to do that. But the next biggest article at this moment is
Tyler can tweet it. Chris don't have to do it.
That's right. If anyone has a sock puppet account, they can tweet it. A California Superior Court judge rules that Proposition 22 is unconstitutional because, and Proposition 22, for those who don't know, was the gig worker proposition, and
that only applied to Uber and Lyft, by the way. It didn't apply to all other gig workers, so it only got Uber and Lyft out of the situation.
It was rideshare and food delivery drivers.
Oh, yeah, but there's so many other gig workers, musicians, and other people.
Okay, fair enough. Well, yeah, rideshare and food delivery drivers. So a California judge on Friday ruled that a 2020 ballot measure exempting rideshare and food delivery drivers from state labor law and workplace standards. Let me crack this one open. And
I'm very familiar with this. If you have any questions,
I'm
a real expert on it. I had to deal with it. So
okay, so here we go. Court rules. A Supreme Court says court rules California gig. Well, this is the headline that Court rules California gig worker initiative is unconstitutional, a setback to Uber and Lyft. Gig workers rally against Prop 22 in the California Capitol. The initiative would allow app-based transportation and delivery services to continue to employee drivers as there's a typo there.
As independent contractors.
That's what it
the
says.
whole issue.
Yep, as independent contractors. A California judge on Friday ruled that the 2020 ballot measure exempting rideshare and food delivery drivers from a state labor law is unconstitutional because it infringes on the legislature's power to set workplace standards. Alameda County Superior Judge Frank Roche wrote Prop 22 is unconstitutional because, quote unquote, it limits the power of a future legislature to define app-based drivers as a workers subject to workers' compensation law. That makes the entire ballot measure unenforceable. Roche further wrote that the provision in the initiative that prevents the legislature from granting collective bargaining rights to drivers is unconstitutional because it appears only to protect the economic interests of the network companies in having a divided, ununionized workforce. The provision applies unless a 7/8 majority in the legislature votes to grant collective bargaining rights to drivers. The initiative, which Californians approved 58% of the votes in November, exempts drivers from companies like Uber and Lyft and DoorDash from the 2019 labor law known as the Assembly Bill 5, which requires companies to give benefits to more workers. Take it away, Ken.
Okay. So this thing is not the California Supreme Court. It's a lower court judge. It will get appealed, in my view, get overturned, and I'll tell you why. One, the California Attorney General, who is, like everybody else in California, a Democrat, who typically would side with unions, approved the legality of that measure, number one. Number two, it had gone through a number of court tests already, and somehow the unions, it was opposed, the unions are the one who brought the suit. Labor unions, not the drivers, by the way. The suit wasn't brought by the gig workers. It was brought by labor unions who don't even represent right now the gig workers, but would like to. And somehow they got a second bite of the apple. And the whole thing particularly for people who are not Americans, in certain states, California is one of them, people could get enough signatures, put a proposition on a ballot to either change a state law like they were the legislature or even amend the state constitution. So in California, there's two different things you could do. You could either just change a law or actually change the California state constitution, different procedures for each. But the entire point of this the proposition process is so that you can override the legislature. So the fact that it precludes the legislature in the future is the entire reason they have propositions. So the most famous proposition ever passed in California is Prop 13, many years ago, like in the 80s, I believe, that limited property taxes in California because property taxes kept going up. So they took away the power of the state legislature and the local governments to just keep having property taxes go up. So, the entire legal basis that just because it stops the legislature from doing something, that's the reason there is a proposition process. So I think the whole thing's absurd. And I'm really sure that the higher courts will overturn this decision, in my view.
Okay. So to be continued, yeah? So no doubt if the Uber and Lyft aren't going to let this go, they're going to challenge this all the way to the Supreme Court if they have to, because it's such a huge issue for them.
And by the way, it can only go up to the California Supreme Court because there's no federal issues here.
Okay.
So it would only go as high as the California
Supreme Court. Fair enough. So the next big issue, or headline rather, is, let me just read a couple other variations of this. Everyone's covering this. Washington Post says California judge rules unconstitutional the measure classifying Uber and Lyft drivers as contractors. I like the phrasing of that. San Francisco Chronicle says Prop 22, the gig worker exemption for Uber and Lyft, is ruled unconstitutional. TechCrunch says California's gig worker Prop 22 ruled unconstitutional by Superior Court. And protocol says the California judge ruled Prop 22 is unconstitutional. So, and then New York Times, Bloomberg, LA Times, everyone's reporting on this one because it's a huge issue for Uber and Lyft and DoorDash apparently. And now I imagine Instacart, any food delivery as well, which is becoming a whole lot of companies. Instacart, DoorDash, there's tons of them. So the next big one is Facebook. It's from NBC News and New York Times and Washington Post and others. The NBC headline says Facebook rolls out new security features for people in Afghanistan, including a one-click tool to quickly lock their accounts and limit account discoverability, which I'm curious how the other companies phrase it. Here, the New York Times says how the Taliban turned social media into a tool of control. And it's essentially Facebook noticed that people in Afghanistan were deleting their accounts. In fact, they're deleting anything about them that can be found on the internet for fear that it can be used against them now that the Taliban's back in charge. And Facebook said, whoa, easy. You don't need to delete your account. How about you just get a little pop-up now that says, do you want to hide your account from the Taliban? Here, just click here. You don't have to delete your whole account. We made it easy for you to hide it from the Taliban, and please don't delete your account, because if we lose, there's 35 million people in Afghanistan, and that would hurt Facebook's metrics for their next quarter earnings report, where they're already having trouble adding more users, or it's already in a decline, and another 35 million users. It's not a good look for Facebook. So they came up with a very clever way for people to very conveniently hide their accounts. So, although none of the reporters reporting this specifically mentioned that critical point. So the next article is about the OnlyFans drama that we covered the past couple days. And now there's a little bit of an update. OnlyFans shares new terms of service for sexually explicit content, where now they're getting very specific in their terms of service about what's allowed now and what's not, because they said they're going to ban explicit sexual conduct, and now in the terms of service they've really made it much more clear what they're talking about, where it says no intercourse. Right as I was about to open an account, by the way. What bad timing. So
why do I have a feeling this is going to be hilarious? Like, it's going to be a list of like all of the things you can't.
No vegetables. No, no
hand jobs.
Yeah.
No vegetables? What vegetable?
Lettuce.
Eggplant.
Yeah, no.
It's just like this is gonna be a
God.
Forrest Gump like list, isn't it?
Yeah, it says no intercourse, no masturbation, exhibition of genitals. Any such content must be removed by December 1st. So you've got another September, October, November. You got 3 more months to rake in the money, basically. And then we're shutting the whole sex show down. Any such content must be removed. Sex and masturbation, whether simulated or real, aren't allowed, or any exhibition, any showing of genitals. So it's going to become basically like Instagram, a little more than Instagram. Instagram with nipples. So, although that's an interesting question of itself. Are nipples considered genitals? By the way, I know that might sound crazy to some people, but apparently it's unclear if even nipples will be allowed, and they might have to, like, that's true on Instagram as well, where they have to, find clever ways to obfuscate, breast shots of some kind. So anyway, that's the latest development. And then, of course, the users on both sides, the content creators, for lack of a better word, and the users, for lack of a better word, are both upset. Yeah.
You left out one point about the Instagram rule.
Yeah.
The nipples on breast can be male, and that's fine.
That's interesting.
It's gender specific.
Yeah. So they're sexist. Instagram, why are you sexist?
Essentially.
Yeah. No, not literally.
But in Thailand,
that's the definition of sexual discrimination. The word the word sexism means sexual discrimination. Sexual discrimination means discriminating on the basis of sex. That's what they're doing.
But in Thailand, it can be quite vague, right?
In Thailand?
Yep.
What do you mean?
There's lady boy.
Oh, I I wasn't sure where you were going with this. Yes, Thailand does have is very gender fluid, and it was kind of really notably kind of the first country to be so, where you have a very significant gender fluid population and have for a very long time, and it's a very obvious part of society. So Thais don't judge people, on these things at all. Like, and they don't. And it's been this way for a very, very long time. And it's a really interesting aspect of Thai society. So,
Kylie, do you realize, because I know you're American. That that most public nudity laws, like what you can do on the beach, where they have public nudity laws, are sexist as well, and they've never been struck down.
Fair point.
Because
Yeah, but the funny thing is in Thailand, it's the same in Thailand. You're not allowed to be nude at all in Thailand. A man can have his shirt off, a woman cannot, but neither can have their pants off. And they're quite strict about it, actually. And then Europeans are often very surprised to find themselves in jail for especially Southern Europeans or even Swedes. In Sweden in May, when the sun comes out, everyone's laying out naked in the parks to absorb as much sun as they physically can. And it's totally understandable. And you would understand it too if you went through a Swedish winter. Matter of fact, you'll find yourself stripping nude in the middle of a park on a sunny day in April to absorb sunlight that your body is desperately craving. And so there's no judgment in that. But people mistakenly assume that Thailand, everything goes, and that is simply not the case. So people often get themselves in a little bit of trouble. So the next big headline is from CNBC, that global cryptocurrency adoption grew 881%. That's almost 9x year over year, led by which 3 countries? Can you name any of the countries that led in terms of growth of crypto in the past 12 months?
United States.
Venezuela.
No.
India.
U.S.
Moldova.
No. Huh?
Nigeria.
South Africa.
Did you say no to Venezuela?
Yes.
That surprised me.
I'm going to guess Nigeria.
No.
Bolivia.
No.
How about
Colombia.
Afghanistan?
How about Europe?
No.
How about Vietnam?
You all suck. Oh, who said that? Was that Donna?
Vietnam was Donna.
Donna wins with Vietnam. Vietnam was the leader in the past 12 months. Global crypto adoption has taken off in the last year, with Vietnam, India, and Pakistan firmly in the lead, according to new data. The next one is a profile of a company called Cerebras, which made the world's largest chip by using a wafer scale approach that offers one possibility for AI chips to keep up with Moore's law, which are chips that can add on to themselves and actually kind of grow. It's really kind of a really cool thing. And Tesla showcased this in their AI day very recently in a very cool way. So these chips can continue to get stronger and smarter and whatnot. It's a very cool article from the New Yorker. And the next big story is that the FTC's updated antitrust suit or anti-monopoly push against Facebook incorrectly claims that Facebook has driven up ad prices via their monopoly control over personal social networking market. Where they recently refiled their antitrust suit against Facebook after a federal judge deemed the agency failed to prove that there's any kind of real monopoly there. And now even even tech journalists who are no fans of Facebook are pointing out that this suit is claiming that Facebook drove up ad prices, and the data shows otherwise. So, as I already said, I don't think the FTC is gonna win this one on even on the refiling of this suit. So the next big story is a company called Cloudflare, one of the big cybersecurity companies in America, says it mitigated a 17 million RPS denial of service attack last month, which is 3 times larger than any previous denial of service attack targeting a customer in the financial industry. And that means that it was denial of service attacks are just huge floods of bots hitting your site simultaneously, so much flooding of your site that it aims to kind of crack it under all of the weight of all of this. And this huge wave of 17.2 million is 3 times larger than any previous known denial of service attack. So it's kind of like they're boasting a little bit in this headline. This company Cloudflare saying, they're kind of bragging that their customer who used them didn't go down. So the next one is Google says it's shutting down a standalone Android Auto for phone screens. Why are journalists so bad at writing clear headlines? Google says it's shutting down the standalone Android Auto for phone screens app with Android 12 in favor of Google Assistant driving mode in Google Maps. Okay. Android 12 will mark the end of the stopgap app. Google has confirmed it's shutting down the Android Auto for iPhone screens app in Android 12. Next one is a profile of Thomas Templeton, an Apple hardware veteran, building a Bitcoin wallet for Square. Oh, really? And how he photographs retail countertops to inform product design. Oh, really? Wow. Hold on here, folks. There's more to this headline than meets the eye, because the fact that he came from Apple hardware means he had something to do with Apple Pay. The fact that Square, which is a fintech app, and they have their wallet called the Cash App, which takes Bitcoin. And so the fact that Thomas Templeton is an Apple hardware veteran, hold that thought, because clearly if he's working at Square on their wallet, that means he worked at Apple in a similar capacity, which is Apple Pay, which is the most popular digital payment system in America. I know it's not that big internationally, but that's really the only game in town in the US for the time being. So if Square hired this guy, Thomas Templeton, to build a Bitcoin wallet for Square. Square's all about physical stores, by the way. I mean, they are doing a lot of online stuff as well, but Square's main jam is working with brick and mortar mom and pop businesses. And if he's building a Bitcoin wallet for Square, and why is he using photographs of retail countertops to inform his product designs? Well, that means whatever he's cooking up has something to do with brick and mortar retail countertops, meaning an Apple Pay like competitor, but on Bitcoin. So using Bitcoin to do actual transactions. And this helps connect some dots that we've already been connecting here in Tech News Around the World, which is that Square's Cash App, which takes Bitcoin, is likely to add on the Lightning Network and merge, and every Twitter account will have a Cash App digital wallet with Bitcoin. Because it's actually, this is hardly.
Hey, Tyler.
Yeah, go ahead, Amay. I just want to finish this thought. That
sorry.
Reason that we've been able to connect these dots, the clues are very nicely kind of hidden, barely hidden, in Jack Dorsey's replies to people on Twitter. But you can't look at his Twitter account and see these. You have to find Jack Dorsey's replies to other tweets. So if you go to Jack Dorsey's Twitter account, don't look at his normal tweets that he's tweeting out. Click on replies. And then you see how he's replying to other people, and you'll see he's actually being rather transparent that he's bringing Lightning to make Bitcoin the currency of the people and the currency of the planet, as he calls it. And that makes us think that he's bringing it to Twitter, that every Twitter account will have a Cash App digital wallet with Bitcoin and via Lightning, so people can use that as the form of kind of settlement in Twitter land, because they have a whole bunch of new e-commerce features coming to Twitter. And this profile of Thomas Templeton, a Apple hardware veteran, probably Apple Pay, which is hardware, and building a Bitcoin wallet for Square, and how he photographs retail countertops to inform the product design. That sounds like it's going to be a Bitcoin version of Square payment at retail. Go ahead, May.
Tyler, this is really interesting because this is kind of how I do my research. Personally, that's one of the tricks I use. I don't read the news. I go in deep into Twitter to see what they're responding and talking about, because that's usually where you get the juicy answers.
It's the source these days. And let's just
exactly.
do continue, but you're exactly right. So much of tech journalism today is just journalists that saw a tweet and making an article about it. And the real news is breaking in these tweets if you're able to
inside it.
Yeah, especially
not just
So let me read you a tweet that Jack sent out on August 12th, because he did talk about the lightning with a lightning wallet. He did talk about that. So this is what he responded, and I'm just going to read you his tweet from October 12th. Agreed. Every account on Twitter being able to link to a lightning wallet, however. And then it continues in the thread with Dan Held, Pampaloni, Jack. I don't believe any one company should own the NFT space. Like, he's literally having a dialogue around this the same way he had at the Bitcoin conference.
Right, but
he's doing the same
thing. If you can read between the lines, it doesn't get more clear than that. I mean, he's spelling it out.
Yeah, and there's one other thing to throw in the mix is that David Marcus from Facebook popped up this week to talk about their Novi wallet.
Exactly.
They're pretty close. They're pretty close to every state having approved. They're almost there.
Yeah, both.
And so
Twitter,
so they're ready to go.
Yep.
And I don't know, and they moved the foundation. I mean, they've done a lot of things. I don't know if they've lost momentum, but I'm sure that they can pick it up. But I just think that you'll see the wallet war with these different payment companies.
You're dead on. I thought the same yesterday as well. I was like, oh wow, what an interesting coincidence that Facebook is all of a sudden hot to trot again on their digital wallet and their digital currency at the exact same time that Twitter's clearly about to come out with a digital wallet, digital currency.
Tyler, could I connect something to Europe, which is pretty tight?
Mm-hmm.
And I know you're going to love this because, we always talk about the privacy of juicy data.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Gaia-X is the European, it's navigating the European data, decentralized data rules, and every freaking country is on there. And I just want to get you, because I pulled it onto my website. Like, I literally was just scooping it up for you, and I was going to tweet it out, but it's Project Gaia-X, and it's the datainfrastructure.eu, data-infrastructure. And if you go in there, they are going badass balls to the wall to protect data on a decentralized level in all of Europe. The Gaia-X, European Association for Data and Cloud, AISBL, and they've been at this since 2017. So they've been going full on, and Germany's leading the pack, and they're using no other than Ocean Protocol, which has been a sort of, not a sleeper project, but a solid, steady project that's been working in the background. And they have a multitude of use cases around agriculture, energy, finance, geoinformation, health, industry, mobility, public sector, and smart living. So I would highly recommend, if you want to go down the rabbit hole, look at data.infrastructure.eu and the connection to blockchain.db. And if you look at who's inside there in the about Big Chain DB, it's a German company that works on Ocean Protocol. Inside their story, which started on 2017, if you scroll down to the About Us, it says in early 2017, we'd spent nearly 4 years thinking about IP and big data. We started to see problems at the intersection of these topics. How can you securely own data and sell it while avoiding data escapes? Modern artificial intelligence was on the rise, and with it, the demand for way more data. We realized blockchain technology could help, especially decentralized data marketplaces. With the Toyota Research Institute, we built a prototype data marketplace that used Big Chain DB, and it's out of Germany. This initial foray is decentralized data marketplace grew into the much larger project Ocean Protocol. The team at the Big Chain DB GPMH company is now focused on Ocean Protocol. And literally, if you see the partners in here, it's like big wigs. It's Capgemini, Cognizant, Daimler Chrysler, Polkadot, MongoDB, Microsoft, Recruit, Accenture, Toyota, Tata Consultancy Services, Porsche, Techno Identity. They're like some heavy hitters in the partners and collaborations in this project. So this is kind of how I do my deep research, is to see who's doing the work, who's the innovators, who are the movers and shakers, and what countries are involved, and who are the developers and the chains they're looking at. So that's just an example of something that's really going to start looking at data infrastructure and data decentralization, but still holding on to the crust of privacy, because Europe is very, very big into that.
Mm-hmm. So I just read.
I have only looked at the parts of I must say your summary was just brilliant, Amy.
I just read this article about.
Thanks, Johan. Tack så mycket.
Yeah, tack så mycket. This Apple hardware veteran, Thomas Templeton, he says it right out in the open. Templeton takes photos of countertops at coffee shops, and he says it's a little weird. It's a good question for his new challenge, which is something harder to capture in the wild, making a hardware device that safeguards the privacy keys to unlock cryptocurrencies. Right now, it's a niche product category that caters to the most hardcore crypto hodlers. But it's one of several Bitcoin-related bets Dorsey is making to solidify Square's role in the crypto world. And that makes Templeton's job, which is to make the device appealing and user-friendly to the same kind of people who trade Bitcoin on Cash App, all that more crucial. They're just being very obvious about it. And I no doubt that's why Facebook doesn't want to let them get the buzz and get the jump on it. And that's why you see David Marcus jumping out all hot on the mic, letting everyone know they've got their digital wallet and their digital payment system. But the problem is it's their coin. It still is. Is it not, Donna? What are they calling their coin now? Diem, and the wallet's called Novi. But it's like, do you really want to be trading in Facebook coins versus Bitcoins in the case of Square and Twitter? I mean, that was the issue. This has been the issue all along. Is like just people don't trust Facebook, and like at the time when they announced their original coin, which they called what was it, Libra? Yeah, people were just like, yeah, that's nice, but I don't trust you with my data, let alone my money. So thanks, but no thanks, and it just kind of imploded. But it's too huge of an opportunity to turn away from. And Facebook knows that in many parts of the world, like Indonesia, they are the internet. You don't have a choice to use anything else. There is nothing else. Facebook is the only website in Indonesia because they pay for everyone. It's free to use Facebook in many parts of the world, and if you want to use the open internet, you got to pay for data. But if you use the Facebook app, Facebook pays for your data, so it's free. And that's why the Philippines has a whole lot of Facebook adoption, and Indonesia and other parts. So they know that even if it's only those countries, if they become the default currency in those countries, that's huge. That's super powerful. Anyway,
Well, Tyler,
yeah,
you got to think about it like this too, with Twitter and Twitter Spaces and all the stuff that's going on. Most of the millennials don't use Facebook.
Right.
They're not even on it.
Right.
So when they go get their first bank account, they're going to move directly to this. It's an app on their phone with a program they already have attached to their phone.
Great point. Young people don't have bank accounts, but they do have Facebook accounts, and then this becomes they don't realize it, but it's a gateway to a bank account, because they'll continue to add their digital wallet will continue to add more functions and features and evolve into becoming more of a full-fledged bank account.
In Sweden, we have Swish and the kids have some kind of bank account in the background, but all kids have Swish. All kids have Swish.
Yeah, but Swish is quite lovely. So the next biggest headline at this moment, but before I do, David, I did try to invite you on stage, so if you're having trouble, jump out and back in. The next biggest story is Google says it's shutting down. Oh, we covered that. And then we covered that. So the next one's from Bloomberg. The CEO of South Korea's online retail giant called Coupang is facing renewed criticism about working conditions after a fire damaged one of its main fulfillment centers. Okay. Next one's from Reuters. A consortium including Nordic Capital, who I happen to know, and Insight Partners to buy and take private a company called Innovalon, which makes software for analyzing healthcare data. Not a bad business to be in, for $6.4 billion. Healthcare software maker Innovalon said on Thursday it had agreed to be taken private for $6.4 billion. Congrats to them. And healthcare data, yep, that's about as juicy of data as there is on the planet. So 6.4 billion sounds about right. Cheryl?
Tyler,
John, Tina, and John Madison, Tina, Dr. Fran,
Okay.
and a few others are in the
Okay, go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I was one, at least I did send, I know, a copy of that South Korean article. And the reason I sent it is apparently this company is like the Amazon of South Korea. And the same issues that have been raised about Amazon in the U.S. were raised about this company. That's why I thought it was relevant in terms of working conditions and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I just see Ben just came in, and we were just talking about what? Oh, the Facebook currency, the Facebook wallet is, pushing to making, the leader, David Marcus, jumped hot on the mic yesterday to say, they're back in it and ready to, round two for Facebook and their digital wallet. And then, because Ben follows this space pretty closely, that Square has hired a guy who's a veteran of Apple hardware, and he's building a Bitcoin wallet for Square and for retail. But we also have to assume this Bitcoin wallet that Square has, which is Cash App, is also going to merge with Twitter accounts, because, by the way, as Amay just found a tweet from Jack Dorsey himself replying to somebody that they're going to add it to not only all Twitter users, but for everybody online should have a crypto wallet, a Bitcoin enabled crypto wallet through Lightning to connect people online. So he's starting to become very unambiguous about the ambitions there.
Tyler?
Yes.
Just one little point to that
Yeah.
makes that also connected as well. Remember, he had the whole conversation about how he wanted to make things more seamless, so that like the older generation could also function, right? So I think that is where he's really considering mass adoption has to be something that's secure, easy to use, and available to everyone.
Yes.
And that's why he brought up that moon wallet, because it was simple. I think he said his grandmother, someone was able to do it. And I think when you start seeing, for example, Europe, which is 64% over 60, and if you want to get adoption to the older generation, it would have to be very simple and secure for them to navigate. They're in some ways almost like for kids, right? I mean, as we get older, some people tend to digress and become more childlike. So you start to see that also where it's easier for them. But I also think that would keep the older person feeling like connected and still feeling part of society.
Yeah. Yep. So the next big headline is that researchers, this is from the Washington Post and Forbes and Wired and Engadget and a bunch of others, all reporting about researchers who built an Apple-like system to identify child abuse images in end-to-end encrypted online services, say they abandoned it due to numerous abuse and misuse concerns, which is a really clever way of stating, without naming Apple, hey, Apple, you can't do what you're planning to do with this child abuse image scanning thing without opening yourself up to numerous abuse and misuse concerns, even if it were end-to-end encrypted, in the examples that theirs was. So again, these researchers built an Apple-like system to identify these child abuse images in end-to-end encrypted online services and still decided, nah, fuck it, abandon it, abort mission, because this thing can be abused, 10 ways to Friday. And so if we did, then, and by the way, I don't know that many of Apple's systems aren't end-to-end encrypted. So even if they are, it's ripe for potential abuses, and it's an interesting point. So Snowden jumps in on this one to say that the key distinction is that the rest of the club compares files on their servers against the blacklist. Apple proposal is to begin doing the same on your phone. And yeah, he feels this is a very critical issue to stay on top of. He's commented consistently, repeatedly on this issue about Apple scanning for child abuse images, and he's really trying to raise the flag in a way that he's not really known to take this much repeated pokes at a particular issue. So the next other article is a deep dive into aggressive law, according to Politico, a deep dive into the aggressive lobbying tactics of Apple in using to fight the App Store bills, where America's trying to stop the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store from their duopoly. Because if you're an app developer and you want to be on mobile apps, they're pretty much forcing you to go through their app stores. And the question is, should they be able to do that? And the government's basically saying they shouldn't. I understand many people feel that they have the right to do that, and that, whatever. Okay. The point is, the government thinks that's kind of monopolistic behavior, that app developers should be able to, or users should be able to download apps directly from the people who make the apps if they want to. They should have that option to do that. And forcing them to go through the App Store, where Apple takes a 30% cut of the revenue, and Google and does as well, is a little bit strong. So, but the article is from Politico is the deep dive into the aggressive lobbying tactics that Apple's using to fight the government's plans to break that up. And indeed, they're, if this does get broken up, and it looks like it will get broken up, I'm willing to bet it does get broken up. I'm willing to bet, if someone wants to bet me, we can bet. I bet you that the U.S. is going to force Apple and Google to allow for other third-party app stores on their devices. And that's, well, I shouldn't even make the bet that specific. I think they're going to come up with solutions that allow developers and users to download directly. That's really what I'm betting. How they manifest that, I'm not so concerned. But it would essentially circumvent their sort of soft monopolies in forcing everyone to go through their app stores. So, and that breaking that up, that's worth billions of dollars to Apple. In fact, it's worth nearly $1 billion just on one app developer alone, which is Epic Games with Fortnite. They apparently are making in some of the bigger apps, some of the bigger video games, they're making hundreds of millions of dollars on one app. And there's 1 million apps in the App Store. So you do the math. Somebody has done the math. They're making billions of dollars from the App Store. And do they really need to check Epic Games' Fortnite game that it's has, that there's something to be worried about? No, the real problem is these tiny little sneaky apps that have tricky shit in them. It's not Adobe that they need to be worried about. It's not the really big game. It's not Spotify that they have to look at with a magnifying glass to make sure Spotify's putting in malicious code and Trojan horses into your phones. It's the little unheard apps you've never heard of that really do need to be part of the App Store, by the way. Because and thank God Apple is checking those sneaky little apps. But the big app developers are not trying to do really sneaky shit on your phone for the most part. So that's what's interesting about this whole case. But now I actually kudos to the Washington Post for doing. I love a post like this. A deep dive, or Politico rather, a deep dive into the aggressive lobbying tactics that Apple is doing to prevent the loss of a huge tons of billions of dollars. Of course, they're going to invest millions in lobbying to prevent the loss of billions of revenue from the App Store. All makes all the sense in the world. Shit, any of us would do the same. But let's be transparent about it. And let's see how they're doing it. So that's it for the. Oh, there's one other one, which is it's now been reported that Google is dismantling its Google Health division, formed in 2018, and I don't buy it. I don't think they really are. I think that's just a smokescreen. That's too lucrative of a business to abandon. But it was reported that the VP of Google Health just stepped down to go work at a med tech startup.
I think the thing is, Tyler, and I'm an outsider in this space, so I've been trying to learn it. I think that, believe it or not, I don't think the big tech's going to be able to pull it off on the electronic health record space. It's too old egg, like if you talk about Great Gatsby, it's too old money. They have vested interest. If you're a patient, that data is king. Like, the theme of this room is juicy data. And if you're a hospital system, it's even more king, because number one, they use your health records, and the crappy information and the crappy faxes that they use to transfer information to each other as warfare. They know that if you consider all of this part of your customer acquisition costs, when you're a big healthcare provider and your biggest customer is threatening you to leave, the punch you pack is that when they do leave, it's going to cost whoever takes them on a fortune to onboard. And if you're another bigger system, it doesn't matter. You just send them through your labs, you send them through whatever, and who loses is the patient. And so for the kicker for us is the healthcare system uses this to fight each other, and then they use the data and go sell it to the medical research industry. So, if you have a cancer, it's also very likely that the healthcare industry's, using that information they find out about you to make money off of you. So I hope somebody takes the data back. But right now, where it stands, and the signals are that Cerner, Epic, and, the old guard are going to continue to be the old guard in this system. And the fact that Google Health's VP left to go to Cerner is another signal that that's the case. And I think somebody else quit Apple Health too. So I'm sorry to rant on, but
no,
that's what I discovered is that data's warfare for the medical industry, and it sucks for patients.
Okay. So then the other big headline, well, those are the big headlines at the moment. And now we get into the part that everyone's been waiting for, which are the actually truly interesting headlines that all of this, as the geeks of the interwebs, have been finding over the past 24 hours. And we've got them all lined up. And anyone can participate, either physically on stage or via Twitter. Just if you find a good headline that you think we should share with the class here, raise your hand, jump up on stage and share the headline from your part of the world professionally or geographically, or tweet it out and include our Twitter account, TNATW, as part of your tweet. We will see it, and if we like it, we will talk about it. Although a lot of people are sharing a lot of the same articles, that's okay. It helps us reconfirm what people find really interesting. So don't worry if it's a duplicate. And so here we go. We've got a whole bunch of them. But before I get into them, is anyone on stage have one that they are particularly excited about? They want to make sure we get into. I've cherry picked out my favorite 50, and I've still got. We might be here a while. we've got a ton of them. What do you got, Cheryl?
Hey, Tyler, there's only
Yes.
one I want to point out
Uh-huh.
because I have a kind of unique knowledge in part of this, and just so as a warning. I know a lot of people are into crypto. I'm not a crypto expert. However, I tweeted to Tech News, whatever it was, 16 hours ago. I'm looking at it right now. That the United States is very close to approving ETFs based on Bitcoin, but they're going to use futures. And the thing with ETFs with futures, it doesn't matter whether it's crypto or oil or gas, because I've seen how the oil and gas ones work, is that when you use futures, the nature, which I won't go into the detail if somebody wants it, the price of an ETF that uses futures may stray very much from the spot price of the asset you're trying to track. In fact, it can go in the inverse relationship because futures contracts are constantly rolling over, and there's something called contango, and they can be at higher. The future price can be higher, and so if they come out with this thing, people who want to buy Bitcoin or track Bitcoin this way, this would not be a good way to do it, because just like any other ETF that uses futures, it may not track to the underlying asset. And I just wanted to put that out there as a warning for people. And I tweeted the article over to Tech News, so it's there. Okay.
Cool.
Can call Donna here. Call me the skeptic, but I just find it surprising that, of course, the one that they are thinking of approving happens to be where Jay Clayton, former SEC chair, is on the board. And wow, they applied for this, and all of a sudden, ETFs with futures is the way to go. So call me the skeptic.
I would like to point out about Tesla bot impact on the society. Humanoid. Tesla humanoid.
Is that another
They will.
headline, Milos?
Yeah, I'm saying
Go
that
ahead.
I would like to. Tesla had their AI and the robotics day, and they introduced the humanoid Tesla bot, which I think if they will pull it off, it will be huge impact on the society.
If you're saying if they do pull it off, it'll have a huge impact on society.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's fairly obvious, though.
Okay, can I do my fun one?
Yeah.
But I want you to play that game. Okay.
Jeopardy?
So, yes.
Go ahead.
wait. Let me go through the thing first.
Cheryl, am I gonna win or what?
Those who read it, just keep quiet, okay? In the 1980s, A&W tried to compete with McDonald's Quarter Pounder by selling third of a pound burger at the same price with better taste. Why? Why is the product still failing?
Who tried to compete with McDonald's?
A&W to compete with McDonald's Quarter
Because
Pounder by
Cheryl,
selling
because
1 pound burger at the same price but better taste. Why is the product still failing?
Because people like
there's like
McDonald's.
5 A&Ws in the whole United States.
And nobody goes to A&W. Nobody knows they exist.
1980s.
What A&W?
The root beer float company.
Yeah, nobody knew it existed then
Cheryl,
either.
you can.
Okay, anybody else
Was
have
it
answer?
was it because it was made? It's Diwa, and I'm here in DCA National Airport, so Washington. So if you hear me muffled, it's because I have a mask on. So my guess is because it was made of vermi burger, which is worms. No.
No.
Okay.
Cheryl,
Anybody else?
the better actual maybe answer is like, if at least Pepsi has beaten Coke in taste test, but Coke is still much bigger, because sometimes that doesn't necessarily matter. People get used to a brand, and they want their brand. And one
Right.
of the biggest marketing debacles in history was New Coke,
Right.
which was supposed to taste like Pepsi. So
Good point.
Okay, let me. Tyler, do you have an answer?
I know the correct answer, but I want to hear what this stupid journalist thinks is the right answer.
Okay. No, because most customers, because this is a US campaign, so most customers thought that the 1/4 burger was bigger. And A&W is trying to rip them off by selling 1/3 burger at the same price. You got it?
No, not really, but it doesn't matter because.
Okay, meaning to say.
No, we
Okay, the
understand
title
it.
of the article is "How Failing at Fractions Saved the Quarter Pounder." Thank you, America.
No, but that has nothing to do with the actual reason why no one's eating their shitty food. The real reason no one's eating A&W is because, as somebody who toured with a band, all in every small city of America more than a dozen times, I've never seen an A&W. I've been to every small city in America, on every highway, more than a dozen times. I have no memory of ever seeing an A&W.
I
There's
guess their
one in
business
Parker,
model is
Arizona,
different.
and that's
Yeah,
about
their
it.
business model is different from McDonald's, which is a real estate company, Tyler.
But Cheryl, my point is nobody knows this company exists that you're talking about. That's why no one's eating it.
You know the A&W at
Well,
Jewel, Singapore, Changi Airport is always long queue.
as somebody who covered the fast food industry when I was,
To be
a Wall Street analyst, I could give you a little. And Tyler, you may have seen these when you were touring, particularly in the U.S. or something. There were these two companies that actually took made a dent in McDonald's for a little bit. Checkers and Rallies.
Yes,
Okay,
very
but
well.
then
Rally's had killer fries, by the way.
yeah, but then McDonald's, finally regrouped, and some of it was in Checkers and Rallies was relation not only to the food but also to price. But McDonald's regrouped, and Checkers and Rallies have had really serious problems. I'm not even sure how many of them are left, or they had to
Yeah,
merge or
they're gone.
something.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. So it's really tough to take on McDonald's.
yeah.
You know.
Smash Burger's doing
But those
okay.
In-N-Out burgers and Shake Shack, those two
Those are
can really
killing
get a
it.
run for the money.
You
They're
Oh
can,
yeah,
killing
In
it
and
in the
you
Out. Yeah,
restaurant.
In and
cannot
Out's
fuck with In-N-Out.
amazing. Yeah.
And Five Guys
Yep,
is
I
Five Guys
love
is
Exactly.
doing
I
well
love
too.
Tyler,
I love
if we ever make it out to Thailand, I'm bringing you in and out.
In-N-Out animal
You know,
style.
the funny
Frozen on the
story
plane.
was, yeah, the funny story, the In and Out, how popular it is that Ethiopia is unfortunately very famous in infringing a lot of brand names. So somebody opened a burger here, named it In and Out without being the actual In and Out. It is really the most popular burger place here in Addis, so I can tell you
Oh,
that.
they
Okay.
didn't
Are we
trademark
talking
the
about
brand?
White Castle as well? White Castle?
Oh my God! Let's not get into White Castle. So
Right.
I
the
think White Castle was mystery
Tyler,
meat
can
for
I add one
sure.
more to the table?
sure.
No one's had a great burger unless they've been to Fat Burgers, the corner of La Cienega
Yeah, Fat Burger's
and
not bad.
Little
That's
Santa
an
Monica.
LA
Fat
favorite.
fries,
Yep.
skinny fries.
Yep. Okay. So Vinay, you just sent this one in from Business Today out of India. Adobe not looking to pay differential as it embraces hybrid work model. Last month, Adobe formalized its remote hybrid worker arrangement, allowing its employees to work from both home and office locations when Adobe India campuses reopen. And that's the headline. So thank you.
Yeah, I have friends in Adobe. So, Tyler, I have friends in Adobe.
Mhm.
And as soon as Adobe did the hybrid announcement, a whole bunch of employees sent in messages saying, I hope you guys are not going to do differential pay. Otherwise, we're going to be quitting. So they had to come up with a policy saying, no, we're not going to do that. Right.
Yep.
So very proactive employees.
Yeah. Okay. Other headlines here. People are sending in. PT Yoder, who's listening in the audience, sends this one in from Forbes that vaccination status may be considered to get an ICU bed in Dallas. COVID cases are skyrocketing with no signs of slowing down. And now they have to prioritize who gets a bed in the hospital. And they're going to prioritize people.
I think they're doing that in Alabama as well.
Yeah, Alabama just announced they're having quote unquote astronomical COVID hospitalizations. But
the
that's
surprising thing about that news is it centralized enough for folks to at the hospital to even be able to verify the status?
yeah.
Very good
I think they
observation.
should. Yeah, I think it is. Developer. So the next one up is from Anita via Reuters that Russian watchdog tells Google and Apple to remove Navalny's app. And if Navalny is Putin's biggest political rival, and he's a very outspoken critic of Vladimir Putin, and he even did an incredibly viral video in Russia about 3 months ago. Did you guys see this video? It was fucking unbelievable, where he exposed a lot of the corruption of the whole Russian system, and Putin himself in his big mansion on the Black Sea, where they had a drone and they showed it. And oh my God, what an amazing video that is. You must watch it if you haven't seen it. Anyway, and he's the guy who got poisoned by, Big Daddy Vladdy's henchman, and then landed, thankfully, was saved in a Berlin hospital, and then he came back to Russia, released the video I just mentioned, and now, according to Reuters, Russia is telling Google and Apple to remove his app from their app stores. Russian communications watchdog has demanded that Alphabet, Google, and Apple remove Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny's app from their stores. Or what? Or we get out? Who cares? You're a shitty little country with an economy smaller than the fucking Italy. We don't give a fuck what you think, Putin. Your economy is not big enough for us to fucking bother. Think again.
So hey, Tyler.
Yes.
That's why you find people.
On the Saturdays, should we sort of? Would it be nice to have like a little bit of wine while we start these conversations? Because I swear to God, I feel like I'm having a drunk conversation. That's bad. It's like I just feel like it loses the complete decorum. Like we should be like sitting on a couch with a beer or a glass of wine, like just reading these and kind of giving.
Yeah. Now India on the other hand, they can tell Apple and Google to jump, and they say, "How high, boss? You got it, boss. Whatever you say, boss. You have 1 billion people, boss. You want me to eat my own feces? You got it, boss. Anything you say."
And Russia's like, I'm gonna show Google, Facebook, and Apple who's boss. I'm gonna fine you $54,000, assholes.
Yeah, I think they're just doing that just to get a little pocket money for the weekend. Go down to. Go play some
like casino. When you go to TJ, you need your bailout money.
Yeah.
Well, but remember how much Facebook depends on ad revenue and how much of that came from Russia. So I wouldn't count Russia out completely.
That's a good point. So the next article is from Evan that Southwest is an airline in America, and you can just imagine what part of America they're focused on. So Southwest pilots and flight attendants say they're exhausted. Pilots ready to picket. Southwest employees say they're overworked, consistently forced to work flights not on their schedules, and unable to call in sick without company blowback. And so now they're warning everyone they might picket. And that's very nice of them to warn. They don't even have to do that. They could just start picketing, and it would be stronger if they did it that way. Ken?
And what's interesting about that, Southwest typically has had the best employee relations of any airline.
Kudos to the Southwest teams, man. They really go above and beyond and make that airline what it is. It'd be, I think, a lot of
Tyler, was the Southwest the one where the famous guitar got back to the guy? No, I can't remember.
United. That viral. That was United who got the guitar back to the guy. Southwest does so many cool things that you could make a viral video every day of the fun shit that their flight attendants do on their flights. They're just, it's a cool.
It's a bit like JetBlue, right?
Yeah, in terms of a business, it's like JetBlue, but I think JetBlue started kind of trying to ape Southwest vibe a bit once they realized.
No, JetBlue's always been like that since day one. Yeah? JetBlue's always been like that one. Okay. Yeah, they've been totally like the entertainment airline. Yeah. I actually think it's the reverse.
Okay.
It's actually the reverse because Southwest was more like the Vegas crew, but JetBlue used to always be like, the saucy gay airline.
Yeah.
So it was always like the humorous things when you traveled.
Yeah, they service slightly different markets. Like JetBlue's a little more East Coast and Southwest is obviously in the Southwest. So they do overlap. But the next one's up from Gabby via abc.net.au out of Australia. Google's hidden search algorithms are being investigated by researchers, just like Facebook's, by the way. And here's what they found. A bunch of researchers trying to figure out what's going on behind the curtain at Google. When we Google a topic many of us trust, that something called the algorithm will magically serve up the right information. But what is the algorithm? How does it work? And are we all getting different results and therefore different information about how the world works around us? Yes, we are getting personalized results. That's why it works better that way, actually. To answer these questions, researchers are rolling out a project that enlists the help of the public. A year-long Australian search experience project invites Australians to install a browser plugin. Here we go again with these browser plugins to help deconstruct what everyone's seeing, just as 2 different groups have done with Facebook already. And that's how you can, as a user, agree to share your data with these researchers with these browser plugins. And Facebook shut down 2 of these projects recently, and now Facebook's got themselves in a little bit of hot water because they were trying to blame the shutdown on the FTC, and the FTC came out and said, no, we didn't force you to stop that research project from NYU or that other one out of Berlin. And now someone out of Australia is starting to do the same with Google. So with this browser plugin, it will automatically query Google Search, Google News, Google Video, and YouTube several times a day on your behalf and on key topics. And that's super clever. So it's actually doing the searches for you. And you've opted in to be like, cool, go ahead, knock yourself out. Use my Google account and see what they're showing me and compare it to what they're showing everybody else. It runs in the back.
The thing is, this will actually probably tilt. If you have a robot doing these queries on your schedule, it might tilt their poor algorithm into the wrong end of the playing field.
Yeah, it runs in the background and does not access any personal data. May, you wanted to say something? No. The Australian...
I just wanted to mention that the metaverse doesn't want us to know that we're in the filter bubble.
The Australian project will coincide with the next federal election and addresses long-standing questions about the influence of search algorithms over the way people vote. Do people who vote one way get the same search results as those who vote another? No, they get different results. That's the whole point of personalized search. By comparing the search results generated with the demographic details of the potentially thousands of participants, the researchers aim to understand how the various search algorithms weigh different factors. Basically, they're trying to study Google's algorithms by reverse engineering them from search results. Here's what they've found so far. Drum roll, please. COVID search results are carefully curated. The project launched last month and so far has more than 500 participants who have donated data from more than 40 million search results, which adds up to 20 gigabytes of data a day. So far, the clearest trends are for Google Search, according to the project's chief investigator. Very, very early results suggest most Australians are getting roughly the same information when they Google a topic, regardless of their age, gender, or other demographic factors. From what we're seeing so far, Google searches, on a Google search, there is probably less evidence of any significant personalization or problematic personalization. Unlike YouTube, which is designed to keep users engrossed by providing a highly personalized feed of content. What was more surprising was the level of curation of search results for certain topics. Curation is where Google suspends the usual operation of the algorithm to actively promote or bury certain information. Google has long stated that it does use human curation to collect or arrange the results on a page, though the line between this and human tweaking an algorithm to curate search results is a fuzzy one. The first page of Google results, it says, they pointed out that a search on the term COVID delivers a whole page of embedded content with information on case numbers and symptoms, as well as links to official health information. So it's actually human curated. And I know way more about this than I should because Jason and I built a human powered search engine called Mahalo. And that was our whole proposition, which was for people searching for the word COVID from a certain city. Obviously, we would show the data for that city and make it a human can really figure out on a day-by-day basis what's the most important information to show about COVID in a way that an algorithm would struggle to do. So Google is doing that. They're using actual human kind of curation on some of the most searched for topics, because people are searching for COVID way more than normally. And on these incredibly breakthrough searches, we might as well employ humans to make them truly the best they can be. The combination of algorithm plus human is going to be better than purely algorithm, obviously. So for when the whole planet is searching for something, you might as well add on the human touch to the result to humanly pick out all of the best stuff and put it on the page. So that's what the guy's saying is, on the search term COVID, it delivers a whole page of embedded content, meaning stuff that an algorithm wouldn't be clever enough to do. It's human plus algorithm. The first page of Google results for terms like COVID and vaccines and lockdown and quarantine is fairly carefully curated. Yeah, no shit, because if there's a search term and 1 billion people are searching for it, they're going to add in the extra human curation layer on top of the algorithm. It shows a whole...
Not just that, there's the disinformation campaigns
that
have been waged around the issue.
Absolutely.
And that's like warfare against algorithms
totally.
at certain levels.
Absolutely. So it shows a whole range of embedded content before you finally get to the actual result. Before the pandemic, such an obvious curation of search results would have been very unusual. Yeah, well, no, not really. It's due to the volume as well, and as Eli correctly points out, it's due to the importance of the medical information and the wanting to prevent misinformation or disinformation campaigns, which some of our friends in authoritarian regimes have been called out repeatedly on this particular issue. And so in a statement, Google said dedicated features on important topics like health and elections is something the company has done for years. Yeah, exactly. They're going to do human curation on those important issues because we have bad actors from authoritarian regimes who are trying to, as Eli exactly correctly pointed out, are trying to be manipulated. So they add the human, curation layer to as a defense against that. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have worked closely with national and regional health authorities to make trusted information available to all Australians, Google has said. And so the project is just starting, but they're continuing on. And that's the essence of what they have found thus far through this browser plugin experiment, which is very clever. And hope to see other outcomes that they say. That one of the other ones they say that is there's very little transparency, obviously, but that's by design. They don't want you to know what's going on. It says the curation is for a worthy purpose to reduce the spread of misinformation. Exactly, as Eli and I are both pointing out here. But the lack of transparency or oversight is worrying, they said, as when Google conspicuously experimented with burying links to Australian news sites earlier this year. It shows the corporation's power over the public's access to information. There's very little transparency about what topics they've done this for and how such topics are chosen and by whom. They're not a fucking charity, man. It's Google. It's a goddamn business. They're not going to it's not Wikipedia. They're not going to be like, hey, here's this page has been human curated for you. No, that would be a tip off to all of their competitors. On what planet are you living on that you think Google, a for-profit, tech behemoth, is going to announce their super secret sauce? You are out of your goddamn mind for even implying they would even think to do that. So,
hey, Tyler.
Yes.
Tyler, this is Steve. I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you think that kind of accuracy on the part of Google has something to do with their, well, you said that they were pulling out of the medical, aspect of their presence, but would it have something to do with that, like rebrand it or redirect it to a certain direction, but still has got to do with healthcare and medical stuff? Because they have to be credible in that respect, and that's what it seems like to me.
They don't want to open a Pandora's box of becoming responsible for medical information and everything. They actually would be far smarter to be able to say it's all algorithmic. Yeah, anything you saw about medical had no... Because the second that they say this medical advice page was human curated, America, being the wildly litigious society it is going to be like, I saw something on your human curated page and I followed the link and it took me to some site. And next thing you know, I started swallowing bleach because it said it would kill the virus. And I saw it on Google.
False advertising.
Yeah,
false advertising.
Americans
So
are.
it's still capitalism oriented. It's not because of social responsibility.
Yeah, my
I'm trying to think like,
yeah, it's
yeah.
hard. It's hard for non-Americans to see the world through the American perspective of we because of our absurdly litigious nature. Companies have to go through incredible efforts to avoid putting themselves in litigious situations. So Google is intentionally not going to say, hey, this page was human curated. They would never do that because then they've opened themselves up to lawsuits of people who saying they want to be able to always say, hey, this is an algorithm who sent up these links. And, it's you take the information as you do. We take no responsibility for anything that you're seeing.
The
Okay, I
internet
see.
made us do it.
For those in international audience that aren't aware, like there's a McDonald's case where a lady got handed a hot cup of coffee and she spilled it on herself and she said she didn't know it was hot. And as a result, I think she made a lot of money, and now like they have to like put in like 10, 15-point font, hot, caution hot.
But
And
to be fair, that story, she was scalded with like 120-degree coffee, and McDonald's were actually heating their coffee so hot that it was just unbelievable, an accident waiting to happen, and they actually changed the way they heat the coffee. So some of
yeah,
these stories have a little bit of nuance.
there is
So was that
nuance, but
was that when the cold coffee was invented?
Yeah, I mean, the woman got like third-degree burns all over her body. It was a horrible story.
that's very fair. Yeah. I mean, that was the wrong story to paint the picture of how litigious we are, but
But I
you
agree,
know,
it's ridiculous. But
yeah.
Yep. So I think my friend Bjorn Magnuson just joined the audience. Bjorn, if you're in the audience, please raise your hand. And if you want to jump on stage, that would be fantastic. And I promise to, not throw you any hard balls. But it would be fantastic to get a more Swedish perspective on some of these headlines we're going to jump through here. So the next one is, thank you for that one, Gabby. Evan, here's one that you sent in. Researchers identify a key QAnon influencer called Ghost Ezra. Researchers at the intelligence firm Logically have identified a key member of the QAnon community who has used his significant platform to spread anti-Semitic and other misinformation. Yeah.
yeah, the problem with QAnon, besides being fake news, false news, terrible conspiracy theories, is they're all anonymous, right? So they hide behind their anonymity.
Yeah. But I haven't read the article. Did you note how they were able to uncover this individual?
No, I didn't notice.
I got it right here. So it says, researchers at the intelligence firm Logically have identified a key member of QAnon community who has used their platform to spread anti-Semitic conspiracies in the new, and that's just one of the tip of the iceberg of the crazy shit QAnon has done. In a new report released Friday, the researchers identified the person behind Ghost Ezra as Robert Smart of Boca Raton. Well, now they're doxing him. Jesus. Ghost Ezra has recently emerged as the most influential figures in the far-right online spaces, amassing well over 300,000 Telegram channel subscribers since the beginning of the year. The channel frequently spars with other QAnon influencers, something that has distinguished it from the other voices trying to fill the void. Ghost Ezra has used his platform to spread anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that Jewish people control the media and banking, as well as outright neo-Nazi propaganda. The account also shares unsubstantiated theories about President Joe Biden being dead. Which that is the level of absurdity that comes out of QAnon, and unfortunately, they have a substantial reach and very.
Well, they have a member in Congress, not just a substantial reach.
That's a great point. Great point. It's quite a concerning anti-intellectual movement, to put it mildly.
And of course, he's in Florida, which makes perfect sense.
What a shock that he turns out to be in Florida. So, Evan, here's another one you sent in, that in Los Angeles, breakthrough infections are now 30% of all new COVID cases amid Delta surge, which implies two things. Delta is a little less concerned with whether or not you're vaccinated, and vaccinations themselves have a shelf life of some sort. They diminish over time, as that's been the headlines out of Israel recently. Is that now that people in Israel who all had double doses of Pfizer, they're now starting to see a whole lot of breakthroughs, as apparently the antibodies that defend against COVID are have a bit of a approximately 9-month shelf life or so. Where
I'd
after
be curious, is your doctor? Oh, I guess we have John here. He can talk
yeah,
about
John's
breakthrough infections. I know it's still the vaccine still protect against severe disease and
right,
hospitalization, right? But
right,
still, breakthrough is kind of scary. I don't want to get COVID or long COVID or
sure,
so. What do you say, John? What's happening with breakthroughs? He might be on the phone. But.
yeah. We'll let when John jumps in next time. Let's hit him with that one because he's the right person on that one. Lucky to have.
You tell it was a big story today that the actress who played Sabrina the Teenage Witch, who's now an adult and's got kids, had a breakthrough case, and she's blaming it on the fact that she got it from her son because her son's school doesn't. They don't. All the kids are not wearing masks, and so that and the kids are too young to get vaccinated. So
And at the same time, I just saw some data from San Diego where like the hospitalization rate is still way lower with among people who've been vaccinated versus the unvaccinated. So
Okay, so the
Oh,
next.
she's not hospitalized. She just has bad symptoms, but she's like a flu.
Okay. So next big article here is from Sagar via The Guardian that rain falls on peak of Greenland ice cap for the first time in history because it doesn't rain there. It snows there, but not now. It's raining there for the very first time ever. Temperatures on the summit are normally well below freezing, with rain a stark sign of climate crisis. Heyman sends in this one about did a Chinese hack kill Canada's greatest tech company, from Bloomberg. And it says the documents began arriving in China at 8:48 a.m. on Saturday in April 2004. There were close to 800 of them, PowerPoint presentations from customer meetings, an analysis of a recent sales loss, design details for an American communications network. Others were technical, including source code that represented some of the most sensitive information owned by Nortel Networks Corporation, then one of the world's largest companies. At its height in 2000, the telecom equipment manufacturer employed 90,000 people and had a market value of $367 billion. One of the world's biggest companies, absolutely.
It was at one time. It was the world's biggest company in terms of market cap for a year, I think.
Accounting for more than 35% of Canada's stock, of their stock market. Nortel's sprawling Ottawa research campus sat at the center of a promising tech ecosystem surrounded by dozens of startups packed with its former employees. The company dominated the market for fiber optic data transmission systems. It had invented a touchscreen wireless device almost a decade before the iPhone and controlled thousands of fiber optic and wireless patents. Instead of losing its most promising engineers to Silicon Valley, Nortel was attracting brilliant coders from all over the world. The company seemed sure to help lay the groundwork for the next generations of wireless networks, which would be known as 4G and 5G. And back by 2004, the hackers had breached Nortel's uppermost ranks. The person who sent the roughly 800 documents to China appeared to be none other than Frank Dunn, Nortel's embattled chief executive officer. 4 days before Dunn was fired, fallout from an accounting scandal on his watch that forced the company to restate its financial results. Some, using his login, had relayed the PowerPoints and other sensitive files to an IP address registered to Shanghai Faxion Corp. It appeared to be a front company with no known business dealings with Nortel. The thief wasn't Dunn, of course. The CEO obviously wouldn't be blowing holes in his own ship. Hackers had stolen his passwords and those of 6 other from Nortel's prized optical unit, in which the company had invested billions of dollars using a script called Ill Browse. The intruders swept up entire categories of Nortel systems, product development, research and development, design documents, and others. they were taking the whole contents of a folder. It was like a vacuum cleaner approach, says Brian Shields, who was then the senior advisor on system security and part of the 5-person team that led the investigation of the breach.
You don't break into dust, you break into vacuum.
Yeah. So the question of the headline from Bloomberg, did a Chinese hack kill Canada's greatest tech company? The answer is yes. Although they did far more than just those hackings. They really went above and beyond in killing one of the world's biggest companies. And Canada's still understandably a little sore about it to this day. So
an interesting reflection on this one is that I was part of building the broadband networks in Sweden for Bredbandsbolaget, and Nortel equipment were actually evaluated many times over the process of building all the infrastructure, both for 3G network in Sweden as well as for the broadband connection. It's not so commonly known that Sweden probably has the most solid broadband connections of all countries on the planet. We have fiber to about 40% of all the flats in Sweden,
buildings,
residents, buildings. So we have a very high fiber, and the rest are connected by other means. ADSL is the least known of the other means. The thing is here that during this period, Nortel was combating Juniper, Extreme Networks, together with the other gigantic monster Alcatel and Cisco,
Siemens.
and they actually went into so many debacles in courts over broken patents to left and right. So that crippled Nortel from actually entering some of the affairs I was asking them for. You done.
Okay.
And Tyler, Nortel also had accounting fraud problems, really bad ones too.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the next big headline is from TechCrunch that the OnlyFans porn ban is crypto's opportunity of a lifetime. Today, OnlyFans dropped the massive bombshell that it will be banning sexually explicit content from their apps later this year, and crypto community are getting excited about the opportunity of how to keep OnlyFans train rolling. So the next one is forget supersonic. This hypersonic jet can fly from New York to London in under an hour. The Thermius quarter-horse hypersonic jet is designed to fly Mach 5.5, nearly 6 times the speed of sound, making it the fastest reusable aircraft in the world. And you can see a photo of it in the tweet I just twatted on Twitter at TNATW. And then Jason Henkhaus sends in this one from, the headline reads, Philadelphia-based GoPuff in the news again, acquires yet another company, Bandit. The Austin-based Bandit has offered contactless coffee since 2019, now becoming part of the GoPuff's ever-expanding empire to deliver everything to you in no time at all. And then, Evan, you have this one about a CEO tried funding his startup by asking insiders to deploy ransomware. Likely inspired by the Lockbit ransomware gang, a Nigerian threat actor tried their luck with a $1 million payment lure to recruit an insider to detonate a ransomware attack, and just a funny story. And then Evan,
that furious scratching sound you hear is me writing notes.
Huawei.
Hey, ransomware for good.
Yeah, Evan sent in this one from FT. Huawei's woes hide toothless U.S. export controls against Chinese tech. Access to vital market for equipment and software makers stands in the way of blanket bans. And then Ranjit sent in this one that Belgrade gets digital, but can it compete with other digital nomad locations like Bali and Thailand? In Central and Eastern Europe, the race is on to attract digital nomads who bring not only money but expertise and know-how into local tech ecosystems. And that's correct. And indeed, there is a huge opportunity for locations that have lower cost of living but a high lifestyle, relatively nice lifestyles, and fast connections. And so Belgrade could benefit if they really focus on it. Most notably, Georgia, the country of Georgia, it seems ideally suited. Tbilisi, most of all, the capital of Georgia, seems like where a lot of people might go to, and in Eastern Europe, anyways, because you can go there for a year without a visa. And notably, people seem to love it there, and it's one of the cheapest, lovable cities on the planet. So, next article, also from Regent. The headline reads, Revelock partner brings behavioral biometrics security to Middle East financial services. The FDR platform uses artificial intelligence and behavioral biometrics to develop and understand of every user at a granular level. And you might be asking yourself, what the hell is behavioral biometrics? I will explain it. Biometrics is your fingertips and your eyeball and your face print. How you can be identified from your biometrics, your body. Biometric behavioral biometrics is behaviors that you do that can identify you. And what this is code word essentially for how you click your keyboard can identify you. How you use your mouse can identify you. You can be identified on your computer by the way you click, by the way you type. And websites know this. Some very clever folks know this, and there's apps. There are companies, there are startups, one notably out of Sweden called Behaviosec, who really kind of pioneered and popularized this, and now there's starting to be others, like this one that this article is about, called Revelock, meaning like reveal and lock, and a clever name. The behavioral biometrics is becoming a very important thing. People are able to identify. You don't need cookies anymore. We know who you are based on how you're typing on the keyboard, and it's a really, really interesting technology, and it really works. So
it depends on the use case, because it would really be easy to profile somebody and then impersonate them if you're using this to try and verify somebody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the removing the adding the kind of 2-layer would be really helpful in.
What are you eating, Tyler?
Throat lozenges, so I can continue to bring you the headline. So the next one from Monica, that Facebook launches small business loans in India. India is the first country for Facebook where this program is getting rolled out. In India, to help small and medium businesses that advertise on its platform, of course, get quick access to credit through independent lending partners. So Facebook isn't giving you the loan, they're connecting you with other lending partners. India is the first country for Facebook to roll it out. And then this one from TechCrunch, that SiriusXM. We normally have somebody from Sirius join us here in Tech News, and if she's here, that would be great if she raised her hand. I don't.
You remember her name? I'll check. What's her name?
God, what is her name? Somebody remember? It escapes me. I don't see her. But anyway, SiriusXM launches TikTok Radio, a music channel featuring viral hits hosted by TikTok stars. That's actually pretty clever, I gotta say. If viral TikTok songs like Dr. Dog's Where'd All the Time Go weren't already stuck in your head on a loop, now they could be. Today, SiriusXM launches TikTok Radio channel, which features TikTok creators as channel hosts. The station is designed to sound like a radio version of a platform's feed, said SiriusXM. The parent company Pandora announced the music channel with its TikTok partnership. Sirius is looking to capture a younger audience, obviously, on TikTok app itself. And much music has such a strong footing in TikTok culture that it regularly influences the Billboard charts. Fleetwood Mac's Rumors, originally released in 1978, appeared in the top 10 Billboard album again in 2020 after it was featured in a viral TikTok video of that very lovable video of that dude on a skateboard drinking ocean spray cranberry drink. and they just use that as an example of how influential TikTok can be in music. So the idea of a serious channel around TikTok is kind of cool. So the next one up is, the court ruling about gig workers. We covered that. And then Dr. Fran sends in this one, that the FBI is secretly warning Silicon Valley companies about economic espionage. Like we just talked about with Nortel, with a mysterious company in Beijing who's tearing down one of the world's most important companies out of Ottawa, Canada. So the FBI special agent Nick Shenkin has been working on this in Silicon Valley for quite a few years now, and he gave an interview with Protocol about how he goes all around Silicon Valley helping all of the companies understand how, and he names very specifically, where is it? It's called, the whole thing is called the China Initiative. In 2018, the Department of Justice formally launched the China Initiative, and FBI Director Christopher Wray called China's economic espionage and counterintelligence the greatest long-term threat to America. America's information and intellectual property and our economic vitality. And government estimates of losses from Chinese intellectual property theft run from hundreds of billions of dollars a year, though some critics say those numbers are inflated. So the FBI is working with Silicon Valley to stop Chinese and Russian corporate espionage. They're trying to steal all of the juicy data without having to earn it themselves and learn, rather than build an actual algorithm and all the data and learn how to do all this stuff. Why not just steal all that shit? I mean, it's just so much easier. You can build your own search engine. If I could just copy everything Google's doing rather than develop it, that whole research and development game, that just takes too long, really expensive, really slow. There's a much better way. You just hack into their computer system, just take all that shit out. So much easier. So that's why the FBI is.
Hey, Tyler, I think that was the same article I sent you. I believe, and it wasn't about, let's say, just like traditional hacking. It was about, like, it's a very sensitive area. It's about people with certain you come from China
Mm-hmm.
or the Soviet Union,
Great point.
and then you got relatives back there, and they threaten those relatives. And I think that was part of the story you did the other day, and that somehow that there was some Chinese American who his mother lived still back in China, and they were going to cut off her dialysis unless he stole from his employer and gave it to China.
Correct. That is named in the article, and they said this is one of the most common ways that it happens. Is rather than hack into the best tech companies, which is very, very hard to do, they know that there are team members and employees at the big tech companies who have family members back in China and Russia, and they say this happens all the time. In fact, he says in the article, all the time. He uses that exact phrase. I didn't make that up. He says this happens like every 20 minutes. That their main strategy is find a Google employee or Facebook or Apple or employee who has parents back in China, and then when they threaten that something very bad is going to happen to your family back here in China if you don't give us the information. That's what's happening. So you're right. It's far worse than just hacking. They're doing truly sinister shit.
Any vulnerability.
Yeah, and that's what they're telling the companies is just be aware in your hiring of who you're hiring. You can have compromised people that they don't want to hack your system, but to save their grandmother's life, they might have to. Yeah, it's quite regrettable. Quite despicable.
They got all the bases covered, man. It's just
yeah. So anyway, next big
the other point that needs to be made is that from what I understand of the China just because of their political history, they do not draw such a huge distinction between government secrets or intelligence, about other governments and intelligence about business and technology.
So the next one, companies including Disney and Apple have hired a company called Verite to consult on labor issues at Chinese factories. Now, its local China partner has shut down. Here's what it means, according to the Wall Street Journal. So the Wall Street Journal says, here we go. China closes U.S. auditor as tensions mount over forced labor allegations. Closure of nonprofit Verite raises questions about credibility of labor audits in China. Chinese authorities have shut down U.S. labor auditors' local China partner called Verite, escalating Beijing's campaign to counter forced labor allegations in its northwest Xinjiang region and potentially complicating efforts by multinationals to clarify supply chains in the country. Oh, lovely. So basically, all kinds of companies are trying to confirm their supply chains are not, have slave labor as part of them. They want to make sure that they know they're buying cotton from China. They know they're buying parts from China or solar panels from China. They have part of their supply chain they know is in China, and they understandably want to make sure that the Xinjiang folks who are being held in concentration camps are not doing forced labor to provide their supplies. They want to make sure their supply chain is not involving forced labor of people in concentration camps, understandably. So they use this company called Verite to verify on the ground this. They're an auditor. They're a supply chain auditor. Makes sense. Labor audits. So the closure of nonprofit Verite raises questions about the credibility of labor audits in China because Chinese authorities have shut down the U.S. labor auditor in China, escalating Beijing's campaign to counter forced labor allegations in its northwest region and potentially complicating efforts by multinationals to try and certify the supply chains in the country. China-based Shenzhen Verite, which is affiliated with U.S. labor rights nonprofit Verite, was closed following an April raid on its offices by Chinese security forces, according to people with knowledge of the matter. Though Verite was a small player in China's auditing industry, companies including Walt Disney and Apple have hired Amherst, Massachusetts-based company Verite to consult on labor issues at Chinese factories because Apple and Disney want to make sure they're not using slave labor. And China says, no, you're not allowed to find out if you're using slave labor. Well, why is that if there isn't any slave labor? Because that's China's position. No, there's no one's being held against their will here. There's no slave labor going on here. That's a huge American-made conspiracy theory, is China's point. Well, if that's the case, why not let Verite verify that and let Apple know and Walt Disney and Nike and H&M and everybody know there's no problem here? Why not let the journalists into mainland China? Why did you kick out all international journalists out of all of China? All of them. Who were obviously interested in finding this out as well. And they tried to. And then as a result of them trying to figure it out, he said, you know what? Let's just remove all journalists out of China. All of them. Sounds a little extreme. What are you hiding? What's the problem? And then you have folks here in Clubhouse, when you mention that there's obviously a problem going on there, there are Uyghurs going over the mountains into Pakistan and doing interviews. And there's Uyghurs flying into Sweden, where Sweden welcomes them, and they're doing interviews on Swedish TV, explaining the horrors of what's happening there. And then when you say, here's what Uyghurs are saying when they arrive into, places where they're allowed to speak freely for not fear of their own lives, and boy, it's always more harrowing than anyone dares to imagine. The response is, no, there's no evidence that this is happening there. No, yeah, of course there's not evidence when you're kicking out anyone who's trying to figure out exactly what's going on. Of course, yeah, you're trying to prevent people from getting evidence of what's going on there. Why are you doing that? If there's no reason, if you, as you claim, that's not happening. Oh, and by the way, why are you also paying YouTubers based in China to go make these absolutely absurd, ridiculous YouTube videos dancing around these traditional Uyghur dances, eating Uyghur food, and, showing that nothing's going on. And also, why are there viral YouTube videos that were reported last month of Uyghurs, hundreds of videos of Uyghurs on YouTube saying there's no, we're treated great here. We have great lives here. There's nothing going on bad here at all. And Uncle Xi is beautiful and brilliant. And why are they all reading the same script? Why are they all and why are they all clearly not speaking from their native voices and reading scripts and doing these videos that are supposed to be their own videos, unscripted, yet they all are using the same keywords in a clearly scripted campaigns? I don't know, kind of strange. So, the closure of the Shenzhen-based partner means that Verite has effectively lost its ability to operate in the Chinese market, depriving companies of potential channels to conduct labor audits and research in China. The nonprofit also has a reputation for producing investigations that lent credibility to corporations grappling with labor rights related issues, according to other auditors. Disney declined to comment. Apple said the company has used Verite on a limited basis in China, but not to conduct audits. Okay, thank you for that one from the Wall Street Journal. So the next one is, Evan has this one: should translators fear AI? Yes, is a very short answer on that one.
Yes, easy.
That's about as easy as they get, and that's about
It's like should people in a spelling bee fear computers?
Yeah.
Also, real-time translation, right?
Yeah.
And video translation.
I don't need to read that article. That's a really, I love how journalists, try and make clickbait headlines. That's the opposite. That's like, I don't need to read that article.
But it's an interesting topic, despite the bad headline. Yeah.
There's a whole lot of jobs that need to be worried about AIs. Translators, most of all, is the first on that list of professions threatened by AIs. So Lucia sends in this one from TechCrunch about Spotify expands its radio DJ-like format, music plus talk. So now there's talking between the music, to global creators. Last fall, Spotify introduced a new format that combined spoken word commentary with music, allowing creators to reproduce radio-like experience. I didn't know this. And the reproduced radio-like experience of listening to a DJ or music journalist who shared their perspective on the tracks they would then play. Today, the company is making the format, which it calls Music Plus Talk, available to global creators through its podcasting software Anchor. Creators who want to offer this sort of blending audio experience can now do so using the new music tool in Anchor, which provides access to Spotify's full catalog of 70 million tracks. That's a lot of tracks, 70 million, that they can insert into their spoken word audio program. Spotify has said that this new type of show will continue to compensate the artists when the track is streamed, the same as it would elsewhere on Spotify's platform. In addition, users can also interact with the music content within the shows as they would otherwise by liking the song, viewing more information about the track, saving the song, or sharing it, for example. The shows themselves, meanwhile, will be available to both free and premium Spotify listeners. Paying subscribers will hear the full tracks when listening to these shows, but free users will only hear 30-second previews of the songs due to licensing rights. The format is somewhat reminiscent of Pandora's Stories. And you can check that out. It's now available globally. Thank you for that one, Lucia. The next is also from Evan via Gizmodo. Apple's not digging itself out of this one is the headline. The ongoing drama surrounding the company's proposal, new child abuse prevention tools, has taken another turn. And it just continues to get a little tougher for Apple on this one. But here comes iOS 15, probably August 7th, so just about 2 weeks away. The Samsung sprints past Intel to become the world's semiconductor sales leader. Q2 saw Sammy lean into the booming memory market while Intel's chip sales remain stagnant. And Facebook, the FTC, in their charge against Facebook as a monopoly, say that Facebook was bad at business, so it illegally bought or buried competitors. Which, that I don't know that they illegally bought them. They totally legally bought them. They made them incredibly very generous offers, actually, which Snapchat refused. So I don't know that I'm buying that claim from the FTC.
Yeah, and remember, Facebook declined to be acquired by Yahoo for $1 billion too. So you can always say no.
Yeah. The next one from Lucia is Academy of Country Music Awards will move from CBS to where? And this is interesting. So this is a music awards show. In this case, it's the Country Music Awards show. Used to be live streamed on CBS, and now it's moving. But where it's moving to is quite interesting. Does anyone know where's the Country Music Awards moving to?
OAN.
I'm gonna guess.
Netflix.
I'm gonna guess Amazon.
Netflix.
And Ken joins the Winners Club. Well done, Ken. The answer is Amazon. Amazon
Right,
is
student.
taking over TV and acquiring rights. Next thing you know, the NFL itself will be on Amazon. That's how this is going down.
Actually, it is already on Amazon. They bought the Thursday Night Football rights, Tyler, that used to be with Fox, so they're already in the NFL situation.
Bada boom, bada bing. There we go. How long did that take? 3 seconds? How long before they take the Olympics was on NBC? Next year, Amazon. It's coming. So
No, Olympics not next year. 4 years from now.
No, it's next year. 2022 Beijing.
The Winter Olympics. Okay, got it.
Yeah, a few months down the road.
It's actually got it. Well, how many months away?
It's February, right? So what? 6 months.
Yeah, and they have a bunch of COVID, which they better figure that shit out quick.
Hey, Tyler.
Yes.
This is Dewa. Can I backtrack a little bit on what you said, because I was eating when you talked about
Sure.
the translators losing their job.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm a translator, I'm going to chip in on it a little bit.
Okay.
Probably on the most used languages and the easier languages. Yes, they will be taken over by translation. And also by, for example, when you Google up something. But when you're in court and you're talking about nuances of this and that and he and she, that's a long way from now. And that's my experience being a Tagalog translator. It's what they call an exotic language, in which case it's not used very often, and therefore AI is not replete with the Tagalog Filipino words.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you go into areas, fields of, like, say, legal, the court, that needs
healthcare too is
really healthcare too. Healthcare. Right. It will be very tricky if you don't get somebody who will check the nuances of, even the genders. The genders can, throw you off, and then it becomes a nightmare when they are debating about who did this and who did that and how many people did this and how many people did that. That's just my, 2 cents. Thank you. I'm going back to listening.
Okay. Thank you. So the next one up is from Cheryl about Israel's dramatic COVID surge. And highly vaccinated Israel seeing a dramatic surge in new Delta cases. What happened? Here are the 6 lessons learned from Israel's experience, according to NPR in America, National Public Radio. Number 1, immunity from vaccine dips over time. Number 2, the Delta variant broke through the vaccine's waning protection. Number 3, if you get infected, being vaccinated helps. Number 4, Israel's high vaccination rate isn't high enough. The country jumped out ahead of all other countries with 78% of eligible Israelis vaccinated, but Israel's had a young population, which many under the eligible age for vaccination. That meant only 58% of Israel's total citizenry is fully vaccinated. And now that Delta addresses younger folks, that's where the problem's happening. Vaccinations are key, but they're not enough. Israel is trying to slow the wave without resorting to new lockdowns. It's going to be number 6. Booster shots offer more protection if you are one of the world's lucky few to get them. Israel is the first country to offer a third shot of the Pfizer vaccine in a nationwide booster campaign. Preliminary research in Israel suggests booster shots significantly increase protection against the coronavirus a week after a person receives the third dose. The early data reflects studies by vaccine makers Pfizer and Moderna and provides a glimpse at boosters' effects in the real-world setting. Looming question, will we need COVID-19 vaccines every several months? We don't know, according to the article. But we hopefully will soon. So thank you for that one, Cheryl. The next one is from Business Insider. These two maps shows the next catastrophe that could affect the Middle East. Oh boy, and I'm looking at the map, and you should too on the Tech News Twitter account at TNATW. And it says, as sectarian strife spearheaded by ISIS convulses the Middle East and tensions between Iran and Saudi Arabia only deepen, it is hard to imagine that a far more pressing concern could be threatening the region. But a series of maps from the UN show that despite the awful suffering already occurring throughout the Middle East, things could always become significantly worse. The central issues that will affect the region, vast swaths of the north and east of Africa, and even Central Asia and China, is the increasing strain on and lack of the world's single most important resource. What is the world's most important resource? That is
Spotify
Water.
greenhouse gems.
Sand.
Water.
Water.
everyone give yourself a free point and reflect again, because they really buried the punchline here. And the maps show it. And this is coming out of these two maps show kind of the biggest problems facing the planet. This is the headline. But a series of maps from the UN show that despite the awful suffering already occurring throughout the Middle East, things could always be worse. The central issue that will affect the region, vast swaths of the North and East Africa, and even Central Asia and China, is the increasing strain on and lack of water. The following map from the UN Water World Development Report shows the total amount of renewable water sources per capita available in each country in the world. In 2013, a number of countries, including regional heavyweights such as Saudi Arabia and Jordan, were facing absolute water scarcity, as you've heard me rant about endlessly, and you can now see the map I just tweeted. So instead of Googling it, just go to our Twitter account and look at that map that you don't have to even click on it. The image is, you'll see it right just by going to the Twitter account as the most recent tweet. And when you see that map, which is the dark red areas are whatever's just left of Libya and Egypt and all of Saudi Arabia and Oman and Iran and Pakistan and Chad and Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan are all going to become uninhabitable. That's about easily 55 million people that are.
I would take issue with the U.S. map, Tyler. I mean, parts of the U.S. are running out of water. Certainly, California and other states. So,
but not
it shows us
not
perfect,
not to the degree that these other areas are. The U.S. is indeed, but there's someone else has another. Here's another one. Peru is turning to ancient indigenous techniques and natural ecosystems to keep its taps of water running as climate change threatens to dry out Peru's water supply. According to the BBC, this is a BBC article right now, Peru's turning to ancient indigenous techniques, which are what exactly? And natural ecosystems to keep the taps running.
Water witches.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. It says pre-pandemic, in the austral winter, I drove north out of Lima up to Peru's highlands and blah, 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 wending our way through the narrow, blah, blah, blah. The Andes Mountains are one of 6 places in the world where complex civilizations emerged, spurring a precipitation so seasonal it was a catalyst for hydrological innovation again and again. And today, modern Peruvians are redeploying that ancient knowledge and protecting natural ecosystems Peru is amongst the world's most water insecure countries. No, it's not. The capital, Lima, home to a third of the country's population, sprawls across blah, blah, blah. Water scarcity in Peru is getting worse as a result of climate change. Within living memory, mountain glaciers have melted, blah, 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 blah. Several years ago, desperate for water security, the country's leaders did something radical. They passed a series of national laws requiring water utilities to invest in a percentage of their customers' bills in natural infrastructure. As climate change brings water change worldwide, conventional water control structures are increasingly failing. Such human interventions tend to confine water and spend it anyway for these regions. Anyway, Peru's, getting ahead of it as they should. And there's another really interesting water one coming up in a minute. But Dr. Fran sends in this one about an interesting thread about OnlyFans, and someone did a tweet thread about the OnlyFans, and he says a lot of people are getting the OnlyFans story wrong, and the reality of it is a lot more damaging and concerning to both the livelihood of sex workers and online freedom in general. OnlyFans is ditching porn and sex workers because it's trying to get a new investments. It's ditching them because on October, OnlyFans isn't ditching porn and sex workers because it's trying to get new investments. It's ditching them because on October 1st of 2021, MasterCard is implementing new rules governing sites with adult content that use their payment processing systems. Correct. We already knew that. Matt Mullenweg at WordPress told us exactly that. And he knows because he bought Tumblr, where the same situation happened. These rules were basically require that OnlyFans and every other site that accepts MasterCard payments not only fully verify every user and every person who appears in every adult video, but review all posted content before publication, including real-time review of live streams. The new record-keeping, review process, verification, and other requirements are going to be expensive and time-consuming, and actually would be technically impossible if not for very new solutions from the likes of Stripe, who now have Stripe Identify to solve exactly this problem, so that you can identify every single person on your platform, both the creators and the users if you want to, but you can certainly now identify every single creator on your platform. And you could also add in Clearview AI and do facial recognition, just as they do in China with SenseTime, of every person when they start a live stream or any video that they make. You can identify the people in the content. China is already doing this. We could do it as well. So anyway, the new record-keeping, review process, verification, and other systems would be expensive. OnlyFans seems to have decided it's not worth it. More importantly, though, these rules will put incredible pressure on smaller sites and indie creators, exactly, who don't have the resources. However, they don't need them anymore. Stripe just made it auto-magically simple to plug it in 10 seconds. So previously, you would need to be a huge, powerful, profitable company to have the resources to do all of this verification. Now you don't. Anyone can do it automatically, instantly with Stripe Identify, by the way. Of course, they could just decide not to accept MasterCard, but it's likely Visa and others will follow suit eventually. So why the rule changes? Because last December, the New York Times published an opinion piece by Nick Kristof called The Children of Pornhub and blah, blah, blah. So really interesting take there that I'll retweet that one out. Thank you to, I think it was Dr. Fran who sent that one in. The next one is from The Independent out of the UK. Swedish company makes world's first delivery of green steel. They're making steel without any CO2 or fossil fuel iron and steel production. Super cool that they're doing that out of Sweden. The next one is companies including Disney and Apple have hired Verite. We just covered that one. Thank you. And Clearview stuff's new. We were just talking about Clearview, the facial recognition platform in the US, similar to SenseTime out of China or PimEyes out of Russia or AnyVision out of Israel. These very tech-enabled countries have this very clever facial recognition system, which, by the way, you're in. And everybody's faces is in these systems. And the police now, if they see any face in any video at any, surveillance system, they can identify the people in those videos instantly with these platforms. So Clearview, who's the facial recognition system in the US, stuffs its new board with police and military and government faces. The controversial facial recognition service firm Clearview AI has enlisted an advisory board to guide product development and ethics, namely with police and military and government faces. Makes sense. Oh, well, let me retweet that for you for those who want to see that one. Where did it go?
Got to bring the stakeholders in.
Yeah, exactly right. Mission Go brings blood transport with unmanned aircraft to Maryland, and they are a leader in unmanned aircraft solutions. It's a drone for blood delivery, basically. There you go. The next one is from Renjant about Singapore Sovereign Wealth Fund. GIC has acquired 5% of Eventbrite, the international self-service ticketing provider. And Evan, you have this one about a new clean energy tech extracts twice the power from ocean waves with this really clever device. It's a wave power extractor to create energy out of waves. And it looks like a really cool system. I would love to try that out here. Let me bookmark that one. And then the next one is Greece erects a fence at their Turkish border. Anyone want to guess why?
I missed the question.
Greece has installed
Afghani refugees.
And Vinay wins yet again. We got a winner.
Vinay, next time if you know the answer, don't answer first. If not, it's not fun.
No, he probably guessed it. But it's not that one's not hard to figure out.
Yeah, it's been all over. Turkey supporting Afghanistan. I mean, Taliban.
Yeah.
Okay,
They recognize it at least.
I just saw Turkey Erdogan is meeting Putin. They met each other and then they were discussing about collaboration on their, on how to deal with Afghanistan.
Just look back 6 years ago on what happened in Greece and all those countries. So, same.
So Greece has installed a fence and surveillance system on its border with Turkey amid concerns over a surge of migrants from Afghanistan. We cannot wait passively for the possible impact. Our borders will remain inviolable. And the comments came as Turkey called on European countries to take responsibility for Afghan migrants because he doesn't want to deal with them. And in a telephone conversation with Greek Prime Minister, Turkey's president said a sharp increase in people leaving Afghanistan could pose a serious challenge for everyone, to which they said, nope, that's your problem, Turkey. A new wave of migration is inevitable if the necessary measures are not taken in Afghanistan and in Iran. By the way, Pakistan just shut down its border and has rolled out barbed wire across the remaining parts of its border that weren't previously secure, because Pakistan already has 3 million Afghani refugees from last time the Taliban took over. So they're already saying, please don't come to Pakistan. And by the way, that's my next headline. And let me tweet out this one from Greek. Yes.
But Tyler,
yes,
this is Vinay. It's really funny because Pakistan's doing that because their Prime Minister Imran Khan said the Taliban coming to Afghanistan is finally getting the Afghanis out of Western slavery. So they should be free to go into Pakistan then.
Well, check this out. I just tweeted this out from the BBC. Pakistan fences off from Afghan refugees is the headline on the BBC. And there's a photo, and this is wild. The photo at the top of the article shows Taliban fighters and Pakistan soldiers working together to keep Afghanis in Afghanistan. So the Taliban are standing there at the border with their guns pointed at Afghanis saying, you're not going anywhere. We're here at the Pakistan border. You're not going in. And they're standing right next to Pakistan soldiers who are also have their guns there saying, yeah, you're not welcome here. Get the fuck out. And so the Taliban doesn't want them to leave, and the Pakistanis don't want them to enter. So you have a really interesting situation of both sides pointing their guns at the Afghanis saying, step back from the border. You're not going anywhere. And so on the surface, it almost looks normal on this part of the Pakistan-Afghani border, but a closer look will show you how things have changed. The tricolor flag of the Republic of Afghanistan has been replaced with the white flag of the Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan, and in place of the Afghan border security forces now stand gun-holding bearing Taliban militants. They are now in control of the busiest crossing with Pakistan. In fact, all of the actual borders of Pakistan. And they've now rolled out a temporary-ish, they're building a secure border now, finally, between the two countries, because Pakistan doesn't want them. And the Taliban doesn't want them to leave.
Well, also, Tyler, part of the Pakistani government has always been in colludes with the Taliban.
Yes.
So
yes, since they were children, when they fled Afghanistan when the Russians invaded, the children who fled Pakistan with their mothers came to Pakistan. That is the Taliban. Those fatherless children who are now back, they themselves were the refugees when they were kids and vowed to take the country back, and now they have. And now they're not letting the women and children who are trying to leave from leaving. And now you know why the Afghan military, who are also Pashtuns, just like the Taliban, are refusing to shoot at each other. Both sides are refusing to shoot at each other. And that's why the military was unable to stop the Taliban from coming back.
You mean the Afghanistan military don't want to shoot at the Taliban military?
Correct. And the Taliban don't want to shoot at them either, because they're from the same tribe. They're both Pashtun.
So they let them in, right? So why are they running away
They
then?
don't have a choice. They're not the ones running away. It's the non-Pashtun Afghanis who are running away.
There's two types of people there.
This is what people outside of the Middle East don't understand. The countries are not made up in the same way that Japan is, where everybody, and I mean everybody's Japanese. Or in Korea, where everybody's Korean. In Afghanistan, you have 50 different tribes. They don't like each other. And when the Pashtuns are now in power, which is the Taliban, the non-Pashtuns, some of them violently hate the Pashtuns. And they don't like the Pashtuns being in charge. But particularly, they don't like the Taliban. And particularly, the Christians in Afghanistan don't want to be. And there was, by the way, there was exactly... You know how many Jews were in Afghanistan up until about 2 months ago? Exactly one. And he became quite famous. And there was one synagogue, and he lives in the synagogue. He actually sleeps in the synagogue. And he's been there ever since the Taliban was there last time. And when the Taliban came last time, they imprisoned him. And he was apparently so annoying in debating them about religion that they let him out. So he's been there for a decade.
I want the script to this movie.
It is a great story. And so he was living in the synagogue, the last remaining synagogue. And then he swore that he would never leave. And then the Taliban came in and he just left.
Everywhere he went, he was asking if stuff was kosher.
Oh, Charles is in the room, Tyler.
Yeah, but he was staying to prove a point. He never, because there used to be Jews in Afghanistan. I mean, for centuries. And so he wanted to keep it on the record that there were Jews in Afghanistan. And now that he's left, there for the very first time in history, in human modern history, there are none. That was his point. That's why he felt it necessary to stay there. So that itself is a really interesting story.
That part's not funny.
Also, during the first Taliban reign, they were pretty horrible to the Tajiks.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of factions and tribes who, they have, it's wildly complex in ways that's hard for non-Middle Easterners to even conceive. So that's what you have, lots of people leaving. In fact, there's a head, I can pull it up right now. There's now a city that the Afghanistans have taken back from the Taliban just now. So you're now starting to see the non-militarized, the non-army Afghanis now fighting back and having taken over a city. And now this is starting the beginning of a civil war. Because the people who are leaving, some of them, when people want to leave and they can't leave, then you force them to fight.
Yes, now they have a motivation.
So you might want to let them go ahead and leave if they want to leave. That's what Castro did in Cuba when he was taking over Cuba. A bunch of people wanted to leave, go to Miami. Yeah, good, get out. Because if you're forced to stay, you're going to fight. I don't want you to fight. If you don't want to be here, get out.
Who's
Tyler?
authorizing their vaccine passports?
They need flights capacity to get up. Tyler, can you bring Charles up?
Yeah, I just looked. He doesn't have his hand up. I don't, but I have to
okay.
scroll through the whole
Raise
room.
your hand, Charles. Raise your hand.
I'm not
It's
using
easier.
Clubhouse, so it's not easy to find people in the audience. But anyway, that's just another headline. So I just want to check, take a quick pause as we're 2.5 hours into it. We still have 23 hours of tweets to go. So if anyone has a hot one that they want to jump into, that would be fantastic. While I dig through.
Tyler?
Yes.
Yes, I just want. Oh, can I just say something? I just wanted to comment that what you just said about the them not fighting against each other, and what's going to happen after that is you're marking the next headlines of the next few weeks, as you've always done in the past. So I'm like marking it mentally that this is what's going to come out there in the next few weeks as headlines, right?
I don't understand what you're saying. Try again.
Oh yeah, because
She's saying
I'm
you're
talking,
predicting things.
right?
You're predicting things.
Yeah, that's what we do
She
I'm
here.
says that
right.
you
I'm
should
talking through my
follow what you
mask.
say.
Sorry. Mark it mentally mark it. That's what I'm saying.
Mark what?
What you were saying as the stories of these people who do not want to fight each other, and they're going to go into civil war
No, no,
because
no.
of
The ones
this.
who don't want to fight each other aren't going to fight each other. That's the Pashtun tribe. There's 30
Okay, so
fucking tribes in Afghanistan. The tribes don't fight.
right.
The same tribe isn't going to fight each other
So why did you say that there was going to be a civil war? I
because
wanted
there's
to
more than one
understand.
fucking tribe in Afghanistan. So the
Very
non-Pashtuns who
many with
hate
many
Pashtuns
grudges.
are going to fight them.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. But I'm still
So
marking
imagine
it
that the
mentally.
Philippines
Right.
was made up of 30 different tribes
We
of
are.
people. Right. So,
Right. The South, the Muslim ones, and then the ones in the North are
right.
fighting each other anyway.
Right. Now
Right.
imagine that the Muslims,
Aha.
imagine that your military is made up of Muslims, and imagine that the kind of invaders are also Muslims. Then they're both Muslim Filipinos.
Right.
And now you know
So
why
they're not gonna fight. Right.
now you know why the Afghanistan military didn't shoot at the when the Taliban arrived in the cities and the Americans said, "Ready, aim, fire." And rather than fire,
Got it.
they threw their guns at their enemies and ran away.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And
Got
the
it.
Americans
Got it.
said, "Wait a second, that's not how this works." And they said, "No."
Right. That's what.
And they said back, "No, you don't understand how this works."
Yeah. That's what happened too in the Spanish, you know, conquest. They weren't able to conquer the southernmost part because they were a different tribe. But I got you now. I was just confused. Thank you.
That's right.
Okay, carry on.
Okay.
So in terms of articles to jump to, there's something in VentureBeat about DeepMind coming out and saying that reinforcement learning should be enough to get to artificial general intelligence, and I strongly agree with that assertion.
Okay. Anybody else with a hot one? Tyler, this is Ranjit. Go ahead, Randy. I just had some research regarding this OnlyFans story from yesterday. Oh yes, go ahead. What you told in the latest, I think, few minutes back, you told about Stripe and others is partially correct. But and there has been a long Reddit thread and Hacker News thread regarding this, I think, few months ago. So what couple of companies telling is that who are using Stripe is telling that Stripe gives them. So one of the companies was selling online sex toys, and they were onboarded through Stripe. Everything went good, but after a few months, they got a call from Stripe telling that we need to
remove you from the platform because you can't use Stripe anymore because of some regulation. And they had back and forth communication with Stripe, and finally they told that one of the US banks have looked into their account and they found that this is not a business which Stripe can support. So they had to remove them from the Stripe dashboard. So I could connect this very much to one of the incident which I had with Stripe. I was, of course, not selling similar stuff. I was having event ticketing platform, but we were doing transactions around 10 countries, and there was a lot of transactions happening through Stripe. All of a sudden, I got a call from one of the Swedish banks, SEB, asking me like, okay, what are you doing with this company? We see a lot of transactions happening through multiple countries, Germany, Finland. So I explained them, they asked me the proof, and they want to know about those companies. Who are my event organizers? Are they real? They want to see proof of the event organizers. So I sent them the proof. I showed them, okay, these are the events they are doing. I sent them all the links, and then they were happy. So I dig little bit deep into this, why they are doing this, and found out that in Europe, especially in Nordics, most of the banks were in scrutiny at that period because of this terrorism and anti-money laundering and all those stuff. So banks had a strict policy at that period was they need to know their customer very well. And that was the reason why they were scrutinizing most of these customers, especially when you have transactions outside the country of their origin. So in the case of OnlyFans, what most of these articles and people in Reddit and Hacker News is telling that it's not Stripe or anybody who is creating the problem, but in the end it is banks who don't want them in the network because they are a bit worried about the regulations, whether this anti-money laundering, child abuse, sex trafficking, or they want to know whether these are the real people over there. And that is the reason why they don't want OnlyFans in the network. So that is what I did. I mean, I could understand from the investigation. So I tweeted a thread in which there are a lot of stories, a lot of tweets in which most of the things are explained. Thank you.
Yeah, we already covered them.
And I'd like to make the quick point that, of course, abuse, trafficking, exploitation are serious problems, but I think that the real push behind this is kind of exploiting the people who are concerned with that to pursue anti-money laundering and, the surveillance aspects of watching how money is moving around. And this could extend to cryptocurrencies as soon as OnlyFans and the other similar type things move to crypto.
Okay.
Actually, there's a larger reason no one's mentioned here. By the way, this OnlyFans, whatever it is, it was supposed to go public through a SPAC, and then all of a sudden they got nervous because the issue with the banks is they get a lot of chargebacks because people, they pay for the porno and then they deny that they did it, and then the banks have to like refund the money and stuff. So that was a big issue with this thing going public through a SPAC. That was one of the key reasons that they just changed that policy.
Okay.
And Protocol had a very, very good article. It's a little bit lengthy article because in Twitter, some people were telling that it's time for OnlyFans to, launch a bank or their own fintech service. And Protocol was writing a very good article, very, very impressive article about why it doesn't matter why can't OnlyFans launch a bank? Why is it not possible? And it doesn't make any sense for them to launch a bank. And what are the implications or what are the hurdles they will go through if they are trying to launch a fintech or a bank? It's a very good article to read about. They are talking in very, very different aspects, both if they are launching a fintech or they are going towards the crypto or Bitcoin space.
Okay. Are we ready? Anyone else with one? I got a bunch of headlines here, and then we'll get back. Okay, so I've got this one from that. This is really a good one. We touched on this briefly. That TikTok has the headlines from TechCrunch, and it says U.S. senators challenge TikTok's alarming plan to collect users' voice and face biometric data. And thank God, because TikTok, as this article no doubt says, let me just read it, but I can summarize it. It says TikTok plans to collect biometric identifiers from its users has prompted concern amongst U.S. lawmakers who are demanding the company reveal exactly what information it collects and what it plans to do with the data. In a letter sent earlier this month addressed to TikTok CEO, Senators Amy Klobuchar and John Thune say they are alarmed by a recent change to TikTok's privacy policy, which allows the company to automatically collect biometric data, including certain physical and behavioral characteristics from video content posted by its users. TechCrunch first reported the details of the new privacy policy back in June, and we discussed it at length here in this room, when TikTok said it will seek required permissions to collect face prints and voice prints where required by law, but failed to elaborate on whether it's considering federal law, state laws, or both. And Klobuchar and Thune's letter asked TikTok to explicitly explain what constitutes a face print and a voice print, as well as to explain how this data will be used and how long it will be retained. And the senators also quizzed TikTok whether any data is gathered for users under the age of 18, whether it makes any inferences about its users based on the biometric data it collects, and to provide a list of all third parties that have access to the data. Thank God. Amy Klobuchar, kudos yet again. Fantastic. Great to have you on board as somebody in the American government who actually has a fucking clue what's going on. You really seem to be the only one. So the coronavirus pandemic led to an increase in online activity, which who cares about that? Okay, so that's kudos. Amy Klobuchar, yet again, understands what's going on with tech and is forcing TikTok's owner, ByteDance, to explain itself with their forced collections of what they call face prints and voice prints, which is your voice and your face. And with that, they are able to reconstruct and synthesize your face and your voice to make deep fakes that include you or anybody who uses TikTok. But you could soon see yourself as the star of a viral TikTok video that you didn't make because you gave them permission to have your voice in your face. With that data, they can now reconstruct and synthesize you doing anything they want you to do. They could show you dancing around like a jackass, saying all kinds of shit you never said because you gave them permission to do that as the user of their app. And you didn't know.
I did?
Yes, you clicked I agree. If you're still using the app, you gave them permission, because if you didn't give them permission, you can't use the app. So kudos to Amy and whoever else co-signed that bill, and that's what's going on. So it's a really interesting case. So the next one, I'm just tweeting that out, and thank you to B Casa Management who sent that in. Evan sends in this one from The Guardian, that the global water crisis will intensify with climate breakdown, says report. Let me read you the key. This is from The Guardian. Here's the article. The headline reads, global water crisis will intensify with climate breakdown. Flooding, droughts, and wildfires will worsen as global heating disrupts. Here's the article. Water problems. Drought with its accompanying wildfires and flooding are likely to become much worse around the world as climate breakdown takes hold, according to the biggest assessment of climate science to date. Global heating of at least 1.5 C is likely to happen within the next 2 decades, according to the IPCC. Temperature rises will be accompanied by big changes in the planet's water cycle, with areas that are already wet becoming much wetter. Yeah, guess what? Now you know why I moved to Thailand. And already arid areas becoming prone to greater drought. Precisely why I moved out of Southern California. Extreme rainfall intensifies by 7% for each additional 1 C of global heating, the report found. Professor Mike Meredith, science leader at the British Antarctic Survey and a lead author of the IPCC, said as the atmosphere continues to heat up because of global warming, it can hold and transport more moisture. So at the largest scale, we expect to see an acceleration of the hydrological cycle, stronger evaporation in the tropics, and more intense rainfall in the high latitudes and some equatorial regions. This will lead to more frequent extreme rainfall events in already wet areas and a greater incidence and severity of flooding. There is already strong evidence that we are seeing such changes. In such dry regions, droughts will become worse and longer lasting. Such risks are compounded by knock-on consequences, such as greater risk of wildfires, such as we are already seeing. Professor Ralph Toomey, co-director of the Grantham Institute on Climate Change at the Imperial College of London, said the principle of a warmer world is that more water will be evaporated, which will exacerbate droughts, and this enhanced water in the atmosphere will increase the amount of rain when it does rain. The effects will be felt across the globe, from the U.S., where the drought is an increasing problem in the west and south, to India, where the monsoon may become more variable. Sub-Saharan Africa is also likely to experience increased drought in many areas, while flooding and drought will hit China and Europe. The Elon Kelman professor in disasters of health at University College of London said climate change will make wet and dry regimes more extreme. Soil moisture will go down and dry spells will go up in already arid regions such as the Mediterranean. South Africa season rainfall variability is expected to increase with fewer days of rainfall alongside increased intensity, whatever. So you get the point. Get out of the dry areas, move to the wetter areas. It's pretty much as simple as that. And it's going to intensify, and it's already starting, and that's what you need to know. So the next one is also from The Guardian, from Abjint, and it says millions of electric car batteries will retire in the next decade. What happens to them? Do you think all sustainability projects might not be sustainable in the longer term? And it says a tsunami of electronic vehicles is expected in rich countries as car companies and governments pledge to ramp up their numbers. There are predicted to be 145 million on the road by 2030, but while electric vehicles can play an important role in reducing emissions, they also contain a potential environmental time bomb. Their batteries, by one estimate, more than 12 million tons of lithium-ion batteries are expected to retire between now and 2030. Not only do these batteries require large amounts of raw materials, including lithium, nickel, cobalt, mining for which has a climate, environmental, and human rights impact, they also threaten to leave a mountain of electronic waste as they reach the end of their lives. As the automotive industry starts to transform, experts say now is the time to plan for what happens to batteries at the end of their lives to reduce reliance on mining and keep materials in circulation. Hundreds of millions of dollars are flowing into recycling startups and research centers to figure out how to disassemble dead batteries and extract valuable metals at scale. But if we want to do more with the materials that we have, recycling shouldn't be the first solution. The best thing to do at first is to keep things using longer. And to this, I'll add, before I hand it over to the panel, that Northvolt in Sweden is doing exactly that. Not only are they all of their vehicles that do the mining based on they are electrical, they've electrified the entire stack of all of the machinery doing the extraction, but the batteries themselves are designed today to be fully rechargeable, recyclable. And that's all of the German car companies that are using Northvolt out of Sweden. So the good news is this doesn't apply to the German cars. Go ahead, Eli.
Eli?
He had his mic open. Maybe just anybody else. Okay. David, by the way, David, I've invited you to join on stage, but it seems you're not able to. So you might need to jump out and back in.
I mean, for me, I'm a mechanical engineer. So, I know when people hear it, they think, you turn a wrench or something, and that's part of it. But really, what we're about is understanding how energy transforms from one form into another and how to extract work from it. That, in a nutshell, is what mechanical engineering is. In school, we learned that electric motors had this unique feature where the more voltage you give them, the faster they go. There's no plateau. There's no peaks or curves. It's just give it power in a straight line, it will accelerate. And so I knew electric cars were coming. And I knew that, our biggest challenge is going to be batteries and what to do with them when you want to throw them away. And, I know electrification's a great thing for the planet, but the real question is also what happens to all these batteries at the end of it? So for me, I realized that hydrogen is probably the future because there's no real, you're consuming the energy. It's almost like gasoline, except there's no there's I don't want to say
Water's
no,
the
because it's a
byproduct.
strong word, but the emissions are not as severe as internal combustion of fossil fuels, and you can combust hydrogen too. So that's the other part is you can make engines that run on hydrogen. So you can come up with A way to use solar to break water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then store the hydrogen safely and either burn that or run it in a fuel cell. And so that's why I've always seen hydrogen as the future. I don't know when we're going to get there. Dan always has his arguments about green versus blue versus hydrogen, and there's so many things, but ultimately you have to think of the long-term impact of how you're storing these things and what happens to the battery at the end. I'm done speaking.
So I can't tell you how I know this, but IPCC, the Working Group 3 report that talks about what technologies can we use to mitigate climate, will very likely find that for long range and heavy transport, hydrogen is going to be the path that they recommend.
Okay, here we
I love it.
Here we go. So the next one up is from Evan. Implantable AI system developed for early detection and treatment of illness. AI will fundamentally change medicine and healthcare. Diagnostic patient data from ECG, EEGs, and X-ray images can be analyzed, and with the help of machine learning, so that diseases can be detected at a very early stage based on subtle changes. However, implanting AI within the human body is still a major technical challenge. Dresden scientists at the have now succeeded for the first time in developing a biocompatible implantable AI platform that classifies in real time healthy and pathological patterns in biological signals such as heartbeat. It detects pathological changes even without medical supervision. The research results have now been published in Science Advances. Super cool idea. So the next one is also from Evan. Companies are preparing for space mining. The moon, along with other planets and their moons and asteroids in the solar system, could one day be mined for very valuable materials. And then Deutsche Welle, DW.com, out of Germany, says water is the 21st century's biggest challenge. That's the headline. Water is the 21st century's biggest challenge. And then this link is a link to a whole bunch of water articles, actually, that I just tweeted out to the Tech News Twitter account. The next one is from Faraz via Bloomberg, that even after the $1.5 trillion fallout, China tech traders still see more pain. Even after the $1.5 trillion sell-off may not provide an attractive entry point for equity investors as they grapple with cascading risks in China's technology sector. And the next one, also from Faraz, also from Bloomberg. Twitter faces claim it benefited from child sex trafficking. Two young men can proceed with the claim that Twitter benefited from sex trafficking involving them as teenagers when it published child pornography. And when it published child pornography videos on its website, which, okay, it's more of a platform than a website, but they can't pursue other claims, a federal court in California has ruled. The Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act requirements for civil claims, including knowledgeable requirements, are less strict than those for criminal charges brought under the Act, allowing the benefit claim. So 2 young men can proceed with the claim that Twitter benefited from sex trafficking involving them as teenagers when it published the videos of them on their website. That's going to be a tough one. I think Twitter might win on that one. The next one, Evan, you sent this one from about Disneyland's new AI. Disneyland just announced a new AI called Genie Plus that plans your entire day at Disneyland based on your interests and your location in the park. So now you have a smart AI assistant, a new complimentary digital service coming this fall to Disneyland parks through their Disneyland app called Disney Genie.
Tyler, I got to make a point here that's really important. This is actually not new. All they did is they took the Fast Pass system, which has existed for 20 years, okay, which was basically a free system. Basically, like it's a way of getting on the rides without waiting online, right? It was free. So now they decided they want to charge for it. So this Genie thing is basically just Fast Pass with a fee. That's all it is.
And a churro stop here and there.
Okay. And the what is that crazy delicious dessert over by the Jungle Cruise?
The Dole Whip. Oh my
Yes, the
God!
Dole Whip.
People will stab each other when it's 100 degrees.
It's like $20, but it's the best $20
And
you'll
that
ever spend.
that room
The
has
Tiki
like
Room.
the 1960s air conditioning,
Yeah.
so it is so cold in there. It's the coldest place I've ever been in public.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably more about Disney optimizing its operations and traffic flow versus, helping the customers per se,
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
which is
No,
good
Well,
it's
both.
it
about
probably does
it's
though.
about revenue. It's about revenue. So when they introduced Fast Pass, and again, just because I had the background and I was an analyst, I was actually up at Disney headquarters when Fast Pass was going to like actually be unveiled or were just unveiled, right? So when they first did Fast Pass, that was really to help the customers, but also to help to make it more amenable to come to the parks because of the lines. And one of the things that they found the minute they implemented Fast Pass, because now people had time to walk around and do other things because they didn't have to stand in the line. Their per diems for souvenirs and food went way up, so they benefited that way. Now Disney's decided, because in their constant thing they want more revenue, that people will pay, okay, for the privilege of not having to stand in the line, so they don't have to do Fast Pass for free. So basically, they just renamed it, but it's this whole thing with Genie is just Fast Pass with a fee.
Okay, here we go. More headlines here. Faraz sends in this one. DoorDash talks to invest in gorillas. DoorDash talks to invest in grocery startup Gorillas fall apart. DoorDash, the largest food delivery company in the U.S., has ended talks to invest in Gorillas out of Germany after disagreements with the German app. And why? They also tried to acquire Instacart, but that fell apart due to the fact that apparently they were already being investigated for antitrust even before they even finished talking. But in this case, it says DoorDash, the largest food delivery company in the U.S., has ended talks to invest in Gorillas after disagreements with the German delivery startup over expansion plans, according to a person familiar with the matter. Okay, so no consolidation for you. The next one is Chris. This is about your plasma. It says, here's the video I dug up of the Topanga Tech Advanced Plasma Light. Note, the alien sounds are just interference. Okay, so maybe Charles will take a look at this plasma light scenario. And there's a little bit of an update, is there not? We figured out the name of the Chinese company that acquired the technology.
Yeah, give me one sec. I got to dig it up out of my text. If you have it, because I shared it with you. I just didn't want to share what else I said. But company's called Cashui, company headquartered in Hong Kong, publicly traded on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange.
But
Anyone heard of it?
But mysteriously, they have no products or services. Right? They had no.
Yeah, and if you saw in the text too, he said that basically after they bought him, they fired all the Americans and shut down the business.
Yes, it's so. Charles, if you're able to hear, is Charles came on stage, right? He did a bit ago, so we'll track him down. But we got to try and see if this is what we think it is. It's basically what's called the Havana syndrome. We think we may have a good possible lead on what the Havana syndrome is all about, which is American diplomats are being targeted. It started in Havana when the American embassy reopened a few years back, having mysterious illnesses of vomiting and head ringing and all kinds of weird symptoms. And then it started happening in Austria, which is a hotbed for intellectual kind of intelligence agency activities, and now in Berlin. And it's the best guesses are that it's a microwave And Chris happens to know somebody who's done some really interesting shit with microwaves. And that person sold their company to a Chinese company. And that Chinese company appears to be a shell company. So the thread continues. It's getting really interesting, to say the least.
Sounds like a Jason Bourne movie.
And to add to it, that technology that my friend is using is now currently being investigated as a medical device in doing what's called radio ablative surgery or radio ablative tumor surgery. So basically using radio waves to kill tumors in the brain. So if you add all of those things up, it seems like it's more and more a potentially viable story.
For sure.
And now we got the Chinese company, and if we can figure out, somebody can figure out if they have connections, strong connections to the government, which Chinese company doesn't these days. That helps unpack the riddle. It could, but the problem is we can't get.
You know who else would know is those those big firms you mentioned that were backing it. My friends were backed by Khosla. I think you said
Khosla.
Someone else was
Sequoia
backed Luxem, I think so.
Mm-hmm. And then unfortunately the founder died in a solo plane crash.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was a military airplane enthusiast.
And by the way, it gets even a little more peculiar because, as it says in the receipts here, the company that acquired the company is after it was acquired, the original company set up manufacturing in China, but once that was set up, the Chinese company laid off the entire U.S. team, and then apparently the Chinese company were not able to continue, and it sort of just dissolved miraculously. Hence, leaving a kind of a cold trail, assumedly. Although I would beg to differ. I think they got it for what they needed it, and then transferred it to the hands it needed to get into where it might be today. But that's just in itself just really peculiar. Oh, we acquired this company and then fired everybody, and then we in firing everybody, nobody was around to be able to operate it, so we just shut it down. Seems highly unlikely. So we'll see. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, that little video, like, it doesn't really show it, but that's brighter than the sun. Like, you could shine that light. You could have the sun behind it, and you would see this light be brighter than the sun if you were holding it next to the sun as you were staring up in the sky. So that's how bright it was, and that's why we were so interested in it for growing coral and stuff like that in horticulture or aquaculture.
Okay. So the next headline here is from Verdun Sharma in the audience that Facebook eyes Indian startups for investment, according to India Times. And this one also from Verdun Sharma in the audience that more shoppers shifting online spurs massive demand for warehouses. Absolutely, it does. Everything's turning into warehouses. We're moving small stores everywhere into e-commerce, which means more warehouses. And then this one from Cheryl via the New York Times of a heart-wrenching video of mothers handing their babies over barbed wire to the Americans inside of the Kabul airport. Truly heartbreaking footage that's coming out of Kabul as people, passing over their newborn children to American military personnel inside the airport to get them out of Afghanistan. And the next one from Ken about the FBI warns big tech employees. We were going to ask Charles about that one, but he seems to have bounced. And then we've got this one also from Ken from the Wall Street Journal that Jack Ma's costliest business lesson. He learned the hard way that China has only one leader. That's the headline from the Wall Street Journal. Jack Ma stood with Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk as a global tech giant, but he failed to please China's leader Xi Jinping and has largely disappeared from view and become very busy as a finger painter ever since, as has been reported by an acquaintance of his. And General Motors is expanding its... Yes?
Speaking of China, did we cover that China just yesterday announced it's going to have a personal data legislation go into effect?
Yes, we covered that yesterday.
Cool.
They have a whole new big data regulation about how companies what kind of data they can collect, and what they do collect, how they have to show it. There's even big moves by China to nationalize all the data from all the companies. And the question is, what's the government going to do with all of the data collected by all the companies? Yeah. And there's a hint to help figure that out, what they're going to do with it, because they've already said they're forcing Alipay, which is one of the two biggest payment systems that people use to pay for everything in China. They're forcing Alipay to merge its data with a state-owned company to build a credit system, because Chinese citizens don't have the traditional credit scores like other parts of the world do. And now they can, because Alipay has all of the people's payment history. So the problem with that is China also, the state has a social credit system. And the financial credit score could also be merged with and become a main variable in the social credit score. So what you buy is of interest to the government in determining some things that you buy might lower your social credit score, and some things you buy might improve your social credit score. So if you buy a book that the government has banned, and you go to Hong Kong for the weekend, and you go to the Hong Kong bookseller that, risks their life selling books that Uncle Xi doesn't like, and you buy that book, they'll know you bought that book or went to that bookstore, and that could get you in real deep shit real fast. So now you can understand why the government wants to know what you're buying, and that's why they're forcing Alipay to merge with a state-owned company to create a credit score for everybody. So the next headline is from Wall Street Journal from Ken, that the General Motors recalls newer Chevy Volt EVs to address battery fire risks. And they already were recalling Chevy Bolts because they were exploding. And they were even warning owners not to park them in their homes, because you don't want to burn down your whole fucking house. And they were even warning them from going into tunnels or under bridges, because that's how concerning and these Chevy Volts are. So now GM is expanding its safety recall of all Chevy Bolts to include newer models as well, the latest challenge to confront the car company. And Evan sends in this one, that the Catholic officials on edge after reports of priests using Grindr. The reports hit the Roman Catholic Church in rapid succession. Analysis of cell phone data obtained by conservative Catholic blog has tracked a lot of Roman Catholic Church priests to the gay hookup app Grindr.
Shocking.
The first report, published late last month, led to the resignation of Jeffrey Burrill, the former general secretary of the U.S. Bishops' Conference. The second, posted online days later, made claims about the use of Grindr by unnamed people in unspecific rectories in the Archdiocese of Newark. The third, published days after that, claimed that in 2018, at least 32 mobile devices emitting app data signals from within areas of the Vatican that are off limits to tourists. Oh, interesting. So 32 different devices in private areas of the Vatican that are off limits to tourists. That means members of the Vatican. 32 different devices are connected with Grindr, which means about 30 different people in the Vatican are on Grindr, which means that's a whole lot of people in the Vatican deep in the closet there, and didn't realize what we've all realized, which is your data ain't safe. And wow, the reports by a blog called The Pillar, have unnerved the leadership of the American Catholic Church and have introduced a potentially powerful new weapon into the culture war between supporters of Pope Francis and his conservative critics. Cell phone data, which many users assume to be unavailable to the general public, when there is reporting out there that the claims to expose activity like this in parishes around the country are also on Vatican grounds, that is a 5-alarm fire for church officials. There's no doubt about it, said John Gehring, the Catholic Program Director at Faith in Public Life, a progressive advocacy group. If someone who has made promise of celibacy or a vow of chastity has a dating app on his or her phone, that is asking for trouble, said Cardinal Joseph W. Tobin of Newark, organized by Georgetown University. I would also say that I think there are very questionable ethics around the collection of this data of people who allegedly may have broken their promises. Y'all busted. Catholic Church, what are you doing? You're embarrassing Western society. So the next one is from Faraz via Bloomberg. China's warm welcome for Taliban sparks backlash at home. China is struggling at home to sell the Taliban as a suitable partner for a country waging a war on alleged Islamic extremism, as it prepares to embrace the Taliban as the new leadership of Afghanistan. Indeed, that does seem a little hypocritical, a little contradictory.
This is when your parents are telling you, hey, don't do drugs, as they're taking a bong rip.
Yeah, state media and diplomatic attempts to paper over the group's past and present at it as the People's Choice have met sharp criticism at home from those familiar with militant organizations' history of violence and repression of women. Beijing has long linked the Taliban with the East Turkmen Islamic movement, meaning the Uyghurs. East Turkestan is Xinjiang province. It's colloquially still called East Turkmenistan. So what they're saying here in Bloomberg, as I just read, is that the CCP has long equated the Taliban with the Uyghurs, and China is trying to paint that the mega narrative in China is that Muslim extremism is a problem. Well, you've been telling us now for many years that Muslim extremism is a problem, and that's why you're rehabilitating and re-educating the Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang province, which is East Turkmenistan, and you've equated them with the Taliban for a very long time, but now you're warmly greeting the Taliban. So this seems a little hypocritical, and obviously it is. So what gives? That's what a lot of people are asking in China, and that's something they're allowed to ask, because all you're asking is you're not necessarily pointing out bad behavior by the CCP. So Evan sends in this one, an AI-based system that will autonomously control the time. I love this. Holy shit, is this cool. So you know how when you cross a crosswalk, the crosswalk is stupid. It doesn't know where you are in the crosswalk, and then it's telling you, unaware of where you're standing in the crosswalk to hurry up and whatever. And now we're going to have smart crosswalks. They can see where you are in the crosswalk, and they'll leave the crosswalk light on and green while you're walking, and then, change when you get to the other side.
We will never have this in the U.S. because we can't have nice things over here.
True. This is in Korea, by the way, where they've figured out how to use technology. So a Philippine central bank to put a 3-year pause on digital bank applications as everyone tries to become a fintech in the Philippines. Lloyd's Bank to buy 50,000 homes as it aims to become one of the UK's largest landowners. As low interest rates take hold, Lloyd's has looked to diversify its offering away from traditional lending. And cryptos up as Wells Fargo and JP Morgan register a Bitcoin fund. The banks are partnering with New York Digital Investment Group to make a new Bitcoin fund, and that's why the price of cryptos are still have some upward momentum. And Facebook's boss of of Facebook Finance, they call it, David Marcus, demands a fair shot for their new digital payment solution called Novi Payments. Facebook's digital wallet, Novi, could abandon the Diem stablecoin in favor of fiat money if regulators do not change their tune, says David Marcus, the head of Facebook Finance. And indeed, I can tell you, David, this is really simple. People don't trust you. We don't. If you try and do your own Facebook coin, call it whatever you want. You originally called it Libra, then you called it Diem, then you could call it, you know, the Pope's coin. It don't matter.
Tech news around the world.
Yeah, you could call this thing whatever you want. We don't want it. We don't trust you. You guys are shady as fuck. So
You know what I want, Tyler? Is a tech news around the world coin. Where's my TNT
yeah,
AW coin?
Jeremiah is pushing me pretty hard to do the rally coin, which I know you got your hands on now.
Nice.
So, but Facebook, let me make this real simple for you. Your only chance is to do a US dollar stable coin because nobody, and I mean nobody, is going to trust you with a Facebook coin. Let me repeat that again for you. This is an official announcement from Tech News Around the World to Facebook Finance's boss, David Marcus. Hi, David. This is Tyler. How you doing? Kudos on version 2.0 of trying to do this a big PR push on your digital payments thing. As the headline says here, Facebook's digital wallet Novi could abandon the Diem stablecoin that you have in favor of fiat money if regulators do not change their tune. David, it's not the regulators you need to worry about. It's all people of planet Earth you need to worry about, because we're not going to use a Facebook coin because we fundamentally don't trust Facebook. It's really as simple as that. So
I'd rather use V-Bucks.
I'd rather use fucking sand dollars.
Right.
David, you're not a stupid dude. You're a smart guy. Maybe you're spending too much time on Facebook's campus. You need to step outside. Just take a stroll down, outside of Silicon Valley for a second. Go talk to some people. Sit, in earshot of some people talking, and then just do a little survey and just be like, what do people think of a Facebook coin? And watch them shock and horror and say, hell nah, brah. We ain't touching that shit for nothing. Unanimously.
Hey, Tyler, I need to really make a point on the stable coin thing in general, because I think what no one's really talking about, and I was in another Bitcoin whatever crypto room the other day, made the point. It's all based on the entity that's issuing the stablecoin having a reserve of dollars,
right?
That can support it.
Yep.
And the problem is that no peg, like this has been done before, crypto, no peg has ever lasted. And I use the example of the Mexican peso devaluation in 1994, where they tried to peg the Mexican peso to the dollar, and they were issuing dollar-denominated debt, and they were keeping dollars. But eventually they couldn't keep up because the financial markets thought the peso was like artificially valued, and so and I'll tell you an interesting story, and I know you know this building in downtown LA at the intersection of the 101 and the 110, the TCW building, which I used to work at TCW, the second largest asset manager in institutional asset manager in Los Angeles for stocks and bonds and all of that. Henry Kissinger was on our board, and this actually happened about a year before I joined. Okay, and he convinced our chief investment officer, who was the principal owner at the to buy Mexican stocks, that the Mexicans were not going to devalue the peso. He even took him down to Mexico to meet with all the honchos and all of that. And guess what? They ended up devaluing because it's very hard, to actually support a peg. And I actually disagree with you. If I had to buy something that I considered, that was pegged to supposedly the U.S. dollar, I actually probably trust Facebook more than these upstarts, because Facebook actually has capital. So therefore, they're more likely to actually have enough dollars okay, to effectuate the exchange. That's my,
Your comparison is fine in comparison to little startups. That's a valid point. And also, it isn't the financial stability that we're questioning. It's everything else surrounding Facebook's data privacy and use of data and all of that.
Oh, I know that, but I'm saying that the concept of a stable coin is you have to hope they have enough dollars
Sure,
to back it up,
fair
and
point.
and so
Fair point. So more headlines here. Didi, the China's Uber, expands ride-hailing market share despite Beijing's crackdown. The ride-hailing orders on Didi rose 13% in July. So it's not totally over for Didi. And then the Bank of Thailand decides direction for retail central bank digital currency pilots in 2022, and which is good news because China is saying that Thailand and the UAE are their kind of cross-border partners in their central bank digital currency for the digital yuan. So good to see Thailand going into a digital currency. However, you're going to have a lot of pushback because Thais don't like paying taxes, and the concern is they'll be able to track people much easier with their own CBDC to pay taxes. So the next one is a new plant-based spider silk could replace single-use plastics. Researchers from the University of Cambridge have created a plant-based sustainable material that could combat plastic pollution. And then this one from Dr. Franz via the New York Times, a new VR virtual reality game or experiment where you can test your ability to not get bit by a rattlesnake. You put on the headset. Scientists have designed a virtual reality experiment to understand just how tricky rattlesnakes can be. And in the VR, you see a rattlesnake in the ground, ready to strike at you. And then you have to test just how serious this snake is to see if it will leap out at you. Any takers for this one? And then Venice.
Is this AI training us to lead us to extinction?
Perhaps. So the what is the metaverse? Why is it worth so much money? Just tweeted that one out from Dr. Fran. Afghanistan has rare earth minerals, and perhaps more importantly, what could be one of the world's biggest deposits of lithium, according to CNN. So I'm retweeting that one from Lucas, and then we have this one from Faraz that Venice, Italy, set to charge tourists for entry from next summer because they have way too many tourists. So they're going to start having an entry fee into Venice. And then how to buy a secondhand smartphone and what to look out for is your friendly tip from The Guardian. And what else do we have here? The Prince Charles warns the UK to go green or we are done for, drawing emotionally on his family connections to wildfire-racked Greece. Prince Charles issues a robust challenge to big business and the desperate plea that we need to go green or we're done for, in a very emotional speech that he just gave. And Walmart takes on Best Buy with tech service initiative. The Best Buy Geek Squad has some new nerds moving in on its turf, is the headline. And this one coming in from our friend Cal Patel. And SiriusXM launches TikTok Radio. We covered that. Thank you, Lucia. Spotify to spend $1 billion buying back its own stock. If Spotify is still a growth-focused company, shouldn't it preserve its capital to invest in exclusive products, in podcasts, and the like? No, they're very confident they're undervalued. That's why they're buying back $1 billion of their own stock, and which I applaud that as a Spotify shareholder. And I'll give you why I think they're doing it. And in sake of full transparency, I do DM with Spotify CEO Daniel Ek from time to time, and he does speak at my events. and we do go to the gym together when I'm in Stockholm. But and I messaged Daniel to tell him when I bought Spotify shares, or kind of doubled down when they announced they were acquiring a Clubhouse competitor called Green Room, which was originally called Locker Room, because there is now. I'm going to make my case for why I think Spotify just bought $1 billion of its own stock, meaning it's very undervalued, in their own opinion, because in their version of Clubhouse, you can imagine in the very near future, and I think the timing of this is so perfect. So hear me out. They just got done testing out Greenhouse. They know, it's already known. They
Green
call
Room.
Green Room. Thank you. Inside the main mother's native Spotify app, there's two sections. One is music. The other is podcasts. And that's two kind of tabs. And they're going to have a third tab called live audio. And live audio is what we call social audio, Clubhouse. But live audio could be all kinds of things. Like during a sports game, you have people together talking during a sports game, and one person like myself might be kind of pretending to be an announcer, and I might invite other people up, and I might even before or after the game invite players into the room to talk and whatever. And by the way, Spotify just did a deal with the WWE to do exactly that. But more importantly, Spotify, of course, has a lot to do with music. And they have a lot of musicians on their platform, because when they do something truly fantastic, which is you as a user of Spotify, it's a lot of data, it's a lot of fun. But for artists, they get to see a dashboard of data. And it's truly fantastic. It's one of the very best things Spotify ever did, was this amazing dashboard where artists can see all of their plays on all parts of the world, in which cities and how many what times of day, the demographics of the ages, of the genders, it's fantastic. Artists absolutely love that, because they know where they can go tour, where they should use that data for e-commerce, all kinds of things. So, because artists love Spotify for the data, in the near future, and every artist is on Spotify and checking their data quite regularly, and which songs are getting the most play and where they're getting play and whatnot. So, because there's so many artists on Spotify, and now that they're going to bring in Green Room into Spotify, and instead of two separate apps, the functionality will be merged in the one app called Live Audio. Then, when people are making rooms, they'll make fans who use Spotify today follow artists the same way that people in Clubhouse follow rooms. So we follow clubs. In Spotify, you follow artists. Those artists have, some artists have 100,000 fans or followers. Okay, so that artist page is essentially like a club, and somebody can become the admin for that club, and meaning the artist themselves or their manager or their friend or whoever could start playing songs, and people be listening to the songs together as fans in that room. As soon as that happens, the artist is going to see all the data about all of that streaming activity, and one single play will go out to 50,000 people simultaneously. That's 50,000 plays for actually one playing of a song. So then the artist might join that room, and it's very likely in the not so distant future, Spotify artists will be in their rooms playing songs with their fans, and they might even stop the MP3 songs from playing and pick up an instrument and start performing for their fans. And they might start even charging for access to performances in Spotify. And now the Spotify is going to become e-commercified, and artists on their artist pages are going to be able to sell physical merchandise like t-shirts and everything else, and NFTs and digital merchandise, and access to upcoming rooms where they're going to perform in their version of Clubhouse, and which is like a virtual concert, and they can charge $5 or $10 or whatever, and they'll sell actual concert tickets to physical concerts, which will also be live streamed into their rooms. So artists will now have a dozen different ways to monetize that today they don't have, but they will have in the very, very near future. And artists are going to get shit fucking crazy excited about that. And Spotify is going to get a cut of all of those transactions. So Spotify is going to have a shit ton of new ways to monetize that they previously didn't have. So that's why Spotify is buying $1 billion of its own stock right now, when even TechCrunch says in the headline of their own the headline of their own story is, if Spotify is still a growth-focused company, shouldn't it preserve its capital to invest in exclusive podcasts and the like? To which I say, are you a fucking idiot? You're so fucking stupid, TechCrunch. Just shut your fucking mouth. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Who wrote this article? I'm going to shame you by name, you stupid, dumb idiot. Alex Wilhelm, you dumb fuck. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Just shut your uninformed, stupid mouth. Anyway, I know more than I can talk about, so Alex doesn't. So forgive Alex for being a dumb shit. No, Alex, Spotify shouldn't preserve its capital to invest in buying another Joe Rogan podcast. They're going to make they can probably double their money with this $1 billion they're investing into their stock right now, because they know something you don't, you fucking dumbass. Jesus Christ. I understand that journalists went to journalism school and they didn't go to business school, but that really is an excuse to write stupid fucking financial comments on your tech
It
blog.
sounds smart, right? It's like the preserve capital, equity raise. They just kind of throw the words to seem informed, but the actual content is garbage.
It's just a really uninformed financial perspective. Go ahead, Eli.
And buying back your own shares is legit insider trading.
It's a huge signal that something's about to happen. Anyway, like I said, I know more than I should say. But
I just want to make a general comment on share buybacks without getting it, because I don't know the specifics of this Spotify. Is a lot of companies just almost routinely buy back shares because the street seems to like it, and half the time they're wrong. Actually, I mean, I can tell you all sorts of companies that bought back shares and then the shares later collapsed. So it's not always what what it seems. More importantly is when the insiders, I don't know the case with Spotify, is that the CEO is buying the stock himself. That's a much better indicator than whether the company's actually buying back shares.
I would say if your local politician is buying shares of stock in something, that's a pretty good indicator.
That's a scary indicator.
That they tend to do about 6% higher on average than most folks, which should tell you something.
I'm excited for the opportunity for the artists to monetize and have a centralized location. And I think it's a really clever strategy that they're deploying. And I'm hoping it will benefit the artists who really, I think, deserve to have more of the pie.
Okay. Other big headlines right here at the moment is the following here. We got this one from Evan that Apple is launching a new iOS app called Siri Speech Study to gather feedback for Siri improvements, if you're so stupid enough to participate in that. And don't overthink it. This is a headline from The Verge. Don't overthink it. Elon Musk's Tesla bot is a joke. And after a dense presentation about the undeniably impressive work Tesla is doing with AI, the company's self-anointed techno king Elon Musk capped the evening by bringing out a dancer in a spandex suit. The dancer in the suit, he said, was the model for a new humanoid robot Tesla will produce in the near future. After the dubstep and applaud faded, the vaguest of briefing slides promised that the Tesla bot will stand 5 feet 8 inches, weigh 125 pounds, have human-level hands, and eliminate dangerous, repetitive, boring tasks. Musk said the building of human replacement robots, something no company in the world is close to achieving, was a logical step forward from Tesla's work developing self-driving cars. Our cars are semi-sentient robot on wheels. Actually, no, that's not what he said. What he said is that they're the machines that build their cars are sentient robots on wheels. So you need to go back to listen to that one again there, Verge. It kind of makes sense to put that on a humanoid form. We also are quite good at sensors and batteries and actuators, so we think we'll probably have a prototype sometime next year that's basically looks like this. Even by Musk's standards, it was a bizarre and brilliant bit of tomfoolery, a multi-purpose sideshow that trolled Tesla skeptics, fed the fans, ginned up the share price, and created some eye-catching headlines, the latter being particularly important in a week when most Tesla's news had focused on a federal investigation into a tendency of the company's autopilot software to crash into parked emergency vehicles. Forget about all that, says Musk. Just look at the person in the spandex suit. Next year, it'll be a real robot, I promise. Do you believe him? Should you believe him? I wouldn't answer that for you, but I want to restate the facts. Elon Musk got up on stage last night and promised that Tesla, a company whose driver-assisted software is unable to reliably avoid parked ambulances, would soon build a fully functioning humanoid robot. Musk said that the machine would be able to follow human instructions intuitively, responding correctly to commands like, please go out to the store and get me the following groceries. He outlined these scenarios and then said, yeah, I think we can do that. This was minutes after he'd ushered away the best demo of a Tesla bot available, a dancer in a spandex suit. If nothing else, you have to admire his chutzpah. To put Musk's claim in context, remember the Boston Dynamics, a company which makes Atlas, the most advanced biped robot in the world, has never described its machines as anything but R&D. Atlas, says Boston Dynamics, is simply a way to push the cutting edge of robotics. It's not even close to commercial deployment. In a recent video of the machine, the company showed how difficult building a bipedal robot is and how often Atlas trips and falls. It's also worth noting that Boston Dynamics has been working on Atlas and its bipedal predecessors for more than a decade. Musk thinks he can leapfrog their work in a year. Carl Berry, a lecturer in robotics engineering at the UK's University of Central Lancashire, put things to me in less uncertain terms. Calling it horseshit is generous, frankly. I'm not saying that he shouldn't be doing research like this, but it's the usual overblown hype. Berry stressed that deploying robotics and AI in manufacturing usually required making the simplest machines possible, not the most complex. I'm not saying Tesla researching this stuff isn't a good thing, but between them and companies like Boston Dynamics, they leave the public with unrealistic expectations of what robotics is currently capable of or will be for many years. I personally don't think that if Elon Musk wants to, he can produce something that looks like a Tesla bot in 2022. It wouldn't be hard to make a decent automation, something on the level of Disney's more advanced theme park models, for example. Once he's got it to walk out on stage, he can even send it to space just for the headlines. But if he does, it will be just another distraction. Robotics are having a huge effect on manufacturing, no doubt about that, but there's no need to pretend that machines need to look human to do so. This sort of bait and switch is often how Musk operates. Just think about how his plans for the Hyperloop changed over time. The technology was announced as a railgun-like train system that would move people from Los Angeles to San Francisco in less than an hour and a half. Over the years, these ambitions have shrunk until the project morphed into the Loop, a small tunnel that can drive a car through if you want. So he goes on to for another few paragraphs. But perhaps the most bankable part of that is the quote from the Carl Berry at UK's University of Central Lancashire, who says calling it horseshit sounds quite generous. That was part of my point when I was debating my friend here shortly after the whole Tesla bot was announced, that I agree. I don't think Tesla can make what it's claiming to make here, and they need to be careful because they're already getting now. The U.S. Congress folks are already starting to gin up There's an investigation underway into false claims about Tesla in marketing full self-driving. So this robot thing is begging to be yet another boy crying wolf it ain't so easy to build robots. There's very, very few companies that are doing it. And a humanoid robot, as the article says, a whole lot of factory robots, and Tesla's one of the best in the world with factory robots. No mistake about that. But humanoid robots that will walk to the store, I like the point that the journalist makes in this article that even Boston Dynamics, it shows tons of bloopers in their videos of their own robots falling all over the fucking place. What happens when your Tesla robot falls over and cracks the screen on its head? Because in the case of this Tesla robot, it has a screen for a face. Well, in these videos that we watch from Boston Dynamics, that robot's falling over on its face all the time. So what happens when this robot falls over and cracks the screen on its face? Or just falls over in your house and breaks your table?
Hey, Tyler, if I can just go back to something you will be interested in, what Spotify is doing for you, by the way, they have, as I looked at the numbers, they have a lot of excess cash. So rather than paying you a dividend, they're trying to create shareholder value for you by buying back the stock because it's more tax efficient. Because if they paid you a dividend, it would be taxable, at least to, American, shareholders, And so this is a way of trying to get the stock up, returning money to shareholders without having to give you a dividend that is taxable. It's a double taxation issue.
Okay. And Maria, I invited you up, but it seems like you're not able to, so you might need to bounce out and back in. And I see Todd in the audience. And if anyone's got a headline, go ahead, because I'm just looking for friends in the audience to pull up here. So if anyone's got a headline they want to shoot out, go ahead. Give me a second here to pull some smart folks up. Oh, James. Finally, we meet. Welcome to Tech News Around the World. And then I saw Jeremiah raise his hand, but is he on stage? Okay. So that was my rant on, and more importantly, TechCrunch's rant on the Tesla bot announcement. And then David sends in this article that Google and Apple both scaling back their healthcare efforts. And kudos to the journalist who noticed this, as we did here in Tech News Around the World. Yesterday, it was announced that Google's VP of Health was stepping down. And then Google and Apple and Amazon, all three of them have been pushing into health, which is of very interesting concern because these are huge data companies that are, leaders in AI, and medical data is the sweetest and juiciest of all datas, and the medical industry are a bunch of Luddites who can't figure out how to do a reply all on an email. So they're in for a really brutal beating with a butter knife and a gunfight against, Google and Apple and Amazon. Yet, in the past few days and in recent hours, as this article says, it looks like Google and Apple have both run into the proverbial healthcare wall so many have faced. In fact, in Google's case, we can say that they've run into this wall again. Yes, in some ways, this feels like Groundhog Day for those of us who have followed this industry for as long as we have here at Healthcare IT Today, which is where I'm reading this from. Most of you will remember the patient portal PHR that was called Google Health. It was a shutdown before really making any sort of impact. However, given the size of the healthcare market, you had to wonder when Google would return again, and return they did. Indeed, it's such a huge space and so financially potentially lucrative, that they can't stay away from it. And indeed, in Amazon's case, they are doing it on their own employees, of which they have more than 1 million, and notably their families. So you've got several million people using Amazon telemedicine and telemental health apps. And ostensibly, once they get all of the bugs worked out, they'll roll it out to their Amazon Prime members, which is also millions of people. And eventually they could scale it up to offer healthcare to Americans. Would obviously be the first place they might test it. But anyway, Google's return to healthcare was little by little, and with a number of very targeted projects that were eventually pulled together under the umbrella called Google Health. And when you look at the list of big names they brought onto the Google Health team, you could see they were really interested in healthcare in a way they hadn't done previously. Most prominent on the Google Health team is Dr. Karen DeSalvo, who is still Google's chief health officer, and of course David Feinberg, who was tapped to run Google Health after being president and CEO of Geisinger Health, although he just resigned yesterday. So it says yesterday the news broke that Dr. Feinberg was leaving Google Health in order to be CEO of a medtech company called Cerner. Now, Business Insider is reporting that Google's shutting down the Google Health division, and Dr. Feinberg led, and projects will be split amongst other parts of Google. Did Dr. Feinberg see the writing on the wall, or is him leaving prompting the organization? Hard to say. However, what's clear from the reorganization is less of a focus on healthcare by Google. From my perspective, Google Health team didn't have a lot of cohesion around the projects they were working on. There were a lot of healthcare related projects that impacted various Google products, but I didn't see the real vision for Google in healthcare. You see this in the health related features they added to things like search, maps, and YouTube, massive projects that impacted billions of people and needed real healthcare expertise, but they weren't really a healthcare project per se. The closest they came to a big healthcare project was their pseudo EHR tool that felt like an awkward redesign of an EHR, which is an acronym for electronic health records, that had some interesting ideas but never quite fit into the health IT landscape. In other news, Apple is also reportedly scaling back its efforts in healthcare. They've been running an ambitious project called Health Habit with some of their employees to track fitness goals, talk to clinicians, and manage hypertension. The idea was that if it was successful internally with their team members, they could make it into a product for iPhone users one day. They reportedly had a team of more than 50 people working on this. Despite all the effort, Apple is scaling back efforts on the project. It's not clear from the reporting whether Health Habit will continue with the small team or not, but the people working on the project will need to find another role at Apple or be laid off with severance, according to the report. Any thoughts on big tech getting into healthcare?
It's a space that, has a lot of unsolved problems. So really, they should be able to do better.
I pontificated, but I'd love to hear from John. He is the expert in this space.
Yeah, this is right up John's alley. But they interestingly don't name Amazon in this, and Amazon is definitely making steps, but I think they're doing it in a smarter way. The latest reports that we've seen is they've rolled it out. Can you hear me, Tyler? Yeah. Hey, John. Sorry, I've got a weak signal. Indeed, you do. And I'll stop. Yeah. So I'll wait till I got a better signal. No, you sound right now. Go ahead, John. Oh, okay. Big tech companies.
No, he's in and out.
Yeah. That's okay. So, we'll come back to you, John. The next one is about all of the satellites that we. Apparently, I'm not the only one concerned. 19 hours ago, a tweet about space junk, and it's because there was a collision in low Earth orbit with a Chinese satellite breaking up into reportedly 35 pieces, although probably much more, because when a satellite busts into pieces, you can track the bigger pieces. The really small pieces you can't track, obviously, because they're too small to track. They know of at least 35, probably a lot more. The problem is even very, very, very small pieces, like a simple screw, can explode a satellite because it's traveling at 25 times the speed of sound, like faster than a bullet. So, when this Chinese satellite combusted or broke into several pieces recently, it's been reported that it's due to a piece from a Russian missile, or what's the word I'm looking for? Rocket. And the problem is now that you've got 34 more objects floating around, at least 35, that are off track, like they're not synchronized with the rest of the satellites. If any of those pieces hit another satellite, that new satellite will break up into 100 pieces. And now you have 100 more pieces floating around that become potential collisions with all of the other satellites, and then you have this cascading effect rather quickly, where all of a sudden all the satellites turn into just a complete mush of space junk and a cloud of space junk where the satellites used to be. And there's actually an actual name for this called the Kessler syndrome. And why it's such a problem, because if that should happen, then it'll be hard to, well, we won't have satellites anymore, and then it'll be hard to put them back up in a cloud full of space junk. So there's a video about this that I just sent out to the Tech News Twitter account, so you can see all about that.
So the CEO of a company that is about, like, you know, capturing space junk is on Clubhouse. His name is Jeremy, and God damn it, the name of his company is escaping me. It's not running. I'm not going to try.
Okay, so I'm just tweeting out a video from CBS this morning of Gail King and Mark Zuckerberg testing out their new Facebook VR workrooms, and you can see their fun video about that. And then Nick Moneypenny sends in a video of a new, as everything's becoming an e-vehicle these days. We even have the Ola scooters in India just did a pre-order. Their pre-sales. They just launched their electronic little Vespas, very beautifully designed. And so far they have 100,000 pre-orders in just the first couple days. And basically, even airplanes, we report all of the airplanes that are becoming electric and helicopters and everything. And now we've got the last remaining vehicle. I think we're running out of vehicles. I just tweeted out the electronic hovercraft. And now we're...
Looks like Cobra. Looks like Cobra's. If you remember that cartoon.
Cobra Command, yeah. So Evan just sent in a map, the number of males per 100 females in countries around the world. And boy, you can, when there's an equal balance of male and females in a country, that country looks green on the map. And when they're out of balance, they start to turn pink. And when they're really out of balance, they get really red. Number of males per female. There's one country in particular that has way more males than females, like 1.5 to 1.
China.
No.
No.
China's 1.1 to 1.
Qatar.
You're getting close. UAE. You're getting really close.
Saudi Arabia.
We have a winner, Saudi Arabia.
That's 2 for me, thank goodness.
There you go. Welcome.
But I did see it.
Welcome to the winner. Oh, you cheated. Okay. I just tweeted it. The problem is I tweeted it before we started the music. I have to remember to do it in the other order. So the next...
To be fair, it's not labeled, though, Tyler. So my geography is actually pretty good.
You got to be good at geography to recognize it's Saudi Arabia on a map to win that one. So is Cami with us on stage? She sent in one about a robotic scanner automates diagnostic imaging in the eye. By removing the need for highly trained technicians, the imaging tool can make it easier to diagnose eye diseases with AIs. And AIs are now being used in basically every room in the hospital because they're much better at noticing, anomalies in any kind of X-rays or scans, MR scans, CAT scans, using image recognition. It's like what Shazam does for music. AI, machine learning, can do for images, and it can find anomalies far better than any trained doctor ever can dream to. So it's a really interesting to see how this is developing in the medtech space. And there's a viral video out of Taiwan that takes a pop at Xi Jinping. I just retweeted that one out. And legal experts worldwide draw up historic definition of ecocide, according to The Guardian. And this is quite interesting for those who aren't familiar with the concept of ecocide. They're trying to, kind of at the UN level, just as we have genocide in countries can formally charge other countries with genocide, as much of the world is doing against China at the moment with the Uyghurs. It's a legal definition, and they're being charged with genocide, and they'll have to pay for crimes against humanity if it's verified that they are doing that. I mean, there is some verification, there is some evidence, but to really, it becomes a case at the Hague, essentially, and which is why China's now kicked out every journalist out of mainland China. And now we just learned in a headline a few hours ago, they just kicked out a supply chain verifier that is used by Disney and Apple and Nike and others to verify that their supply chains don't use slave labor. And that company, which is a U.S. company but has a Hong Kong and Shenzhen-based affiliate, that affiliate has just been had their offices raided, and they've just been kicked out of China because they were trying to work on behalf of their clients to find out if there was slave labor being used on their supply chains, and now they've just been shown the door. But anyway, ecocide is an important step in holding big companies accountable for crimes against the environment. So this legal experts worldwide draw up a historic definition of ecocide is actually an important step legally in the international court system. So the draft law is intended to prosecute offenses against the environment. And legal experts from across the globe have drawn up a historic definition of ecocide intended to be adopted by the International Criminal Court to prosecute the most egregious offenses against the environment. The draft law, unveiled on Tuesday, defines ecocide as unlawful or wanton acts committed with knowledge that there is a substantial likelihood of severe and widespread or long-term damage to the environment being caused by those acts. The Stop Ecocide Foundation initiative comes amid concerns that not enough is being done to tackle the climate and ecological crisis. If adopted by the ICC's members, it would become just the fifth offense the court prosecutes along war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, and the crime of aggression. And the first new international crime since the 1940s, when the Nazi leaders were prosecuted at the Nuremberg trials. Professor Philip Sands at University College London, who co-chaired the panel that spent the past 6 months hammering out the definition, said the four other crimes all focus exclusively on well-being of human beings. This one, of course, does that, but it introduces a new non-anthropocentric approach, namely putting the environment at the heart of international law. And so that is original and innovative. For me, the single most important thing about this initiative is that it's part of that broader process of changing public consciousness, recognizing that we are in a relationship with our environment. We are dependent for our well-being on the well-being of the environment, and that we have to use various instruments, political, diplomatic, but also legal, to achieve protection of the environment. That's right. This is the brilliant part, is there has to be a legal definition and a legal framework to prosecute the bad actors, because currently there isn't. And that's why they're bad acting, because there's no punishment for it, because there's no legal framework for it. Now you can understand how important this is. So before there was a legal definition of genocide, you could commit genocide, and there was no actual international framework to charge and thus penalize actors of genocide, or even recognize acts of genocide. There was no legal definition for it. So you can understand now the importance of establishing this framework for ecocide. So an ecocide law has been mooted for decades, with the late Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme pushing the concept at the 1972 UN Environmental Conference in Stockholm. More recently, ecocide was considered for inclusion in the 1998 Rome Statute, establishing the ICC before being dropped. The Scottish lawyer Polly Higgins led a decade-long campaign for it to be recognized as a crime against humanity before her death in 2019. The members of the panel, which also include experts from Samoa, Ecuador, and the U.S., are hopeful that now is the right time for agreement. The other co-chair, Dior Falso, a U.S. jurist and former prosecutor from Senegal, said the environment is threatened worldwide by the various serious and persistent damage caused to it. which endangers the lives of people who live in it. This definition helps to emphasize the security of our planet must be guaranteed on an international scale. In the current context where serious damage to the environment is increasingly important and affects a large number of states, their support could be gained for this new definition of a crime of ecocide. One can think, among others, of island developing states that are subject to ecological ecocides committed by corporations. Several small island nations, including Vanuatu in the Pacific and the Maldives in the Indian Ocean, called for serious consideration of a crime of ecocide in the ICC's annual Assembly of State Parties in 2019. French President Emmanuel Macron has championed the idea, as has the Pope, and other European countries have expressed an interest. Indeed, it was.
Hey, Tyler, an important point here is the United States itself is not subject to the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court because they've never signed the treaties. So, I mean, which is interesting. So, they can, I just want to point that out.
Fair enough. So we're going to import in all of the bad actors. So, yeah, indeed, it was Olof Palme, the Swedish prime minister, who kind of raised the original concept. So that's a fantastic share. Thank you for that one. And then The Verge has an interesting article about.
Before the next one,
Yes,
just want
Eli,
to mention the company that I was trying to remember the name of is Rogue Space Systems. They are planning to vacuum up space junk.
Oh, thank you. And the next one is from The Verge about the big T-Mobile massive data breach. And now it's being revealed T-Mobile's massive data breach leaked info for 5.3 million additional customers. The company revealed that hardware ID numbers for SIM cards and cell phones have also been stolen. So it's basically all of their data. I mean, at this point, it's your social security number, everything else, your IMEI numbers, your SIM card, your telephone number, everything they have about you is part of it. So now T-Mobile has confirmed that for the 7.8 million on contract or postpaid customers it already counted in the breach, data stolen includes the information mentioned Thursday: first name, last name, date of birth, social security number, driver's license ID numbers, as well as the phone numbers, the IMEI device numbers, and additionally 5.3 million more customers have also been identified as part of the breach, but without revealing their driver's licenses. The same goes for an additional 667,000 accounts of former T-Mobile subscribers, former Sprint prepaid and Boost customers, etc. An unspecified number of files contain phone numbers. The FCC has announced its investigating the incident, and at least one class action lawsuit has already been filed against T-Mobile, calling its response and promised 2 years of identity protection services inadequate. Indeed. So, thank you for that one.
And this happened at AT&T as well, but we don't know the extent.
Yes,
but all that information is full ownership of anyone's device. That's really bad.
That's kind of breaking news. Since this whole T-Mobile data breach happened only 48 hours ago, it's now being reported in the recent hours that AT&T has now been struck with a similar hack.
Guys, take that password warning in your iPhone very, very seriously. If you go through your passwords that they save and they tell you have 300 passwords that are vulnerable, go through and change those. Take their advice.
So go ahead.
Free service until they fix it.
Yeah, go ahead and explain how.
There's another solution, by the way. So just so people, at least in the U.S., should know, there's these things called MVNOs, which are basically resellers of T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T. And so they basically operate on their networks, but the monthly charges are cheaper. They don't have as many services. If you need, you have to do, through chat. They don't have retail stores. But if you were to have your phone with an MVNO, and no one's probably going to hack the MVNOs. They're just hacking the larger companies. So if you want to be on the T-Mobile network, just go to one of these MVNOs that's a reseller of T-Mobile and move your phone to them. And, but it's probably too late now, but that would be another solution.
And then
It's Corey.
Go ahead.
I was going to add two more points. Some really good security measures that are pretty easy to do is just get a good two-factor authentication like Google Authenticator or Authy, and then also look at a good password manager. And those two things will help resolve a lot of the things you might have stored on your phone that's acceptable to SIM swapping and so forth.
And then, Chris, can you help remind people how to find the
So
Apple
sure.
recommendations?
If you go to settings and you just type the word password, you'll see that there's like a password manager. And right at the top, it's going to tell you like all the passwords that have been reused or have been found in breaches or are part of a known data compromise. And, I used to be one of those guys that thought like, okay, I'll use one level of password for, websites I don't care about, another level for another, but you can't reuse any of your passwords. So you really just need to use a manager, like your built-in one on your iPhone or a third-party one. But right now, if you just go to settings and search and just type the word password, you should see something pop up and it'll tell you like that, you have quite a few passwords that
Chris.
have been compromised.
Chris, it's called, it's under security recommendations.
Okay, that's the other way.
Yeah, no, it's in the same place. It's in the same place. Just once you go there, it says on top, security recommendations. And when you click on that, it'll take you to all those compromised passwords and all the passwords that are sort of, have found in stuff, basically. But so does Firefox. That's what I like about Firefox. It's really secure where it does show that to you. It does demonstrate what passwords have been in breaches, and then it gives you the opportunity to change them.
Mozilla has a standalone password manager called Lockwise, which is the same thing as the one in Firefox.
Here's my issue with using this, and it's not an issue really, is the compatibility with your browser on your computer versus your mobile device. I'm okay with doing whatever on my phone, but then I go to my computer, and sometimes I have multiple computers based on the fact that I've got clients who would prefer me not to use whatever I have at home. They'll give me a separate device. Is getting all of those passwords to sync up to whichever browser. Sometimes I have to use multiple, and trying to remember them all. Is there a recommendation for using like 1Password or some kind of a service versus using the browser-based remember password or 2FA?
Well, just a quick
Yes.
point. It's kind of like if you're being given a dedicated device, migrating the passwords to another device is kind of like multiplying the security vulnerabilities. So I don't think you want to do
Well,
specifically that.
hold on here. So with the hardware encryption on your phone, when you use password managers like OnePass or Keeper or some of these really good ones that allow you to autofill in for your web browsers, this is what I do, and I'm in security space. The key thing is you do capture those backups. So if in case you lose your device or the device goes bad and you need to re-download the app like Google Authenticator or whatnot, or in this case Password Manager. Then you can just basically put in that key phrase, and they have a couple of keys that they give you, like 6 or 8, and you restore everything again. And so it's very device focused, and it's very secure because it uses hardware encryption, where your browsers uses software encryption, and it's also not as transportable. So my recommendation is to get a good password manager that does get used on your phone, and use that to generate your 20 character long unique passwords, which you don't have to even memorize, and be able to log into sites. And that's what I do daily, and it makes it so much easier. And the only vulnerability is you keep those keys like in a safe somewhere, but they really have to come physically to your actual home and beat you up and get into your safe to get access to those 6 or 8 keys to restore things. So other than that, it's on your device, and it's not susceptible to like remote hacking, and that's why I recommend those sort of applications.
Can you name 2 or 3 of your favorite password managers?
I have a list. I'm actually in the middle of driving, but one is LastPass is a good one. OnePass is a good one. These are all highly rated. PC Magazine. If you look up PC Magazine password managers, they'll give you like the top 10. I did a cross section recently across different sites, and it came up with roughly the same top 10. So it was 3 independent groups kind of doing their own analysis. Another one is Keeper. which is what I use. And they do all sorts of things. There's free versions, there's paid versions. I can go ahead and send a list to to the channel here, and we can tweet it out to Tyler and whatnot.
Yep.
I use Keeper. Keeper's pretty cool.
One
We
password.
also talked about Ubico keys the other day, which
Yes.
I'm fascinated by.
Hardware keys, yeah. Actual device that, by the way, Google just came out with the kind of latest versions of these, which you don't really, they work via NFC, so you don't even have to put them into your device. You just have to tap it near your laptop or near your phone and to unlock it. And so if it's in your pocket next to your phone, and you just have to make sure you don't lose your physical hardware key. Although you can have backups. So that is the real
that's
solution.
another level of security.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, that's an air gap. Yeah.
That's what all Google team members are using that. So then other awesome headlines coming in at the moment, and I'm now caught up to the last hour of tweets. So here we go. This one from Dr. Fran. Who could have predicted this? The city of Orlando is asking residents to reduce water consumption immediately, all caps. This is coming from Dave Pogulski from Fox Orlando News. And liquid oxygen used to treat water is being diverted to the hospitals to treat COVID patients. They believe if water consumption doesn't change, water treatment could hit a critical point in a week. So you got about a week left of water, Orlando. And Elon Musk says we need universal basic income because in the future, physical tasks will be an option. And that gives everyone the opportunity to share their 2 cents about universal basic income. And as everything becomes automated.
Hey, Tyler, I sent you something at least 18 hours ago, and I don't remember you mentioning it. I thought it would be very interesting to you. There's a new company, a startup called Slip.Stream, that for a subscription fee is going to let you have royalty-free music. So therefore, people who are creators on TikTok or whatever don't have to worry about, infringing on copyrights.
Yes.
And
it is cool. And there's quite a lot of solutions in this space, including my friend Oscar at Epidemic Sound, which just became a unicorn out of Stockholm. And it's all about creators are going to need access to music libraries that they can use, acquire the licenses for. You can use, license-free music or license-free sound effects or, audio, which generally sucks. All the really good audio, be it music or sound effects or whatnot, all the really good stuff is all owned. People have the intellectual property, and you need to pay for the licenses. And one clever solution is you pay a subscription, a monthly fee, and you have a massive library of all of the content. And so this is one such example, Slip.Stream, that
which is royalty free. And I actually maybe beg to differ you a little bit, because I'll tell you what, I had my own radio show on AM radio in Las Vegas, I think it was 10 years ago. And when I started that, the station basically gave me this huge selection of royalty-free music I can use for my lead-ins and everything. And it was pretty big. And I just wanted, it wasn't something with lyrics, I just wanted an instrumental. And there were a lot of good choices. And I was always very happy with the music I picked for my show, and it was royalty free. So there's a lot of decent royalty free music out there, particularly if you're not looking for something with lyrics. If it's just instrumental type of thing.
Yeah, if you're willing to hunt around, you can find good stuff. So here's a really interesting.
Do you have to
go ahead?
Do you have to maintain your subscription for as long?
That's a great question. Generally not, because the way that it works is once you subscribe, you have to tell the subscription platform, like Epidemic Sound, you tell them the link to your YouTube account. If you don't have a subscription with Epidemic Sound, they will let you listen to and download the content, and you can put that content in your videos. But if you upload their audio into your YouTube video, whether it be a sound effect of somebody clapping or laughing or music, they're able to identify it with like Shazam-like tools. And then they will put a copyright notice claim on your video. And if and then they essentially monetize your video because you're using their intellectual property in your video. Now they can monetize your video, and you don't get the money from your video. They do. So that's why they allow you to do it, because they can still monetize your use of their intellectual property, but they would prefer you pay for the subscription. If you do pay for the subscription, the first step is you have to tell them what is your YouTube account, so that when they see, this YouTube account is using their content, they see that it's a match, and then they don't put a copyright claim on your video, because they know that that YouTube account has paid to use their content. And maybe you could do the same with your other platforms where you're uploading your content that includes their content. Jeff, you just unmuted there.
So basically, it's you have a subscription when you upload something,
precisely,
publication date,
yes,
and then you're good,
right,
even after you don't have a.
Correct. The issue is during the upload and the hour after you upload it, when the scan actually happens. Yeah.
Do you know if they're also doing anything similar for NFTs?
I'm not aware. There is now one that a different startup, other than the ones we've mentioned, that are doing it using NFTs for that purpose, which is quite brilliant use case for NFTs. But I don't recall what the name of the company was.
Thanks.
Yeah. Then a new headline here from The Verge that some app named Clubhouse maybe removed personal info from users' accounts in Afghanistan as a safety measure. The platform's trying to protect the privacy and safety of users in Afghanistan. Social audio app Clubhouse has joined other social platforms in taking steps to protect the safety and privacy of its users in Afghanistan. Earlier this week, the platform reset tens of thousands of its Afghan users' bios and photos and made their accounts more difficult to discover and search. A spokesperson for Clubhouse said the actions didn't affect the users' followers, and all of the changes can be reversed if the user prefers. And Clubhouse is also reminding its Afghan users that it does allow pseudonyms for human rights or safety purposes. The company consulted with free expression and violent extremism experts to help craft its approach. As the Taliban has regained control in the country, many people in Afghanistan have tried to delete photos from their social media accounts and phones that could show a connection to the West or other former Afghan government. And despite bans on many social platforms, the Taliban has been able to push its messages on social media, becoming, as the Washington Post wrote, sophisticated at social media tactics in an attempt to change its image. On Thursday, Facebook said it had added social security measures for users in Afghanistan, including hiding friends lists and adding a tool to quickly lock down their accounts.
So that means, without doubt, then the Taliban is on Clubhouse.
Correct. But that was already known, yeah. But that's a clever way to make sure people don't get hurt as a result of that. And so the next headline here is from Evan from The Economist. The headline is The Rise of 3D Printed Houses. Your next home could be a printout. And California 3D home printing company has 1,000 waiting list but can print new homes in 24 hours. And you can see a photo of this home. I gotta say, they're freaking beautiful. These 3D printed homes allow for really cool new angles and shapes that would be very difficult to do in another format. But in a 3D printed format, they look fantastic. The question is, how much do they cost? But I
mean, stairs with like drawers built into them and stuff like that, because you can now print them that way. I mean, so cool.
They're super cool looking.
Another company called Boxable sells it for about $50K for about 900 square foot.
How much?
$50K. Boxable.
Oh, the Boxable, yeah. This is another cool.
It'll be interesting to see it'll be interesting to see what they do again, with like Airbnb and how that changes Airbnb prices if people don't start putting boxables like on a piece of land.
Yeah. There's an incredible need for affordable housing, as a whole bunch of people are, as a result of COVID, there's a huge wave of people becoming homeless, as anyone in Los Angeles and San Francisco knows, and Austin. So,
And London.
Is it really in London as well?
Yeah, there's a massive shortage of housing, the whole of southeast of England.
Yeah, there's a tremendous shortage of housing in Sweden, but there's not homeless, but there's just the housing market's gone berserk. It's just wildly unaffordable to buy, and you have to buy. There's nothing you can't rent in Stockholm. So, Ken?
Yeah, I was going to say Los Angeles problem, I think, was before COVID, the homeless
True.
problem.
Yeah, but it's certainly been exacerbated.
Oh, is that? And by the way, it's going to get worse because this eviction ban is now it just got upheld, the most recent one by an appellate court, but now it's going to go to the Supreme Court because the Supreme Court basically had said that the eviction ban now needs to be passed by Congress, but Kavanaugh sided with the liberals to give the government more time to actually pass something, but he's basically told them you're on borrowed time because he doesn't think the CDC or Biden himself has the authority, only Congress does. And so now it's going to go to the Supreme Court. And if Kavanaugh stays true to what his last ruling was, he will now switch sides, and there'll be a 5-4 vote, 5-4 vote overturning the eviction ban, and then there'll be massive homelessness problem. And there's the other problem is, though, is the landlords need the rent. You have a lot of small landlords that that they're going under. So it's they created a really bad problem because it was not a well thought out public policy. But we're going to see that in the next 30 days is going to be, because I think the Supreme Court's going to take it up on an emergency basis within 30 days.
Yeah.
Tyler, I noticed that Todd is here. Todd's got a really great idea of how universities, which have a lot of space, how they can bring people who are sort of over 65 interacting with young people and having housing on them. Maybe Todd could tell us a bit more about that if you want him to.
Well, not that much more, but thanks, Asif. Yeah, we're working with a couple of dozen universities to build senior living. Some of it's affordable, some of it's very focused on intergenerational learning occurring at the campuses. But yeah, it's I suppose somewhat profitable real estate for the university system, which they sort of badly need right now because nobody's interested in gifting another $30 million for a new chemistry building or business building and so forth. So they're turning around to other alternatives to expand what's known as intergenerational learning opportunities. And if you buy a condo in this tower, you can audit any class you want for free. You interact with the students in the union, et cetera, et cetera. So it creates a different culture on the campus.
So on the topic of homelessness and the pandemic, it really would have been much smarter to address the whole thing at the beginning through a financial pause on both rents and mortgage payments.
True that. So the next headline here, it's from JT, that Snapchat scores a big battle for augmented reality platform talent, pulling in 2 executives from Facebook, who's one of the other big players in the metaverse. And so the leaders are really Snapchat, Niantic, which is Pokemon Go, believe it or not, and Facebook. And we have to imagine, we know Apple's working on something, and we can't rule out Google from giving it another try, as they were really one of the we have to recognize they did come out with Google Glass way too early.
Yeah, it's very interesting how these executives are moving from company to company. We saw people moving from Google to Facebook, from Facebook to Netflix, and now Facebook to Snapchat, and to, as you mentioned, Niantic. It's really getting competitive, and it's starting to heat up as we move into the fall season.
Yeah. BB just found
Tyler, can you Can you share that video again of the guy who supposedly leaked the Apple Glass? That was so fantastic.
Yeah, Jeremiah says that's actually an older video.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I don't think it's real. I'm sorry to say, it's a rendering, artist rendering.
yeah, that's one of the best artist renderings I've ever seen of an Apple product. That is fantastic. So, BB just found an interesting headline from Quartz and includes a really interesting graph, and it shows that we had headlines in the past day or two that China's Xi Jinping is saying he wants to crack down on wealth inequality, where they're going to tax the billionaires, and which led Tencent to hand over $15 billion, kind of just on that point alone. We heard you want to tax billionaires. Here we volunteering $15 billion. Here, how's that sound? So that'll happen in the past 24, 48 hours. But as a result of this announcement of Uncle Xi saying we need to redistribute the wealth and address wealth inequality, luxury companies in China, namely Prada, LVMH, Moncler, Hermes, which are all wildly popular in China amongst wealthy people, these luxury companies' market performance is now taking a very swift punishing, as just an interesting market move as a result of a comment that Uncle Xi made in the past 48 hours. So the next headline is from Tesh Yana. Thank you for this one, Tesh, from Adidas Standard, which I assume is from Ethiopia, Adidas Abad. And it's about Ethiopia, where the Director of Information Network Security Agency, the INSA of Ethiopia, Information Network Security Agency, said they will launch a social media platforms to replace Twitter and Facebook in Ethiopia. They also said virtual communication platforms such as WhatsApp and Zoom will be replaced. Tesh, I love this article because this is what I've been saying. Countries are going to start realizing they want their own domestic alternatives to the big tech companies because they can make a lot of money from them, and more importantly, they can control them because they have people on the ground they can put in prison if they don't follow the rules, which is why Putin is insisting YouTube have team members. If you want to be a social media network in Russia, their new rule is you have to have people on the ground and an office, that people that are physically on the ground. And why is that important, do you think? Why can't they just email YouTube when they have something they want to talk about? Maybe just pick up the phone, the old hello, ring, hello. Yeah, hey, this is Vlad. I don't like this video you have. Could you please take it down? What's wrong with that? Well, if they don't if they don't want to do what you say, you don't really have much recourse. But if they have people on the ground, as we know in India, when Twitter flagged a tweet from a government spokesperson, that inspired them to send 7 large gentlemen dressed in uniforms down to Twitter's office, to have a little chat. They just want to know why you flagged their tweet, and the emails weren't working. We tried calling, we couldn't get through, so we sent 7 uniformed men to come just have a nice little chat about why you flagged the government's tweets. And by the way, India rule is you must have offices on the ground with representatives on the ground, which Twitter was very cat and mouse kind of reluctant to do. And now you know why. And it's a lot of fun games. These governments now are realizing we don't want these tech companies, international tech companies, because they have too much control and we can't control them and we don't economically benefit from them. As long as in the same way we would with our own domestic versions. So this headline of Ethiopia saying they will soon launch social media platforms to replace Twitter, Facebook, WhatsApp, and Zoom is no surprise to me. I told you this was coming. Ethiopia is doing it. Guess what? They are all going to do it. All of them. All 200 nations are all going to do this. Starting with the bigger economies like India, who's starting. They're making it difficult, but especially the countries that are not friendly to America are all going to do it. Now, they already did it. China was the first to do it. China said, no, you can't come into our country. Flat out. Done. Out. Oh, by the way, Google, you can come in for a minute because we'd love to copy you. Here's an office for you to build right here in Beijing. We provided you the office all nice and clean for you. Never mind the cameras in the corners, but please do set up your search engine here in lovely Beijing. Is everything nice? Would you like some tea? Sure, go ahead. Has it been a year? Did we copy everything we need? Oh, we did? Okay. Oh, hey, Google, you're done. We're shutting you down. We got everything we need. Thank you. I hope you had a nice time here in China. You can now leave. That's what happened. So, you're not allowed to do business in China. They never wanted you there. They were very clear. No, Facebook, you can't come in. Yes, Mark Zuckerberg did make a physical appearance, speaking Mandarin to his best of his ability, to the applause of the people there that joined him that day, and begging, to have Facebook in China. And of course, he was willing to do anything China wanted to do. Tiananmen Square doesn't exist. What are Uyghurs? We never heard of them. No, those don't exist. No, yeah. So anything China wants to do, of course, they would have complied very happily, as Apple does. By the way, there was a headline 48 hours ago. Some clever hackers figured out all of the things you're not allowed to engrave on your Apple devices, not only in China, but interestingly, also in Hong Kong, which has freedom of speech, and more interestingly, in Taiwan, which is a separate country. So, but Apple is so economically invested in China that they are happy to comply with China's insistence that they pretend they own Taiwan. So they don't let Taiwanese people engrave words like freedom or democracy on their devices, despite the fact that they are a democracy. So back to the point.
That's only until China invades them, which might be pretty soon, given what's going on in the world.
Very true. So the interesting bit is that Ethiopia is now replacing the tech companies. China was the first to say, you're not welcome. We don't want none of you. Mark, despite his begging in Mandarin, no, you cannot come into China. We have our own version. Thank you, because we want to control it. So, kudos to China for being the first to figure that out. Russia has their own search engine, Yandex, their own Twitter, although Twitter does exist there. Other countries, the lesser friendly countries to America, can very easily replicate these companies now domestically. India has their own version of Twitter. They're likely to come out with everyone's going to come out with all their own versions. And it just is what it is. It's just too attractive to the governments to have one they can control and benefit from economically and everything else. So here we go. Ethiopia, there you go, Ethiopia. You did it. It wasn't that hard, was it? You came out and said it. The real question is, why are you saying it preemptively? That's the weird thing. Just do it. You don't have to tell us you're going to do it. So
probably important to pay attention to population growth rates here too, because with Nigeria and Ethiopia growing as fast as any country in the world by population, you've got 112 million people. They're also preempting population growth that'll double by 2050. So I think it's interesting to kind of stack rank where those opportunities lie by how fast those countries' populations are growing, unlike India, which is already over 1 billion people.
So the next article I just tweeted out to the Tech News Twitter account at TNATW is this one that somebody just sent in about the best password managers for 2021 based on that conversation we were just having. So you can check that link out and figure out which password manager makes sense for you. And thank you for sharing that. The next one is about, it's from Electric is the blog, and it's about Candela's revolutionary new high-speed electric boat motors, which I happen to know the founder of Candela because they're based in Stockholm. And they do make an electric boat that floats above the water on a hydrofoil. And it's a gorgeous boat. And the headline says, Swedish electronic boat manufacturer Candela has just unveiled a revolutionary new electronic drive unit known as the C-Pod for its premium electric boats. And it's very cool indeed. So thank you for that. And then Evan, you just sent in this one about Dominique Crenn, who is the first female U.S. chef to get 3 Michelin stars. And Dominique Crenn was the first U.S. female chef to get the coveted 3 Michelin stars. Now she's poised to become the first U.S. chef to serve lab-grown chicken. And to me, the interesting thing about that is, do we know how many 3-star Michelin chefs there are total? And that's a great question to ask our new voice assistant. Indulge me for 2 seconds here. Watch this. Voice assistant. Oh, I have to do, what is the keystroke here? Press once. Oh, here we go. So the question is, how many 3-star Michelin chefs are there?
How many 3-star Michelin chefs are there? I don't know.
I think I spelled Michelin chef wrong. How many 3-star Michelin chefs are there?
TNTAW voice assistant.
There are currently 135 3-star Michelin chefs, and apparently 1 female. And so the question is, why do we not hear more about the gender diversity of 3-star Michelin chefs when there's 1 out of 135? Food for
So
thought.
do they
Nope.
actually
Great
certify
question.
and star the chefs
No, the
or the
restaurant.
restaurants? Because I'm pretty sure it's the restaurant.
It is the restaurant.
Right. So I'm not even sure this criteria is accurate.
There are 3-star. Well, it's debatable because, for example,
I think the question is how many female chefs are there at high-end restaurants? I think that's the bigger question, right?
Perhaps not, because I'm reading an article right now about 3-star Michelin chefs where it says there are 7 3-star chefs whose restaurants feature in the Michelin Guide 2021. They are Alan Heston, Gordon Ramsay, Pierre Gannett, Claire Smith, Helena, and apparently there's more than one. There's more than one female, by the way. I'm looking at 2 others right now who are, and it says on this food blog there are 7 3-star chefs whose restaurants feature in the Michelin Guide. And I guess
Right, because if the chef left the restaurant would have to get re-rated to see if there's still, whatever. So it is tied to the chef.
somebody can do a deep dive on this so we can figure this out.
Just remember, too, Michelin star got created just to sell tires in France.
Yeah.
It was a way to get you to tour France to sell tires. And
hold on here.
Remember what the tire industry did to Los Angeles as well. So,
are Michelin stars connected with the chefs or the restaurants?
Restaurants.
How the Michelin?
But often the chefs, but often the restaurants are owned by the chef, so it's quite intertwined. And obviously, when the restaurant becomes famous, the biography of the chef is surfaced in the media, so it's intertwined.
I'm reading one here where it says Michelin stars. The Michelin star became a symbol of high-end dining. Meanwhile, but Michelin stars and tires are related. The Michelin link explained. How are they awarded? Now, David Moore, owner of whatever, which has the longest standing 3 Michelin star accreditation, discussed the process. 1 star is awarded for high quality cooking. Cooks might hope to gain insight. There's also a Michelin Guide restaurant. Cooking. Michelin Guide. The French chef. Green stars. Yeah, it's awarded to the establishment. But
I would suggest that
right.
Chef is similar to CEO when you're thinking about male and female or gender diversity. It's the company that achieves the results, but it's the chef or the CEO that is in the spotlight. I mean, you see, there were a couple of chefs in France that committed suicide pursuing Michelin stars. So they're driving those results.
The way I would look at it, Tyler, it's similar to the Morningstar rating system for mutual funds. So yeah, technically it's the fund that has the stars, but I guarantee you, I know because I was in the business, when the portfolio manager leaves, they reevaluate whether or not that fund should still have those stars, because going forward there'll be different people running it. So it's the same thing if the chef leaves the restaurant. I mean, they're very intertwined.
Regions and cities not. Hold on one second. Here we go. Green controversies. Allegations of prejudice favoring French cuisine, allegations of leniency with stars for Japanese cuisine, unwanted stars. Some restaurateurs have asked Michelin to revoke a star because they felt it created undesirable customer expectations or pressure to spend more on service and decor. Notable cases include notable mistakes. In 2017, a cafe in Bourgeois was accidentally given a star. Yeah, so it's to the establishment, but clearly becomes synonymous with the chef who's in charge at that time. Okay, so back to the headlines here. The next one is from Heyman. It says Google calls for health tech and well-being startups for their accelerator in Europe. The Google for Startups, which is run by a friend of mine out of London, actually, is looking for post-seed or Series A health tech and well-being startups headquartered in Europe, in London. And as Heyman, who's a doctor, says, when you close your internal health division, you go shopping. And so Google for Startups is looking to invest in health tech startups. So the next one is from Evan, who just found this really cool Honda electric scooter for $475, which seems unbelievably impossibly cheap. And what a cool looking yeah.
Tyler, cancel the Ola order.
Yeah. I'm gonna get me one of these right away. This is really cool looking. Bookmarking. Thank you, Evan. And then we've got Mahogany with a similar headline, that Bird, which is the micromobility company out of Santa Monica, California, who pioneered the whole little e-scooter phenomena that went global. Bird Bike allows individual ownership of high-end electronic bicycles. Made their name in working with cities to bring electronic bikes and scooters to communities, now focused on solo ownership. Let's read this because this could get really interesting if they let the owners rent them out. The company Bird made their name in working with cities to bring electronic bicycles and scooters to communities. They're made to be eco-friendly. They're made to be shared. The latest Bird bike is made to be a similar proposition, environmentally conscious, battery-powered bike, but this time it's made for individual consumer ownership. The bike has a modern design, 2 wheels, handlebars, brakes, and a removable 36-volt battery. The bike works with a Bafang electric motor that the company says delivers up to 50 miles of range, or 80 kilometers. The bike delivers a maximum e-assist speed of 20 miles per hour and quick stopping with mechanical disc brake. There's a handlebar dash display too. The display is an LCD panel with a design based on the success of Bird's scooter display. The display is backlit. Who cares about the fucking display? The bike is propelled using a chainless Gates carbon drivetrain, so instead of who cares. The entire machine is IP65 water resistant. The first Bird bike available to consumers will be available to purchase in stealth black and gravity gray. These bikes are available in limited quantities and can be purchased for the very low price of $2,300. 2 versions will be made available by the end of the year. Well, that doesn't answer any of the questions. The question is, are people able to rent it from you or not, so you can make your money back? We don't know because the article doesn't say. Well done, Slash Gear. We didn't even answer the most important question. So next article is from the New York Times, from Mahogany. How the Taliban turned social media into a tool for control. In the 1990s, they banned the internet. Now they use the internet to threaten and cajole the Afghan people in a sign of how they might use technology to build power, which is very concerning because no doubt China has mastered how to use technology to control very large groups of people. And the concern is that they would then extend that into Afghanistan and perhaps even their digital currency and their social credit system. All of these lovely things that the Taliban, of course, could use to very nightmarish dystopian effects. This one also from Mahogany from Nikkei, Japan, also about China. China data rules to squeeze overseas development of self-driving tech. Information generated in the country will most likely stay within the country, as they told Tesla, by the way. China data rules to squeeze overseas development of self-driving tech. Rules on the handling of automotive data will take effect October 1st and build a barrier against foreign companies from accessing driving records and onboard images, as they told Tesla. They told Tesla, you know, all of those cameras, you have 9 cameras on your car? Yeah, turn them off. Tesla said, what? That's how we do autonomous driving. Yeah, we know that. Turn them off. Why should we turn them off? Because you're recording shit we don't want you to record, jackass. Turn them off. Well, is there any way we can leave them on? Yeah, you can put all of the data in China and never let it leave China and give us access to it so that we can use it. Then you can use it. Okay, fair enough. So that's what they're doing. It's called Sovereign Clouds, everybody. Welcome to the party. Jump in, the pool's fine. It's coming to a country near you soon. So the next one is also from Mahogany, from The Verge, also about China. Mahogany seems to like articles about China, apparently. And this one says China passes new privacy law aimed at protecting users' personal data. The new law takes effect November 1st. China passes new privacy law aimed at protecting users' personal data. Was passed by China's legislature on Friday, their version of the GDPR, as every European knows. And that brings us to the next one here. Evan just sent in this hilarious photo that you just have to see it on the Twitter account. I don't even want to say what it's doing. The next one from Vardan sends in India smartphone market to reach a record 173 million units in 2021. That's a lot of smartphones. More than 100 million smartphones are expected to be shipped in the second half of the year. Wow. And then Twitter's testing a newsletter subscription button on profile pages. So, because they bought this newsletter company called Review, and which allow you to stop doing those fucking annoying tweet threads. They hate that. So they bought their own newsletter company so that you could put your longer thoughts where it belongs, kind of in a newsletter. And people can subscribe to your newsletter if they like your crazy long-winded ideas. And now they're adding this.
Tyler, you're talking about China. I've just tweeted something about, because it's a tech news, 34% jump in China telecom shares. I think.
Okay.
Have a look.
Yes, that's actually the next story. But let me finish the story I was in the middle of here. So it says Twitter's testing a newsletter subscription button on your profile page if you use their newsletter, which is called Review. Then you can now have a subscribe button to your newsletter in your Twitter bio, which is fantastic. But if you're using a different platform that Twitter doesn't own, and there's lots of newsletter subscription platforms out there, like Substack, very notably, but they're not going to put the Substack subscribe button in your Twitter bio. And that is a bit of, what companies get in trouble for this kind of stuff, for giving too much preference to their own other products. Although Twitter's far from a monopoly, but yeah, no doubt Substack's going to not like this. But anyway, so they're doing that now, and now they have their own newsletter platform, right? And people can subscribe and even pay, and you can get it just like Substack. It's Twitter's version of Substack, and you can promote it right on your bio. There you go. So,
Review's a fantastic product, by the way. I use it for my newsletter. I have like 80,000 subscribers. It's really well done.
Nice. So the next one's from Professor Asif via Reuters. Shanghai places hundreds in quarantine after airport COVID-19 cases. Shanghai places hundreds in quarantine after airport COVID-19 cases. Authorities in Shanghai have quarantined hundreds of people in an attempt to halt a fresh COVID-19 outbreak in the city in Shanghai. And now Delta's reached Shanghai. And you must know, if you don't know, you should know, China has taken incredible care to prevent COVID from getting into Shanghai or Beijing, which it hasn't until right now. So this is the first time, because COVID had been maintained into tier 2 cities like Wuhan and etc. And now it's reached the capitals. And they made incredible efforts to stop this from happening. In fact, about 3 days ago, they stopped all flights from the cities that had Delta into Shanghai and Beijing, just to give you an idea of how serious they are about stopping it from getting into the main cities, in part because Shanghai and Beijing are so densely populated that once it gets in there, you're fucked because you can't do the same welding people into their apartment tricks that you do in the tier 2 cities. That doesn't really work so well in Shanghai. So,
and as you said, Tyler, that the Chinese vaccine in where you are hasn't been effective, and although they have used 1.9 billion doses, it's not going to help them, is it?
no, as we learned here the hard way in Thailand, the Chinese vaccine Sinovac is dog shit, and all of our medical personnel died who were double vaccinated as soon as Delta arrived here. So, I'm not sure. I said this is going to be very interesting to see what happens in China. They certainly have the political will and action, the will of action to do everything conceivable to impede, the spread of Delta. So, it's the unmovable object versus the unstoppable force scenario, and I'm curious to see who would win. But now it says authorities in Shanghai have quarantined hundreds of people in an attempt to halt fresh COVID outbreak in Shanghai after infections were detected in cargo workers at its airport, and that's how it got into China at all. China had effectively, just like most of Asia, defeated regular alpha COVID, and it Delta came into Thailand through Burma because Burma has had this coup. They had no hospitals. It spread like fucking crazy. They had no vaccines. It came from India. India went into Burma next door. Burma brought it to Thailand because we have an open border through the jungles and a 1,000-kilometer border. Thailand really struggled with it, and it spread through Vietnam now and Taiwan. And so it was only a matter of time before it got into China. But the question is how, because they've got it controlled. And the only way it can get in is through the airport because their borders are very protected. So, and it did come in through the airport, and it was a Russian flight in, goddamn, what city did it come in from? Oh, Nanjing. So the flight attendants brought it in from that flight, and the cleaning crew, rather, to be specific, and somebody cleaning that plane got it somehow from some contaminated materials in the plane, apparently. And then there was 5 people in Nanjing of the flight crew, and then it's spread throughout there, and now here it got to 20 different provinces. Now it's in Shanghai, again through a flight where it was detected in cargo workers at the airport. And some 120 people deemed close contacts to the infected 5 workers at Pudong Airport were placed into quarantine, along with hundreds of others deemed secondary contacts. 2 of the cargo workers, a Chinese national and an Ethiopian national, were included among 4 locally transmitted cases in the mainland China's tally of 20 new confirmed infections for August 20th, announced on Saturday. That's today. Or no, Saturday. That was August. What? August 20th was Friday, but it was announced on Saturday. I see. So it happened on August 20th, and they were announced on Saturday. Another 2 local cases were found in Jiangsu and Hubei provinces, separate unrelated outbreaks. The national figure was down from 33 a day earlier. Shanghai, so they're in the 20s and 30s daily, but when you get into these major cities, it gets a little crazy.
So the thing is, even in a major city, even if a lockdown is porous, what the other thing that the Chinese have been doing, which is absolutely what everybody should have been doing, was pooled testing of the entire population multiple times. And when you combine that even with a semi-porous lockdown, you have a much better chance of containing an outbreak.
Okay, so here we go.
Tyler, can I just...
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think Shanghai has symbolic value. Shanghai, Beijing. Shanghai especially so because the most famous kind of anti-COVID doctor in Huashan Hospital, he is in Shanghai, and he actually started a few weeks ago. He essentially said it just looks like we are going to coexist with this COVID.
Wow.
And that was really, yeah, you understand. This was totally unacceptable. It became hugely political. And he was up to then a hero in China. And then, the political somehow atmosphere changed. So he has been quiet for the last 20 days, sorry. And there were a lot of articles talking about how we are not going to coexist with COVID. And so it became hugely political.
Well, it was even political in the sense that, it was often the CCP made a point of how America was not able to manage it, and that the CCP was, and as an example of how their superiority.
Exactly.
So
they're not going to lose that one now.
Right.
At
so
this
you
point.
can understand how much pressure the government is feeling to control it at this point. And if they're not able to, it's going to be incredibly embarrassing in a way that Westerners don't understand, because Americans are immune to embarrassment. We say shit, and we just don't feel embarrassment. Americans specifically are utterly immune to the concept. Donald Trump's the best example of all. So the Asians of all types, by the way, are Japanese, everywhere from up to Japan all the way down to Southeast Asia and Thailand. Asians are petrified by the idea of embarrassment of this type, of making a claim and then having to eat your words is just the worst. The worst aspect of kind of losing of face, and this is just a tremendous losing of faith on a huge scale if this is not contained very quickly.
Hey, Tyler, occasionally Americans are embarrassed. I think regardless of your political party, we're all embarrassed by this Afghanistan evacuation, just like we were embarrassed in Saigon, so.
I'm not in the least bit embarrassed about what's happening in Afghanistan.
That we couldn't even execute the evacuation correctly? I'm not talking about leaving. I'm talking about executing the evacuation correctly.
Oh.
Of our people.
I guess. I don't feel it myself.
I'm more embarrassed about domestic matters.
Yeah, we don't take responsibility for these things.
Yeah,
we assign it to another political party, or decision was made by a previous administration. I wasn't a part of that. I didn't vote for those guys. Like other countries do in terms of their allegiance to their government.
Americans aren't embarrassed because they are adept at deflecting blame.
There's an element of that for sure. So, someone, Sashil just sent in an article about everything you need to know about Delta variant, everything you need to know. So just tweeting this one out for those who really want to get a deep dive on that. And then this one from BB, the Reuters says they have an exclusive now. The FBI finds scant evidence that the U.S. Capitol attack was coordinated. The FBI has found scant evidence that the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol was the result of an organized plot to overturn the presidential election result, according to 4 current and former law enforcement officials. So
but isn't that headline controversial?
I don't know.
I got very confused by that headline. Does anybody else have any insight into this? Yesterday, I was reading that headline, and then there was this other subsequent headline regarding a purchase or a investment by a Russian organization into Reuters and the influence that may have. And I apologize, I don't really pay much attention to this stuff, but there was the TASSO, TASSO, is a Russian news organization.
It's owned by the Russian government. It's the official paper. I think of.
Thank you, Ken. Yeah. So there was also news that they had invested in Reuters, and how that may have subsequently influenced that headline. Or maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
There's something about this that rings of like the reports many years ago about Hillary Clinton associated FBI agents, which was by other FBI agents who really disliked Hillary.
I would love to get like our politicos on this to find out exactly what's going on with that, because I basically stopped reading and was like, okay, I'm sure I'll hear more about this on Tech News when I get to it.
So, BB, can you jump on stage and help us understand this one you sent in about the new the lifestyle for China's youth from Xi's lately? There's it's all in Chinese, but she gave a translation. But I'm curious about the source of it. It's from Line, which is a popular social media app there, but it says kind of new rules from Chairman Xi in China include no tutoring, no games, and no idols. Finish your homework in school. Read Xi's quotations 1 hour every day. Sleep before 10 p.m. Help housekeeping and ask your parents to have more babies. Are all kind of Uncle Xi's points to kids. And is this become a popular meme and kind of a government stated issue? I'm hoping BB can jump up and help spread some clarity as to what that's about. So there's that. And then we've got this one from Evan about some country called Sweden, where a year and a half after Sweden decided not to lock down, its COVID death rate is what? Its COVID death rate is up to 10 times higher than its neighbors. A year and a half after Sweden decided not to lock down. It's okay. Yep, that's that. Sweden decided not to implement a full-scale lockdown during the pandemic. That's true. It now has up to 10 times as many COVID deaths per capita as its Nordic neighbors. Also true. Sweden also didn't fare much better economically, suggests gambles didn't pay off. Somewhat true. They're economically a bit better. Months before the first COVID-19 cases were detected, public health experts ranked Sweden as the most. Sweden's approach allow residents to move freely. But there's this American journalist. Her name's Aria Bendix. I'm assuming she's American. She's certainly not Swedish. Something I think she doesn't understand is Swedes were taking a very long-term perspective on this, which is the long-term mental health costs of doing lockdowns. So if we wait 10 years from now and we find out that the Danes are more neurotic than they already were, God knows the Finns are a little kind of peculiar people to begin with. The lockdowns can have long-term emotional, psychological, divorces, all kinds of effects that aren't represented today in the economics, although the economics of Sweden are better than their neighbors. Post where we are now with COVID. But we don't know what the longer term costs of lockdowns are yet. That was why Sweden didn't lock down. So the fact that their death rate's the same, yeah, okay. Death rates are the same, economics are about the same, but 10 years from now, will there be longer term outcomes of lockdowns, the severe lockdowns that many countries had? I think most mental health professionals I've seen countless headlines that there likely are going to be longer term effects of lockdowns.
But the deaths, that was pretty big number, 10x their neighbors
Yes.
per capita.
Yes. Yes. Although Sweden also had less deaths this year than any previous year.
Yep, like you said, time will tell.
The number of deaths in Sweden during COVID caused a decrease in deaths in Sweden.
To be fair, their stated aim tactically was that they were going to do something quite different from everyone else, and they were going for herd immunity. And I think the world's eyes were on Sweden to a very large extent, because what they said is that the most vulnerable communities were the elderly. Lock them down, and try and protect them as far as you possibly can. Allow the rest. Allow, in a sense, the virus to circulate. And
Well, that's what Florida said. It's not turning out too well.
Well, no, but the point
Yeah,
is, at the beginning, that was the justified aim, and of course they altered their strategy based on information. But when everybody else had a particular lockdown strategy, Sweden said their stated aim, to some extent, was to protect the most vulnerable, but allow the economy to continue as usual, and particularly school-going children, not to take them out of school and allow the colleges to continue. And it was a radically different strategy where Britain, for instance, was going through a full lockdown, and so did France and Germany.
So a confounding variable here is that mobility data showed that mobility really did go down in Sweden, in some instances more than in countries that, in theory had lockdowns. So
Yes.
it's really hard to analyze all of this.
Yeah, but there's an interesting psychological element in that, which is a self-imposed lockdown, which is what Sweden had. It was optional. And Swedes had, they stopped moving around and they stayed at home. But when you're doing it self-imposed, you don't have the negative consequences of government mandated lockdowns.
Yeah, Tyler, but there's a big difference. Swedes follow the law to the letter. I remember walking at 2 a.m. out of a nightclub once, and the lights changed, not a single car on the road, and everyone stopped apart from me.
Correct.
To cross the road. Right? And that's just a very unusual kind of behavior.
Yeah. Swedes are unusual people. I'll be the first to admit that. But do you know why the strategy for protecting the elderly homes didn't work, Sylvan? The issue you brought up?
No, not particularly. Sorry.
Well, you would only know if you're a local, so I'll be happy to kind of fill you in. It's because the team, the employees, the staff at those homes are disproportionately immigrants who are disproportionately dark-skinned and non-traditional native Swedes. And this is an incredibly sensitive issue in Sweden.
Is this a vitamin D issue?
It's because the first communities in Sweden to get COVID were the Somalians, where Sweden has a lot of refugees that they accept. It's kind of the new America. You guys stopped accepting immigrants, basically, and Sweden is the new America. So when the Persians were leaving during the Iranian Revolution, they came to Sweden. And when the Syrians were coming out of Syria, they went to Sweden, who accepted more than any country on the planet on a percentage basis, other than their neighboring countries, which they crossed the border into. So Sweden is accepting the immigrants of the world. That's kind of their role in the world in recent years. So when the Somalians were the first in Sweden to get COVID, and then there was a big concern, kind of discussions internally. Why is this happening? Why is it happening in the Somalian neighborhoods and homes and community? And there was all kinds of wild theories. And there was a lot of really interesting ones about vitamin D levels, because they have lower vitamin D because they're very dark skinned in a country with very little sunlight. You have it's a very difficult challenge. Everyone has low vitamin D, especially people with very dark skin. That's one of the challenges of being dark skinned in a country with little sunlight is getting enough vitamin D. So, and vitamin D was, theoretically linked to being more susceptible to COVID. They have more people per household in immigrant homes and immigrant communities. They, have more people per room, and they are more physically, they hug each other. Swedes aren't big huggers necessarily. So there was all kinds of interesting ideas going on. But what's concerning bit was they also don't speak Swedish, and they weren't getting the Swedish news and the Swedish updates, which was to include them as part of the plan to stay out of the nursing homes, of the elderly homes where they were working. So when they went to work and brought the COVID with them, you can see the scenario here. You have the most, the first cases, the communities who were the most impacted by COVID were also the ones employed to work at the elderly homes. And they didn't speak Swedish, so they didn't get the memo to stay away from your parents and your grandparents. The memo went out in Swedish. Don't go visit the elderly homes in Swedish.
So where was that risk assessment, Tyler? I mean, I think that's absolutely an amazing analysis, and that's absolutely right, because the human immune system depends on vitamin D. If you're very low on vitamin D, you are really very highly susceptible to COVID-19. And I was tracking this story right from February last year, and that is why we had a campaign in London, for instance, about those people who are darker skinned should top up their vitamin D levels. In fact, there was people who were clinically deficient with vitamin D and had to go and get a vitamin D test fairly quickly. But yeah.
Hey, Tyler, this is John. If I can come back to the original question of the Swedish strategy of achieving herd immunity, same thing with the so-called Barrington Declaration, the same thing with the Stanford radiologist who became Trump's trusted advisor, saying just, let it rip. The problem with that strategy is there's many problems with that strategy. The first is that we have millions of deaths worldwide that were avoidable to the extent that masks and distancing and vaccines were available. So we had supply chain issues with all of those, still do with vaccines, but a lot of the deaths that have happened were strictly avoidable, and you can reach herd immunity without death. And that's what's happening right now. So we all have like three potential outcomes. We can get the vaccine, we can get the disease, or we can get both. And it looks likely that most of us are going to, that are fortunate enough to have access to vaccines, are going to get both. But when you get the infection, when you're vaccinated, even if it's a breakthrough, no matter where you are in the scale, from asymptomatic to mildly symptomatic to admitted to the hospital to intubated to death, your risk of each of those escalating outcomes is much less if you're vaccinated with a decent vaccine. So the second issue is that the long haul syndrome is woefully underrepresented in the public calculus, in the public mind, and in these relatively naive approaches to just let it rip and reach herd immunity, because we have a very long tail of COVID ahead of us. Whether or not it becomes endemic and chronic, or whether it falls into a background of a minor cold, we're going to have millions of people globally, many more than those who died, who will have long-term symptoms associated with COVID. So the calculus that was done in Sweden, the calculus that was proposed in the Barrington Initiative, did not calculate in what was already well known at that time, but not in the public domain and not in the epidemiologist calculus that made those kind of statements. And we really need to be much more aware of the fact that the long tail of COVID in these long haul symptoms that are cardiac and CNS, with significant loss of cortical gray matter, well documented in the UK Biobank study. These things were not in that calculus, and they pretty much invalidate the inputs to those approaches.
Yeah, just to put the really important point, underline this, it's a respiratory virus that can reduce IQ by half a standard deviation, not something to play around with.
Yep. So next headline is from Albert Bates. Thank you for this one. The headline reads, We're barred from COP26. Nuclear industry complains after rejected application. Long overdue ban of nukes from COP26 after years of weaponized misinformation and failure to pass on an ESG sniff test. So they've been barred from COP26 is the annual big kind of UN gathering of world leaders around climate change, which will be in Glasgow relatively soon. I think it's in October and November. So they made a blog post about this. Were barred from COP26. Nuclear industry complains after rejected applications. The international nuclear energy industry has complained about being excluded from COP26 climate summit in Glasgow, prompting environmentalists to say it should have no place there. In a letter to COP26 UK President Alok Sharma, global trade body, the World Nuclear Association said every application made by nuclear groups for exhibits at the conference have been rejected. This was very disappointing, the association told the Ferret, a Scottish environmental group. However, said that it was right to keep the nuclear industry out. Nuclear power is seen by some as clean energy because they say it doesn't emit greenhouse gases when producing electricity, but it has faced continual opposition from environmental groups due to high cost complications with decommissioning and the need to dispose of radioactive waste. The World Nuclear Association, which lists 183 nuclear companies as members, says it was deeply concerned that the plans for nuclear exhibits in civil society's Green Zone at COP26 had been turned down. The Green Zone is billed as a space for organizations to host workshops, panel discussions, and keynote speeches which promote dialogue, awareness, education, and commitments on climate crisis. Having failed with the ridiculous claim that nuclear is cheap, the latest wheeze from the nuclear industry is to tell us that nuclear reactors are the answer to climate change.
Hey, Tyler, if I could just add something to that.
Yeah.
So we have this thing called Yucca Valley here in Nevada
Mm-hmm.
that the federal government has been trying for years to make a nuclear waste depository, because if you go to South Carolina, they've got barrels of nuclear waste that are decaying and they need a place to put it. And, obviously in Nevada, it's not in my neighborhood. We don't want it here. And at least when Harry Reid was in office, he was able to keep it out of here. And so, it's been very difficult to find a place to actually store the waste from this stuff. So it is a legitimate issue.
Yeah.
But that's retrospective. I mean, there are different reactor designs that you have far less in the way of waste storage problems. Pebble bed, in particular.
And then, especially with fission, fusion, you're going to have helium as a byproduct.
Well, okay, it depends on the type of fusion, because if it's like deuterium tritium, that generates neutrons, and then you have neutron irradiated materials, which are a different type of problem. But I agree that long-term fusion, if it can be worked out, is very attractive.
Okay, we got that one. We got your Honda bike, Evan, and we got that one. So Dr. Fran sends in this one that from MSN. The headline reads, "With 9 words, Tim Cook just explained the biggest problem with Facebook. It's about the paradox of privacy and digital technology." And it's really not a secret at all that Apple and Facebook aren't friends. They aren't even all that friendly of enemies. Sure, they're mostly polite, but there's no mistaking the degree to which there is hostility between the two companies. And of course, Facebook is also important to the iPhone. If suddenly you can't use Facebook apps, that would be bad for Apple, considering that people genuinely like using Facebook despite its problems. And still, the two companies can't seem to resist the urge to take shots at each other. Tim Cook responded that he isn't focused on Facebook at all, which, as I wrote at the time, is both brilliant and brutal in its dismissal of the company. More recently, Facebook threw shade at Apple over the latter company's announcement that it was implementing a change in future versions of iOS. But we'll set aside for a moment that the fact that Facebook is widely considered the most privacy offender in tech industry that can't resist monetizing user data at every opportunity. The bigger point is that considering how much emphasis Apple puts on privacy, Facebook saw a chance to hit the company where it hurts the most. Now, Cook has another response, this time in an interview with the Australian Financial Review about tech companies and privacy. technology doesn't want to be good. It doesn't want to be bad. It's neutral. And so it's in the hands of the inventor and the user as to whether it's good, used for good, or not used for good. The risk of not doing that means that technology loses touch with the user. And in that kind of case, privacy can become collateral damage. Conspiracy theories or hate speech begins to draw down everything else. Technology will only work if it's people, if it has people's trust. Technology will only work if it has people's trust. Conspiracy theory. Okay. Anyway, just tweeted that one out from Dr. Fran. Thank you. And then Dr. Fran sends in this one that IKEA has helps now. Some USC engineers have made a robotic arm that builds IKEA furniture. And then JT sends in this one about Mondly, which is a company that brings language training to Oculus Quest next week. Supports 29 languages, including English, Spanish, German, French, Italian, Arabic, Russian, Korean, and Chinese. And so it's a new language learning app in Oculus VR. Fantastic. Thank you for that one. And then we've got Evan sent in one from Volvo. A whole lot of Swedish stuff in the past 30 minutes. Volvo delivers electronic trucks to beverage distributor. So they're electrifying.
Electric trucks.
Yeah.
Yes, they're.
Yeah, Sweden's electrifying everything, as is Norway. Where we are definitely becoming world leaders on that front. And what else do we got here? Why does it say I have 7 messages? Oh, that's why. Okay, so that brings us to the end of, I am now caught up on all of the tweets for the week. There, we did it. Fantastic. That's what Saturdays are for.
Good job.
Yeah, so I can take tomorrow off, and we will meet again on Monday, when I no doubt will have 24 hours of tweets to dig through and a whole bunch of new headlines to get into.